Tonight, we begin the extraordinary journey through the history of the Roman Empire, a civilization that rose from modest beginnings to dominate the known world. Its story is one of relentless expansion, political intrigue, and enduring influence. So before we begin, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. The origins of Rome are steeped in myth and legend, with the most famous story being that of Romulus and Remus, twin brothers born of the god Mars and a Vestal virgin named Rhea Silvia. According to the myth, the twins were cast into the Tiber River and rescued by a she-wolf who nursed them until they were found by a shepherd. They eventually decided to build a city, but a dispute over its location led Romulus to kill Remus. Romulus then became the first king of Rome, giving the city its name. While captivating, this tale is not supported by concrete evidence. Archaeological findings suggest that the area around the Palatine Hill was occupied by small pastoral communities as early as the 10th century BCE. These settlements gradually coalesced into a single political entity by the mid-8th century BCE, consistent with the traditional founding date of 753 BCE. Rome's early political structure was that of a monarchy, and it is believed that there were 7 kings, beginning with Romulus and ending with Tarquin the Proud. Some of these kings, such as Numa Pompilius, were credited with laying the foundations of Roman religion and civil institutions, while others, like Tullus Hostilius and Ancus Marcius, expanded Rome's territory through warfare and colonization. The later kings, particularly the Etruscan rulers like Tarquinius Priscus and Servius Tullius, introduced significant cultural and political changes, including urban planning, religious rituals, and symbols of royal power. The Etruscans themselves were a sophisticated and powerful civilization in northern Italy, and their influence helped shape early Roman art, architecture, and governance. However, the monarchy became increasingly unpopular, especially under the rule of the last king, Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, or Tarquin the Proud. His autocratic rule and the infamous incident involving his son Sextus Tarquinius and the noble woman Lucretia sparked a widespread revolt. Lucretia's subsequent suicide galvanized the Roman aristocracy to abolish the monarchy altogether. In 509 BCE, Rome transitioned from a monarchy to a republic, a radical political shift that transferred power from kings to elected magistrates and the Senate. This marked the beginning of the Roman Republic, a system built on a complex balance of power among consuls, the Senate, and various popular assemblies. The transition also laid the groundwork for a new Roman identity, one defined by civic duty, collective decision-making, and a deep mistrust of kingship. The memory of the monarchy, especially the tyranny of its final ruler, would haunt Roman politics for centuries, serving as a powerful warning against concentrated power. The founding myths and early history of Rome were thus not only stories of origin, but also moral and political lessons that shaped Roman culture, institutions, and values throughout its history. The year 509 BCE marked a turning point in Roman history, with the overthrow of the monarchy and the establishment of the Roman Republic. This new political system was built on the principles of shared governance, legal accountability, and civic duty. Central to the structure of the Republic were 2 annually elected magistrates, known as consuls. These consuls held imperium, the supreme executive authority, but their power was deliberately limited by the fact that they had to serve jointly, thus preventing any single individual from accumulating too much influence. Alongside the consuls, the Senate played a critical role, though it initially functioned as an advisory body, Composed of aristocratic elders, it quickly evolved into the dominant institution in Roman politics. The Senate guided foreign policy, controlled public finances, and served as the central force in legislative matters. However, the early republic was anything but stable. Beneath the surface of this seemingly balanced government was a fierce struggle for political equality known as the conflict of the orders. This long-standing social tension pitted the patricians, the aristocratic elite, who claimed hereditary political privilege, against the plebeians, the broader body of Roman citizens who had limited rights. The plebeians, frustrated by their lack of representation and legal protection, demanded reforms. One of the earliest and most significant victories for the plebeians came with the creation of the office of the tribune of the plebs in 494 BCE. Tribunes had the power to veto legislation and protect plebeian interests, making them a powerful counterbalance to patrician dominance. The conflict of the orders unfolded over nearly 2 centuries and brought about substantial constitutional reforms. The 12 Tables, Rome's first codified laws, were established around 450 BCE, giving all citizens a basic understanding of their legal rights and responsibilities. In 367 BCE, the Licinian Sextian laws opened the consulship to plebeians, a monumental shift in Roman politics. By the early 3rd century BCE, the plebeians had secured access to nearly all political offices, although the patrician class continued to wield significant social and economic power. While these internal struggles shaped Rome's political identity, its external actions defined its rise as a power. During this period, Rome embarked on a series of military campaigns to secure dominance over the Italian peninsula. These conquests were not the result of a grand strategy, but rather a combination of opportunism, local alliances, and defensive wars. Rome's conflicts with neighboring tribes and city-states, such as the Volsci, Aequi, Etruscans, and Samnites, gradually extended Roman control through central and southern Italy. The Samnite Wars, a series of 3 conflicts fought between 343 and 290 BCE, were particularly critical. These wars tested Roman military resilience and political cohesion, leading to significant territorial expansion. Rome's approach to governance in conquered territories was a key factor in its success. Rather than simply subjugate and exploit newly conquered peoples, Rome often extended varying degrees of citizenship and autonomy. This policy helped integrate diverse communities into the Roman system, fostering loyalty and long-term stability. The Roman military also evolved during this period, shifting from a citizen militia to a more structured and professional fighting force, capable of sustained campaigns and complex maneuvers. By 264 BCE, the year marking the beginning of the First Punic War, Rome had become the dominant power on the Italian peninsula. Its political system had matured through internal struggle, and its military had been tempered by decades of warfare. What had begun as a small republic surrounded by hostile neighbors had grown into a burgeoning power poised to challenge the greatest empires of the Mediterranean world. The foundation was now set for Rome's transformation from a regional force into a global superpower. The Punic Wars were a series of 3 epic conflicts fought between Rome and the powerful North African city-state of Carthage between 264 and 146 BCE. These wars not only determined dominance over the Western Mediterranean, but also reshaped the geopolitical landscape and catapulted Rome from a regional power into a true superpower. The First Punic War began in 264 BCE, over control of Sicily, a strategically crucial island. Although Rome had no prior naval tradition, it quickly adapted by reverse engineering captured Carthaginian ships and building a formidable fleet. The Romans innovated naval warfare with the corvus, a boarding device that allowed Roman soldiers to turn sea battles into infantry skirmishes. After more than 2 decades of brutal conflict, Rome emerged victorious in 241 BCE, claiming Sicily as its first overseas province. This victory set the stage for future expansion and provoked Carthaginian resentment that would soon reignite hostilities. The Second Punic War, which began in 218 BCE, is perhaps the most famous due to the exploits of the Carthaginian general Hannibal Barca. Hannibal's bold and audacious strategy involved leading a massive army, including war elephants, across the Alps into northern Italy. His unexpected route and early victories at battles such as Trebia, Lake Trasimene, and especially Cannae, where he annihilated a much larger Roman force, shocked the Roman world and nearly brought the Republic to its knees. However, despite Hannibal's military genius and over a decade of campaigning in Italy, he failed to capture Rome itself. Rome's response was to avoid pitched battles with Hannibal, while slowly wearing down Carthaginian influence and opening new fronts. The Roman general Scipio Africanus took the war to North Africa, forcing Hannibal to return home. At the decisive Battle of Zama in 202 BCE, Scipio defeated Hannibal, ending the war and cementing Rome's dominance. Carthage was left weakened but not destroyed. The Third Punic War, beginning in 149 BCE, was driven more by Roman fear and ambition than necessity. Despite Carthage having abided by the harsh peace terms from the previous war, some Roman leaders, notably Cato the Elder, insisted that Carthage must be eliminated. The Roman siege of Carthage lasted 3 years and culminated in 146 BCE, with the complete destruction of the city. Carthage was razed, its population enslaved, and its territory annexed as the Roman province of Africa. The conclusion of the Punic Wars marked a dramatic transformation in Rome's role on the world stage. With Carthage eliminated, Rome stood unchallenged in the Western Mediterranean. The wars had tested Roman resilience, adaptability, and military prowess, and the lessons learned shaped the empire's future policies of conquest and administration. Rome's naval supremacy, logistical capability, and political tenacity had proven decisive. By the mid-2nd century BCE, the Roman Republic was no longer a regional power limited to Italy, but a Mediterranean empire on the rise, with aspirations that would soon extend to Greece, Asia, and beyond. The period from 146 to 27 BCE was a time of profound upheaval for the Roman Republic. While Rome had emerged from the Punic Wars as the dominant power in the Mediterranean, its internal structure was rapidly eroding. The vast wealth accumulated through conquest led to significant economic inequality, with a small elite controlling much of the land and resources, while the majority of the population, especially the plebeians, suffered from poverty and social instability. The growing wealth gap created a breeding ground for corruption, as politicians and military leaders sought to maintain or expand their power through patronage, bribery, and manipulation of the political system. The Roman Republic, built on the ideals of shared governance and civic duty, found itself increasingly dominated by a few powerful individuals who used their wealth and influence to control the Senate, the assemblies, and even the military. Social unrest became more frequent as the lower classes demanded land reforms, debt relief, and greater representation. The Gracchi brothers, Tiberius and Gaius, were early champions of plebeian rights, pushing for reforms that would redistribute land and address economic inequality. However, their efforts were met with fierce opposition from the Senate, and both brothers were assassinated, setting a dangerous precedent for the political violence that would follow. The Republic's decline accelerated with the rise of powerful military leaders, such as Marius and Sulla, who built personal armies loyal to themselves rather than the state. The use of private armies, coupled with political infighting, turned Rome's political system into a battlefield. The first of a series of civil wars broke out between the forces of Marius and Sulla, and in 82 BCE, Sulla emerged victorious, becoming dictator for an unprecedented term of several years. Sulla's reforms further weakened the power of the Senate, concentrating more power in the hands of the dictator and setting a dangerous precedent for future leaders. The Republic was now in a state of permanent crisis, and it was within this chaotic environment that Julius Caesar emerged. Julius Caesar was a military genius and a shrewd politician. He first gained prominence in the 60s BCE as part of the First Triumvirate, an unofficial political alliance with Pompey and Crassus, two of Rome's most powerful figures. Together they dominated Roman politics and circumvented the traditional power structures. Caesar's military campaigns in Gaul, however, would prove to be his ticket to ultimate power. His conquest of Gaul from 58 to 50 BCE made him one of the most popular and powerful men in Rome, but it also made him a direct threat to the established political order. In 49 BCE, after his term as consul had ended, Caesar crossed the Rubicon River with his army, an act of insurrection that led to civil war. The phrase crossing the Rubicon has since become synonymous with making an irreversible decision. Caesar's forces defeated Pompey's armies, and Pompey himself fled to Egypt, where he was assassinated. Caesar returned to Rome as the undisputed leader of the Republic, and was declared dictator perpetuo, dictator for life. His concentration of power alarmed many, particularly those who feared that he intended to establish a monarchy. On the Ides of March, 44 BCE, a group of conspirators led by Brutus and Cassius assassinated Caesar, believing that they were saving the Republic from tyranny. However, Caesar's death did not restore the Republic. Instead, it plunged Rome into a new round of civil wars as rival factions fought for control. The power vacuum left by Caesar's assassination was filled by his adopted heir, Octavian, later Augustus, who had been in a position of relative power within Caesar's inner circle. Octavian, Pompey's son-in-law, and Mark Antony, a loyal general under Caesar, initially formed the Second Triumvirate to avenge Caesar's death and consolidate their power. However, tensions soon arose between Octavian and Antony, culminating in the famous Battle of Actium in 31 BCE. Octavian's forces defeated Antony and his ally, Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt, ending their aspirations for power. Following his victory, Octavian became the uncontested ruler of Rome. In 27 BCE, Octavian formally ended the civil wars by accepting the title of Augustus, signaling the dawn of the Roman Empire. With his rise to power, the Roman Republic came to an end, and Rome transitioned from a republic to an autocracy, with Augustus as its first emperor. The fall of the Republic was not a single event, but a prolonged process of political decay, military intervention, and social unrest. While the Republic's ideals of shared governance and civic duty had long been abandoned by the time of Augustus's rise, the transformation was complete when he took the title of emperor, signaling the end of the Roman Republic and the beginning of the Roman Empire. The age of emperors, beginning with Augustus in 27 BCE, marked the start of a new era in Roman history. Augustus, born Gaius Octavius, was the first emperor of Rome, and his reign heralded the end of the civil wars and the dawn of the Roman Empire. Augustus was a master of political strategy, and he skillfully presented himself as the restorer of the Republic, despite holding absolute power. His reign was marked by a series of reforms that stabilized the empire and laid the foundation for a new, enduring political system. One of Augustus's most significant reforms was the restructuring of the Roman state. He maintained the outward appearance of republican institutions, but in reality he held ultimate authority, consolidating power in the office of the emperor. Augustus reformed the Senate, ensuring that it remained a body of loyal supporters, while he personally controlled the military and held the title of princeps, or first citizen, which gave him unparalleled influence over Rome's political and military affairs. Augustus's military reforms were equally important. He created a standing professional army with soldiers who served for fixed terms, which helped ensure the loyalty of the legions to the emperor. Augustus also established the Praetorian Guard, an elite unit tasked with protecting the emperor. He successfully secured the Roman Empire's borders, ensuring the empire's stability by securing the Rhine, Danube and Euphrates frontiers, while also consolidating Roman control over the provinces. Augustus's reign marked a period of relative peace and prosperity known as the Pax Romana, or Roman peace. This period, which lasted from 27 BCE to 180 CE, is considered one of the most remarkable in Roman history. The empire experienced unprecedented stability, which allowed for significant cultural, architectural, and economic development. During the Pax Romana, Augustus undertook an ambitious building program in Rome, transforming the city into a stunning metropolis. He famously boasted that he found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble. Major projects included the construction of roads, temples, aqueducts, and public buildings, many of which would stand for centuries. The Roman road system expanded dramatically during this time, facilitating communication, trade, and military movement across the vast empire. The famous Roman roads, some of which are still in use today, were key to maintaining the cohesion of the empire. Augustus also promoted the arts and literature, fostering the works of poets such as Virgil, Horace, and Ovid, whose writings became emblematic of Roman culture. Augustus's reign was not without challenges, and the succession of power after his death in 14 CE became a crucial issue for the empire. Augustus did not have a direct male heir, so he adopted his stepson Tiberius as his successor. Tiberius's reign marked the beginning of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, which included the emperors Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, and Nero. This dynasty was marked by both triumphs and tragedies. Tiberius, though a capable military leader, was often seen as a paranoid and reclusive ruler, leaving much of the administration of the empire to his officials. Caligula, his successor, is infamous for his cruelty and erratic behavior, which included appointing his horse as a consul and engaging in lavish and tyrannical excesses. Caligula's assassination in 41 CE led to the rise of his uncle Claudius, who proved to be a competent and relatively popular emperor. Claudius expanded the empire, notably by conquering Britain in 43 CE, and his reign was marked by reforms to the legal system and the expansion of public infrastructure. However, Claudius's death in 54 CE led to the rise of his stepson Nero, whose rule would be marred by scandal and corruption. Nero's reign was marked by a series of disasters, including the Great Fire of Rome in 64 CE, which many believed he either started or failed to control, and the persecution of Christians. Nero's erratic behavior, along with his failure to respond effectively to various crises, led to widespread unrest and his eventual suicide in 68 CE. The fall of Nero marked the end of the Julio-Claudian dynasty and set the stage for a period of civil war known as the Year of the Four Emperors, during which several military leaders vied for control of the empire. Ultimately, Vespasian, the founder of the Flavian dynasty, emerged victorious and restored stability to the empire. Despite the challenges of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, the Pax Romana continued under the Flavians and later emperors, with the empire reaching its territorial peak during the reign of Trajan 98, 117 CE. Under Trajan, The Roman Empire expanded to its greatest extent, stretching from Britain in the west to Mesopotamia in the east, encompassing a vast array of diverse cultures and territories. The stability of the Pax Romana allowed Rome to become a cultural and economic powerhouse, creating a legacy that would influence the Western world for centuries. The Age of Emperors, which began with Augustus, was defined by monumental achievements in governance, culture, and infrastructure. Although the emperors who followed Augustus faced their own challenges, the period established a model of imperial rule that would endure for centuries and cement the Roman Empire's place in history as one of the most powerful and influential civilizations the world has ever known. The 1st and 2nd centuries CE marked the height of the Roman Empire, both in territorial extent and cultural influence. Under Emperor Trajan, Rome reached its greatest territorial boundaries, controlling vast areas of Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. Trajan, who reigned from 98 to 117 CE, is often considered one of the greatest of the Roman emperors due to his military successes and his role in expanding the empire. His most famous military campaign was the Dacian Wars, which took place from 101 to 106 CE. The conquest of Dacia, in modern-day Romania, added immense wealth to the Roman Empire, particularly through the acquisition of gold mines, which funded further imperial expansion and monumental building projects. Trajan's conquest of Dacia was followed by other campaigns, and under his rule, Rome reached its maximum territorial extent, encompassing modern-day Britain, France, Spain, Portugal, Germany, Italy, Greece, Turkey, parts of the Middle East, and North Africa. The empire's expansion was not simply about military conquests. It was about incorporating and integrating the diverse cultures within its borders. The process of Romanization, the spread of Roman culture, laws, language, and customs, became one of the defining features of Roman imperial rule. As Rome expanded, it encountered a variety of peoples, including Celts, Germans, Greeks, Egyptians, Jews, and Persians. To maintain stability, the Roman Empire encouraged the adoption of Roman culture and institutions. Latin became the dominant language of administration, law, and commerce, while Roman architecture, urban planning, and technology spread across the empire. The Romans built an extensive network of roads, bridges, and aqueducts, facilitating trade, communication, and military movement across the empire. Cities such as London, Lyon, and Antioch flourished under Roman rule, becoming centers of commerce, learning, and culture. The integration of diverse cultures was also evident in religion. While the Romans practiced a polytheistic religion centered around gods like Jupiter, Juno, and Mars, they were generally tolerant of local religious practices. Over time, Roman gods were often syncretized with local deities, creating a religious melting pot. The Roman Empire also contributed to the spread of Greek culture, particularly in the fields of philosophy, art, and science. Roman intellectuals and rulers admired Greek civilization, and many Roman elites sent their children to Greece for education. Roman literature, especially poetry, was deeply influenced by Greek models, and Roman art and sculpture often borrowed from Greek traditions. In addition to cultural integration, the Roman Empire undertook a series of reforms to manage its vast territories effectively. The empire was divided into provinces, each governed by a Roman-appointed official. While the emperor had ultimate authority, many provinces enjoyed a significant degree of local autonomy, allowing them to retain some of their own traditions and customs. This balance between central control and local autonomy helped ensure the stability of the empire. The Roman military played a crucial role in both conquest and maintaining peace within the empire. The Roman legions, highly trained and well organized, were stationed across the empire to defend its borders and suppress any rebellions. While the Roman military was often used to expand the empire's borders, it also played an important role in maintaining internal stability. The presence of the military in conquered regions helped to secure Roman authority and protect trade routes. Rome's expansion and its ability to integrate diverse cultures under its rule were not without challenges. The sheer size of the empire created logistical difficulties, and the integration of so many different cultures sometimes led to tensions. Some regions, such as Britain and Judea, experienced frequent revolts against Roman rule. In Judea, the Jewish people's resistance to Roman occupation culminated in the Jewish-Roman Wars, a series of revolts that ultimately led to the destruction of the Second Temple in Jerusalem in 70 CE. However, the overall success of Romanization is evident in the lasting influence of Roman culture across Europe and the Mediterranean. Roman law, language, and architecture became the foundation for many modern institutions in Europe, and Latin became the precursor to the Romance languages spoken in much of the Western world today. By the end of the 2nd century CE, the Roman Empire had not only expanded to its greatest territorial extent, but had also succeeded in integrating a wide variety of peoples and cultures. The empire stood as the most powerful civilization in the ancient world, its legacy enduring for centuries after its fall. The 3rd century crisis, spanning from 235 to 284 CE, was one of the most tumultuous periods in Roman history. It was marked by political instability, economic decline, external invasions, and the near collapse of the Roman Empire. During this time, the Roman Empire was plagued by a rapid turnover of emperors, with over 20 different men claiming the imperial throne in just 50 years. The political situation in Rome became chaotic, as military leaders, rather than the traditional ruling elite, increasingly determined who would wear the imperial crown. The assassination of Emperor Alexander Severus in 235 CE was the catalyst for the crisis. Severus, a relatively stable and competent ruler, was murdered by his own troops, who were disillusioned with his leadership. This event set off a chain reaction of instability, as one emperor after another was either killed in battle or assassinated by their own forces. The lack of a clear succession system or institutional mechanisms for the peaceful transfer of power exacerbated the problem. The rapid turnover of emperors, with many ruling for only a few months or years, made it difficult for any leader to establish long-term policies or authority. This weakened the central authority of the emperor and created a power vacuum that was filled by military leaders and regional commanders. As a result, the empire was plagued by constant civil war, with different factions fighting for control. Meanwhile, the empire faced multiple external threats. In the east, the Sassanid Empire rose to challenge Roman dominance, launching a series of invasions that threatened Roman territories in the Near East. In the north, the Germanic tribes, such as the Goths, Vandals, and Franks, launched repeated raids along the Roman frontier, further straining the empire's resources. These invasions, coupled with internal strife, put enormous pressure on the Roman military and its ability to defend the empire's vast borders. Another factor that contributed to the crisis was the devastating plague that swept through the empire during the 250 SCE. Known as the Plague of Cyprian, after the Bishop of Carthage who wrote about it, this outbreak killed millions of people and severely disrupted the Roman economy. The death toll from the plague weakened the empire's agricultural base, disrupted trade, and caused widespread famine. The economic collapse that followed the plague was compounded by inflation, heavy taxation, and the debasement of the currency. The empire's finances were stretched thin as it struggled to maintain its military and administrative apparatus. In the face of these challenges, the Roman military itself became increasingly important. The rapid turnover of emperors meant that military leaders, rather than the Senate or the people, held the real power. As a result, a new class of military strongmen began to emerge, men who wielded military power and could command the loyalty of their legions. These generals were often able to seize power for themselves, either by force or by manipulation. One of the most famous of these military strongmen was Emperor Gallienus, who ruled from 253 to 268 CE. Gallienus fought off multiple invasions, including the Gothic raids on the Balkans and the rise of the usurper Postumus in the western provinces. Despite his efforts, however, Gallienus was unable to fully restore order, and the empire continued to fragment. Another significant figure during this period was Aurelian, who reigned from 270 to 275 CE. Aurelian is often credited with restoring the empire's stability after decades of chaos. He successfully repelled invasions by the Goths and the Franks, re-established Roman control over the breakaway Gallic Empire in the west, and defeated the Palmyrene Empire in the east. Aurelian's military successes earned him the title Restorer of the World, and his reign marked the beginning of a slow recovery from the 3rd century crisis. Despite Aurelian's efforts, the empire was still in disarray, and it would take another nearly decade-long process of reforms to fully stabilize the Roman state. The 3rd century crisis ended in 284 CE, when Emperor Diocletian came to power. Diocletian's reign marked a turning point in Roman history. He recognized that the empire was simply too large and too diverse to be ruled by a single emperor. In response, he introduced a series of sweeping reforms, including the division of the empire into two parts, the Eastern and Western Roman empires, and the establishment of the Tetrarchy, a system of joint rule by multiple emperors. These reforms would lay the groundwork for the transformation of the Roman Empire in the late 3rd and early 4th centuries, paving the way for its eventual division into two distinct entities, the Western Roman Empire and the Eastern Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire. The reigns of Diocletian and Constantine in the late 3rd and early 4th centuries CE marked a critical turning point in Roman history. Faced with a crumbling empire, both emperors introduced significant reforms to stabilize and restructure the Roman world. Diocletian, who became emperor in 284 CE, inherited an empire in crisis. The 3rd century crisis had left the Roman Empire divided, weakened, and on the verge of collapse. Diocletian recognized that the empire, due to its vast size and diverse peoples, could no longer be ruled by a single emperor. To address this, he introduced the Tetrarchy, a system of joint rule in which the empire was divided into 4 parts, each ruled by a separate emperor. Diocletian himself ruled the eastern half, while his trusted general Maximian ruled the western half. Each emperor, known as an Augustus, was supported by a subordinate emperor, a Caesar, who would eventually succeed them. The idea behind the Tetrarchy was to make the empire more manageable by ensuring that different regions were governed by experienced rulers who could respond quickly to internal or external threats. This system brought a temporary period of stability to the empire, allowing for better defense along the borders and more efficient governance. Diocletian also implemented sweeping economic reforms. He introduced price controls to curb inflation, reformed the tax system, and attempted to stabilize the currency. However, his most enduring reform was the creation of a more bureaucratic and centralized government. Diocletian strengthened the imperial court and military, dividing the empire into smaller administrative units known as dioceses and provinces. While these reforms temporarily stabilized the empire, they also laid the groundwork for further divisions in the future. After Diocletian's abdication in 305 CE, the Tetrarchy began to unravel as rivalries between emperors escalated, leading to civil wars. Amidst this turmoil, Constantine emerged as a dominant figure. Constantine, the son of the Western Emperor Constantius Chlorus, became emperor in 306 CE after his father's death. Constantine's rise to power was not immediate, and he faced multiple challenges from other claimants to the throne. However, after a series of military victories, Constantine eventually became the sole emperor of both the eastern and western parts of the empire. Constantine's reign marked a series of significant reforms, but none were as transformative as his relationship with Christianity. In 312 CE, Constantine won the Battle of the Milvian Bridge against his rival Maxentius. According to legend, before the battle, Constantine saw a vision of the Christian symbol, the Chi-Rho, along with the words, "In this sign you will conquer." Interpreting this vision as a divine sign, Constantine converted to Christianity and became its first openly Christian emperor. In 313 CE, Constantine issued the Edict of Milan, which legalized Christianity and granted religious tolerance across the empire. This was a monumental shift, as Christians had long been persecuted for their beliefs. Constantine's embrace of Christianity transformed not only the Roman Empire, but also the course of world history. Under Constantine, Christianity began its rise from a persecuted minority religion to the dominant faith of the Roman Empire. Constantine himself became a patron of the Church, commissioning the construction of churches, including the famous Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, and giving the Church a prominent place in Roman society. However, Constantine's relationship with Christianity was not without complexity. While he supported the Christian Church, he also sought to maintain control over its affairs. He convened the First Council of Nicaea in 325 CE, which aimed to resolve theological disputes within Christianity and establish a unified doctrine. The Council of Nicaea produced the Nicene Creed, a statement of Christian faith that remains central to many Christian denominations today. Constantine's decision to favor Christianity had profound consequences for the Roman world. By embracing Christianity, Constantine not only reshaped Roman religious life, but also set the stage for Christianity's eventual dominance across Europe and beyond. Another key reform initiated by Constantine was the relocation of the imperial capital from Rome to Byzantium, a city located on the Bosporus in modern-day Turkey. In 330 CE, Constantine refounded the city as Constantinople, or New Rome, and made it the capital of the Roman Empire. Constantine's decision to move the capital was motivated by both strategic and practical concerns. Byzantium's location at the crossroads of Europe and Asia made it an ideal hub for trade and military operations. Additionally, the city was more defensible than Rome, with natural barriers on three sides and a strong fortified wall. Constantinople quickly became a vibrant center of culture, commerce, and administration, rivaling Rome itself. Constantine's founding of Constantinople marked the beginning of a new era in Roman history. The city would eventually become the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire, which would later be known as the Byzantine Empire. Constantine's reign brought significant political, religious, and cultural changes to the Roman world. His reforms laid the foundation for the transformation of the Roman Empire into a new kind of state, one that was increasingly shaped by Christianity and oriented toward the Eastern Mediterranean. Constantine's establishment of Constantinople also symbolized the shift of power from the western part of the empire to the east, a trend that would become more pronounced in the following centuries. While Constantine's reign brought stability to the empire, it also marked the beginning of a new phase in Roman history, one that would eventually see the decline of the Western Roman Empire and the rise of the Eastern Roman Empire as a distinct entity. The decline of the Western Roman Empire during the 4th and 5th centuries CE was marked by a series of military defeats, economic struggles, and social upheavals that eventually led to its collapse in 476 CE. This period was characterized by a series of invasions by barbarian groups such as the Visigoths, Vandals, and Huns, which destabilized the empire and exposed its vulnerability. As the empire's internal problems deepened, the pressure from these outside forces increased, pushing the Western Roman Empire toward its ultimate fall. One of the most significant events in the decline of the Western Roman Empire was the invasion of the Visigoths. In 410 CE, under the leadership of King Alaric, the Visigoths sacked Rome itself. This was the first time in over 800 years that Rome had been captured by a foreign enemy. The sack of Rome was a traumatic event for the Roman world, symbolizing the empire's loss of power and prestige. The Visigoths had long been in conflict with the Roman Empire, and their invasion marked the culmination of a series of raids and battles that weakened Rome's grip on its territories. The sack of Rome in 410 CE had a profound psychological impact on both the Romans and their enemies. It demonstrated that the once mighty empire was no longer invulnerable. While the Visigoths would eventually settle in Gaul and Spain, their attack was just one of many barbarian incursions that contributed to the empire's decline. The Vandals, another barbarian group, also played a critical role in the weakening of the Western Roman Empire. The Vandals, led by their king Genseric, crossed into North Africa in the early 5th century and soon took control of Carthage, one of the most important cities in the empire. In 455 CE, the Vandals sacked Rome, further undermining the authority of the Western Roman Empire. Unlike the Visigoths, who had stopped short of plundering Rome in 410 CE, the Vandals looted the city for 2 weeks, taking valuable treasures and desecrating important buildings. The sacking of Rome by the Vandals further diminished the empire's ability to defend itself against future threats. Meanwhile, the Huns, a fearsome nomadic group from Central Asia, had become one of the most significant threats to the Roman Empire during the 5th century. Under the leadership of Attila, the Huns invaded both the Eastern and Western Roman empires. Attila's forces terrorized the empire's northern and eastern borders, and his invasion of Gaul in 451 CE resulted in the famous Battle of the Catalaunian Plains. Although the Romans, led by the general Flavius Aetius, were able to repel the Huns in this battle, the Huns continued to ravage the empire until Attila's death in 453 CE. The Huns' invasions created a sense of urgency within the Roman leadership and accelerated the empire's decline. Despite the external threats, the Western Roman Empire's internal problems were also crucial to its downfall. One of the most significant factors contributing to the empire's weakening was the decline in central authority. As the empire's borders were threatened by barbarians, the emperors of the Western Roman Empire struggled to maintain control over its vast territories. Corruption, inefficiency, and a lack of capable leadership further eroded the empire's ability to function. By the late 5th century, the Western Roman Empire was increasingly fragmented, with different regions controlled by local warlords and military leaders. The imperial throne became more a symbol of power than an effective center of governance. This weakening of central authority left the empire vulnerable to external forces. The final blow to the Western Roman Empire came in 476 CE, when the last Roman emperor, Romulus Augustulus, was deposed by the Germanic chieftain Odoacer. Odoacer, a former soldier in the Roman army, had risen to power in Italy and seized control of the imperial capital, Ravenna. Romulus Augustulus, who was only a teenager at the time, was forced to abdicate, marking the official end of the Western Roman Empire. The deposition of Romulus Augustulus was the culmination of decades of decline and was seen by many historians as the fall of the Western Roman Empire. It also marked the beginning of a new era in European history, as the various barbarian kingdoms that had settled within the empire's borders began to establish their own independent states. The fall of the Western Roman Empire did not signal the end of Roman influence. However, the Eastern Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire, continued to thrive for another 1,000 years, preserving many aspects of Roman culture, law, and governance. In fact, many of the territories that had once been part of the Western Roman Empire would later be reclaimed by the Byzantine Empire, such as parts of Italy, North Africa, and Spain. Despite the fall of the Western Roman Empire, its legacy lived on, influencing the development of medieval Europe and the formation of the modern world. The decline and fall of the Western Roman Empire were the result of a combination of internal weaknesses and external pressures. The empire's inability to effectively manage its vast territories, coupled with invasions from barbarian groups, led to its ultimate collapse. While the fall of the Western Roman Empire marked the end of the ancient Roman state, its cultural and political influence would continue to shape the course of history for centuries to come. Despite the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 CE, the legacy of Rome lived on through the Eastern Roman Empire known as the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine Empire, with its capital at Constantinople, modern-day Istanbul, was a continuation of the Roman Empire in the East, preserving much of Roman culture, governance, and law for another 1,000 years. The Byzantines considered themselves Romans and viewed their empire as the legitimate successor to the Roman state. They inherited Roman traditions, such as the imperial system of government, the Senate, and Roman law, and adapted them to their own needs. The Byzantine Empire played a crucial role in preserving the knowledge and culture of the ancient world, especially during the early medieval period when much of Europe was in a state of decline. The Byzantines were also instrumental in preserving Roman law, which would go on to influence legal systems throughout Europe and the Western world. One of the most significant legacies of the Byzantine Empire was its legal code, the Corpus Juris Civilis, also known as the Justinian Code. Commissioned by the Byzantine Emperor Justinian the 6th century CE, the Justinian Code was a comprehensive compilation of Roman legal principles and precedents. It became the foundation for legal systems in many European countries and remains a key influence on modern civil law today. In addition to law, the Byzantines preserved and developed other aspects of Roman culture, such as architecture, language, and art. The architectural styles of ancient Rome were adapted by the Byzantines to create some of the most iconic structures of the medieval world, including the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople. The use of domes, arches, and intricate mosaics became hallmarks of Byzantine architecture. The Byzantine Empire also played a key role in the spread of Christianity, which had been adopted by the Roman Empire under Constantine in the early 4th century. The Byzantines continued to promote Christianity and built many churches, monasteries, and theological schools throughout their empire. The Byzantine Empire's commitment to Christianity helped solidify the role of the Church as a dominant force in medieval Europe and influenced the development of the Christian world for centuries to come. The Eastern Orthodox Church, which grew out of the Byzantine Empire, remains one of the world's major branches of Christianity today. Roman influence extended far beyond the Byzantine Empire. Even after the fall of Rome, Roman law, language, and culture continued to shape European society and the Western world. Latin, the language of the Romans, remained the lingua franca of scholarship, the church, and diplomacy throughout medieval Europe. Many modern European languages, including French, Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese, evolved from Latin and the Roman alphabet became the standard for written communication across Europe. Roman law, especially as embodied in the Justinian Code, continued to shape the legal systems of medieval Europe. Roman architecture, with its emphasis on monumental buildings, roads, and aqueducts, continued to influence European construction practices. Even in the post-Roman period, many medieval kings and rulers looked to Rome as a model for governance and sought to revive the glory of the Roman Empire. The Holy Roman Empire, which was established in 800 CE by Charlemagne, claimed to be the successor to the Roman Empire, although it was based in Central Europe rather than Rome. The Holy Roman Empire sought to restore the political unity of Europe under the banner of Roman traditions, though it was a much more decentralized and fragmented entity than the ancient Roman Empire. The legacy of Rome also shaped the medieval world in profound ways. After the fall of the Western Roman Empire, Europe entered a period of instability and fragmentation known as the Dark Ages. During this time, the institutions of the Roman Empire, such as the Church and the remnants of Roman law, played a key role in providing stability and continuity. The Church, in particular, became a central institution in medieval Europe, preserving Roman cultural and intellectual traditions and acting as a unifying force in a fragmented continent. Christianity, which had been embraced by the Roman Empire, became the dominant religion in Europe and played a central role in shaping medieval society, culture, and politics. The decline of the Western Roman Empire also contributed to the formation of new political entities in Europe, such as the kingdoms of the Franks, the Anglo-Saxons, and the Visigoths. These kingdoms, while distinct from the Roman Empire, were heavily influenced by Roman law, governance, and military organization. In this way, the legacy of Rome continued to shape the development of medieval Europe. As Europe transitioned from the medieval period to the Renaissance, the legacy of ancient Rome became even more pronounced. The Renaissance was a time of renewed interest in the classical world, and many Renaissance scholars and artists looked to ancient Rome for inspiration. Roman literature, philosophy, and art were rediscovered and studied, leading to a revival of Roman ideas in the fields of education, politics, and culture. The Renaissance also saw the rise of humanism, a philosophical movement that emphasized the value of human experience and individual achievement, drawing heavily on the ideas of ancient Rome and Greece. In the modern world, the legacy of Rome is still felt in many aspects of our lives. Roman law continues to influence legal systems around the world, and the Roman architectural style remains a source of inspiration for buildings and structures. The Latin language and its descendants are still spoken by millions of people, and Roman culture continues to shape Western art, literature, and philosophy. Moreover, the Roman Empire's contribution to the spread of Christianity laid the foundation for much of the religious and cultural landscape of the Western world. The rise of Rome, its expansion across Europe, and its eventual decline and transformation have had a lasting impact on world history. Even in its fall, the Roman Empire's legacy endures, shaping the modern world in ways that continue to be felt today. George Washington was born on February 22, 1732, in Westmoreland County, Virginia, into a family of modest means but strong ambition. His father, Augustine Washington, was a planter and land speculator who married Mary Ball Washington after the death of his first wife. George was the eldest of their 6 children, and from an early age he showed a sense of responsibility that set him apart from his peers. From the time he could walk, he was expected to contribute to the family's livelihood, and as he grew older, he developed a deep sense of duty that would define his future. When Washington was just 11 years old, his father passed away, leaving much of the family's property to his older half-brothers. One of them, Lawrence Washington, became a significant influence on young George. Lawrence had served in the British Navy and had married into the powerful Fairfax family. Through this connection, George was introduced to Virginia's aristocratic circles and gained opportunities that would shape his future. He spent time at the Fairfax estate, absorbing lessons on leadership and the expectations of a gentleman in colonial society. Through Lawrence Washington, George gained access to books on military strategy, philosophy, and history, further fueling his ambition. Unlike many prominent figures of his time, Washington did not receive a formal education at a university. Instead, he was largely self-taught, focusing on subjects like mathematics, geography, and surveying. At the age of 16, he joined a surveying expedition into the Western Territories of Virginia. This experience gave him a first-hand look at the vast lands that were at the center of colonial conflicts and sparked his interest in military and leadership roles. The harsh conditions of the wilderness and the constant negotiations with Native American tribes provided Washington with valuable skills in diplomacy and survival. By the time he was 17, Washington had earned a reputation as a skilled surveyor and was appointed as the official surveyor of Culpeper County. This position provided him with a steady income and allowed him to acquire land, which was a key marker of success in colonial society. But Washington's ambitions extended beyond land ownership. With tensions rising between the British and French over control of North America, he saw an opportunity to prove himself in a military capacity. He trained tirelessly, studying the tactics of European warfare and preparing for a leadership role in the militia. At 21 years old, Washington was commissioned as a major in the Virginia militia and sent on a dangerous mission to the Ohio Valley. His task was to deliver a message to the French, demanding that they withdraw from British-claimed territory. This journey through the wilderness in the dead of winter was treacherous, but Washington completed his mission and returned with valuable intelligence about French military positions. His ability to navigate the rugged terrain and deal with hostile conditions earned him recognition from colonial leaders. The following year, Washington was promoted to lieutenant colonel and ordered to lead a small force to confront the French. This campaign led to the Battle of Jumonville Glen, where Washington's troops ambushed a French scouting party, killing their commander. The incident ignited what would become the French and Indian War and marked Washington's first experience with the brutal realities of combat. He had little time to celebrate, as he soon found himself facing a counterattack. However, his success was short-lived, as he was soon forced to surrender at Fort Necessity after a counterattack by the French and their Native American allies. The battle was a humiliating defeat for Washington, but it was also a lesson in military strategy and perseverance. Despite this early setback, Washington's bravery and leadership caught the attention of British commanders. He was later invited to serve as an aide to General Edward Braddock in a major expedition against the French. During Braddock's campaign, Washington demonstrated remarkable resilience and leadership. After a devastating ambush in which Braddock was mortally wounded, Washington took command and organized an orderly retreat. His actions during the battle solidified his reputation as a capable and fearless leader, though he also gained a deep understanding of the weaknesses in British military strategy. He saw firsthand how the rigid European-style tactics failed in the dense American wilderness, and he began developing his own approach to warfare. After the war, Washington returned to Virginia, where he married Martha Custis, a wealthy widow with extensive landholdings. This marriage provided financial security and elevated his status in colonial society. He focused on managing his Mount Vernon estate, but as tensions between Britain and the American colonies grew, Washington found himself drawn into the revolutionary movement, setting the stage for the next chapter of his life. He began attending local meetings, discussing colonial rights and grievances against British rule. A man who had once proudly worn a British uniform was now beginning to question the very empire he had served. As the political landscape in the American colonies shifted, George Washington found himself increasingly involved in the growing resistance against British rule. The Stamp Act of 1765 and the subsequent Townshend Acts angered colonists who felt they were being unfairly taxed without representation in Parliament. Washington, like many of his peers, believed that the rights of Englishmen were being violated. Though he was not yet a radical, he voiced his opposition to British policies and began to align himself with those advocating for colonial self-governance. Washington's leadership and status as a landowner made him a respected figure in Virginia. He served in the Virginia House of Burgesses, where he joined other colonial leaders in condemning British taxation and calling for economic resistance. He supported non-importation agreements, which were designed to put financial pressure on Britain by boycotting British goods. Though still loyal to the Crown, Washington recognized that the colonial relationship with Britain was becoming increasingly strained. The passage of the Coercive Acts in 1774, meant to punish Massachusetts for the Boston Tea Party, convinced many that reconciliation with Britain was unlikely. In response, colonial leaders convened the First Continental Congress, where Washington attended as one of Virginia's representatives. Though he remained measured in his approach, he understood that military conflict was becoming a real possibility. When tensions finally erupted into violence at Lexington and Concord in April 1775, Washington knew that war was inevitable. That same year, the Second Continental Congress convened to address the growing crisis. The delegates needed a capable leader to organize and command the colonial militias against the British Army. Washington, with his military experience and reputation for discipline, was unanimously chosen as the commander-in-chief of the Continental Army. Though he accepted the position with humility, he understood the weight of the responsibility placed upon him. Leading an army against the most powerful military force in the world was a daunting challenge, but Washington was determined to fight for the cause of American independence. In July 1775, Washington arrived in Cambridge, Massachusetts, to take command of the assembled forces. What he found was a disorganized, poorly equipped militia with little training. The men lacked uniforms, discipline, and basic supplies. Recognizing the dire situation, Washington set about imposing order. He introduced strict military discipline, drilled his soldiers relentlessly, and sought to improve their living conditions. Despite the challenges, he managed to transform the ragtag group into a more capable fighting force. One of Washington's first major tests came during the Siege of Boston. British troops under General Thomas Gage occupied the city, while the Continental Army surrounded them. Washington knew that he needed artillery to drive the British out, and he found an opportunity when Colonel Henry Knox proposed an audacious plan. Knox led an expedition to retrieve cannons from Fort Ticonderoga, transporting them over rough terrain and frozen rivers to Boston. When the cannons arrived, Washington positioned them on Dorchester Heights, overlooking the city. The British, realizing they were vulnerable to bombardment, evacuated Boston in March 1776. Though the victory in Boston was a morale boost, Washington understood that the real fight was still ahead. The British were not going to abandon the colonies without a massive struggle. In the summer of 1776, a large British force arrived in New York, determined to crush the rebellion. Washington prepared to defend the city, but the odds were against him. The British had superior numbers, better trained soldiers, and a powerful navy. In August, the Battle of Long Island ended in disaster for the Continental Army. Outflanked and overwhelmed, Washington's forces suffered heavy losses. Despite the defeat, Washington's leadership proved invaluable. Under the cover of night, he orchestrated a daring retreat across the East River, saving his army from destruction. The retreat was carried out in near silence, with soldiers using muffled oars to avoid detection by the British. By dawn, Washington and his men had escaped to fight another day. This strategic withdrawal demonstrated his ability to think under pressure and avoid catastrophic losses. As the war continued, Washington faced continued hardships. He suffered additional defeats at White Plains and Fort Washington, forcing his army to retreat across New Jersey. Morale was low, and many believed the revolution was doomed to fail. But Washington refused to give up. As winter set in, he planned one of the boldest moves of his career, a surprise attack on the Hessian forces in Trenton, New Jersey. The outcome of this daring mission would determine whether the revolution had a chance of survival. On the night of December 25, 1776, as a brutal winter storm raged, George Washington led his army across the icy Delaware River. The soldiers, weary and demoralized from months of retreat, faced a near impossible task. The cold was unbearable, ice floes threatened to capsize their boats, and many of the men lacked proper clothing. Yet Washington knew that this attack was their best chance to turn the tide of the war. Failure meant the likely collapse of the revolution. By the early morning hours of December 26th, Washington's forces reached the outskirts of Trenton, New Jersey. The town was occupied by Hessian mercenaries, skilled German soldiers fighting for the British. But they were unprepared for an attack. After a night of Christmas celebrations, the Hessians were caught off guard as Washington's troops stormed into the town. The battle was swift and decisive. Within an hour, the Continental Army had overwhelmed the Hessians, capturing nearly 1,000 prisoners with minimal losses. The victory at Trenton electrified the revolution. It proved that the Continental Army could defeat professional soldiers and reignited hope in the cause of independence. Washington, understanding the need to maintain momentum, struck again just days later at the Battle of Princeton. Using deception and speed, he outmaneuvered British forces, securing another crucial victory. These twin successes forced the British to abandon much of New Jersey, buying Washington valuable time to rebuild his army. Despite these triumphs, Washington faced constant challenges. Supplies remained scarce, enlistments were expiring, and support for the war wavered. He spent the next months reorganizing his forces, training new recruits, and preparing for the battles ahead. The war was far from over, and Washington knew that the British would return with greater force. In the summer of 1777, British General William Howe launched a campaign to capture Philadelphia, the revolutionary capital. Washington moved his army to intercept him, leading to the Battle of Brandywine in September. The fight was fierce, but the British outflanked Washington's forces, forcing him to retreat. Though defeated, Washington refused to be discouraged. He regrouped and attempted a counterattack at Germantown, but once again, the British emerged victorious. By the end of the year, the Continental Army found itself at Valley Forge, where they endured one of the harshest winters of the war. Starvation, disease, and freezing temperatures took a devastating toll. Thousands of soldiers died, and morale reached its lowest point. Yet Washington remained resolute. He worked tirelessly to keep the army together, lobbying Congress for supplies and instilling discipline within the ranks. It was during this time that Washington found an unlikely ally, Baron Friedrich von Steuben, a Prussian officer with extensive military experience. Von Steuben introduced rigorous training drills, transformed the army's tactics, and instilled discipline in the troops. By the time winter ended, Washington's army was no longer a ragtag militia, but a well-trained fighting force. In June 1778, Washington's revitalized army faced the British at the Battle of Monmouth. The battle was brutal, fought in scorching heat, but Washington's leadership ensured that the Continental Army held its ground. Though not a decisive victory, Monmouth demonstrated that Washington's troops could stand toe-to-toe with the British. As the war dragged on, Washington had to balance military strategy with political maneuvering. He worked closely with Congress to secure resources and navigated complex alliances with France and other foreign powers. The arrival of French support in 1778 provided a crucial advantage, and Washington began planning how to deliver the final blow to the British. With the war reaching its climax, Washington prepared for the campaign that would define his legacy. The fate of the Revolution and the future of the United States hung in the balance. By 1781, after years of brutal warfare, the American Revolution reached its most critical stage. The British, despite their superior forces, found themselves stretched thin across the colonies. Washington knew that a decisive victory was necessary to finally break their hold. He set his sights on Yorktown, Virginia, where British General Charles Cornwallis had fortified his troops. The moment was ripe for a final strike. Washington coordinated with the French, who had become invaluable allies. French General Rochambeau and Admiral de Grasse provided both ground forces and naval support, ensuring the British had no easy escape. In a daring maneuver, Washington's army left its encampment near New York, marching south over 400 miles toward Yorktown. To deceive the British, he maintained the illusion that an attack on New York was imminent. By the time Cornwallis realized Washington's true objective, it was too late. By September, American and French forces had completely surrounded Yorktown. Washington ordered a relentless bombardment, hammering the British defenses day and night. Trenches were dug, siege lines tightened, and the noose around Cornwallis's army grew smaller with each passing day. The final assault came in mid-October. Washington personally oversaw an attack on key British fortifications, including the dramatic capture of Redoubt 9 and Redoubt 10, critical defensive positions protecting the British lines. The British, exhausted and outnumbered, had no path to victory. On October 19, 1781, Cornwallis surrendered. The sight of British soldiers laying down their arms marked the moment the war effectively ended. Washington, ever the disciplined leader, ensured the victory was handled with dignity. He refused to accept Cornwallis's sword in person, instead sending one of his officers to receive it, an act demonstrating that the revolution was about the country, not personal glory. Though Yorktown was the decisive blow, Washington knew the war was not officially over. British troops remained in key areas, and negotiations in Europe still had to play out. He kept his army intact, maintaining discipline and order as the Treaty of Paris negotiations unfolded. Finally, in 1783, Britain recognized American independence, and the war came to an end. With victory secured, Washington faced a defining moment. Many expected him to seize power, even to declare himself king. But Washington did something almost unheard of in history. He resigned his commission, handing control back to Congress. His farewell to his officers at Francis Tavern in December 1783 was an emotional moment, solidifying his place as a leader who put country above personal ambition. He returned to Mount Vernon, intending to live out his days as a private citizen. But fate had other plans. The new nation struggled under the weak Articles of Confederation, and it became clear that a stronger government was needed. In 1787, Washington was called upon once again, this time to preside over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. His mere presence brought credibility to the proceedings. The result was the United States Constitution, a framework that would define the nation's future. As the country prepared to elect its first president, there was no real debate. Washington was the only choice. Despite his desire for retirement, he felt duty-bound to serve. In 1789, he was unanimously elected as the first president of the United States. A new chapter in his life, and in the nation's history, was about to begin. On April 30th, 1789, George Washington stood on the balcony of Federal Hall in New York City, placing his hand on the Bible as he took the oath of office. The weight of the moment was not lost on him. He was now the first president of the United States, tasked with leading a fragile new nation. There was no precedent, no guidebook. Every decision he made would set the foundation for the presidency itself. Washington approached his role with a deep sense of responsibility. He surrounded himself with capable advisors, forming the first presidential cabinet. Among them were Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State, Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury, and Henry Knox as Secretary of War. The ideological clashes between Jefferson and Hamilton would define much of Washington's presidency, shaping the early political landscape of the United States. One of Washington's first major challenges was stabilizing the nation's economy. Hamilton proposed a bold financial plan, including the federal government assuming state debts, the creation of a national bank, and new taxes to generate revenue. Jefferson fiercely opposed these measures, fearing they gave too much power to the central government. Washington, after careful deliberation, sided with Hamilton, believing a strong financial system was essential for national stability. This decision laid the groundwork for America's economic growth, but also deepened divisions between emerging political factions. As Washington worked to strengthen the government, tensions with foreign powers loomed. The French Revolution erupted in 1789, leading to a complex diplomatic crisis. France, seeing the United States as a revolutionary ally, expected American support in its war against Britain. Jefferson argued that the U.S. should honor its alliance with France, while Hamilton insisted on neutrality to avoid another devastating war. Washington ultimately issued the Proclamation of Neutrality in 1793, a controversial but crucial move that kept the young nation out of European conflicts. Domestically, Washington faced growing unrest. In 1791, Congress passed an excise tax on whiskey, sparking outrage among farmers in western Pennsylvania. The resistance escalated into the Whiskey Rebellion, with armed protesters threatening federal tax collectors. Determined to uphold the authority of the government, Washington personally led a militia force of 13,000 troops to suppress the rebellion, the first and only time a sitting U.S. president has done so. The swift response demonstrated the strength of the new federal government and set a precedent for law enforcement. Despite these challenges, Washington's leadership helped solidify the stability of the United States. His presidency established key traditions, including the peaceful transfer of power, the importance of a balanced cabinet, and the enforcement of federal laws. However, as his second term neared its end, political divisions deepened, and Washington grew weary of partisan conflicts. He longed for retirement, knowing that his departure would prove the government could function beyond his leadership. In 1796, Washington announced he would not seek a third term, delivering his farewell address, a speech that remains one of the most important in American history. He warned against the dangers of political parties, urged the nation to remain neutral in foreign affairs, and emphasized the importance of national unity. With his departure, he set the precedent of a two-term presidency, a tradition that would stand until the 20th century. After 8 years in office, Washington returned to Mount Vernon, finally embracing the quiet life he had long desired. But even in retirement, his influence over the nation remained strong. His leadership had carried the United States through its most fragile years, and his legacy as the father of the country was firmly cemented. The nation he had fought for, led, and shaped now stood on its own, ready to face the challenges of the future. In retirement, George Washington hoped to finally enjoy a peaceful life at Mount Vernon, tending to his estate and distancing himself from the political battles that had consumed his years in office. But the country he had helped create was far from stable. The divisions between Federalists and Democratic Republicans grew more intense, and tensions with foreign nations threatened to pull the United States into another war. Though he longed for solitude, Washington's presence was still needed on the national stage. By the late 1790s, France and Britain were once again locked in conflict, and both sought to drag the United States into their struggle. The French, angered by Washington's neutrality policy during his presidency, had begun seizing American merchant ships. President John Adams, Washington's successor, struggled to manage the crisis. Some in his administration, including Alexander Hamilton, pushed for military action against France. Adams, reluctant to escalate the situation, reached out to Washington in 1798, asking him to once again serve as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Army in the event of war. Washington, though hesitant, agreed. At 66 years old, he no longer had the energy to lead troops in the field, but he accepted the responsibility of organizing and structuring the nation's military defenses. He spent months advising the administration, ensuring that if war came, the country would be prepared. However, Adams ultimately managed to negotiate peace with France, and Washington's military leadership was never tested again. During this period, Washington remained at Mount Vernon, overseeing his plantation and managing the daily operations of his estate. Despite his wealth and status, he struggled with the economic realities of running such a large property. Mount Vernon relied heavily on enslaved labor, a practice Washington had grown increasingly uncomfortable with in his later years. Though he had not spoken publicly against slavery during his presidency, he had privately begun to question its morality and long-term consequences for the nation. In his final years, Washington made a historic decision, one that would define his personal legacy as much as his military and political achievements. In his will, he arranged for the emancipation of his enslaved workers upon the death of his wife Martha. This act made him one of the few founding fathers to free his slaves, though he did not live to see the broader abolitionist movement that would emerge decades later. As winter set in during December 1799, Washington continued his daily routine at Mount Vernon. On December 12th, after riding through his estate in freezing rain, he developed a severe throat infection. Within days, his condition worsened. Physicians attempted various treatments, including bloodletting, a common but misguided practice of the time. Despite their efforts, Washington's health rapidly declined. On the night of December 14, 1799, George Washington took his final breath. His last words, according to those present, were simple yet profound. "'Tis well." The news of his death spread quickly, and the nation entered a period of mourning. Tributes poured in from across the country, and even from abroad, with leaders like Napoleon Bonaparte ordering a period of mourning in France in honor of the American leader. Washington's legacy was unparalleled. He had led the nation through revolution, shaped its government, and set precedents that would guide future leaders for generations. His passing marked the end of an era, but his influence remained woven into the fabric of the United States. Even in death, George Washington stood as the embodiment of American ideals, strength, sacrifice, and an unwavering commitment to the principles of liberty and democracy. After the passing of George Washington, the United States entered a new phase of its history, one where his presence was no longer a guiding force. Yet, his influence remained deeply embedded in the young nation's political fabric. In the years following his death, leaders often invoked his name and principles when shaping policies and navigating the turbulent waters of early American governance. His farewell address, in particular, became a cornerstone of political discourse, warning against partisanship, entangling foreign alliances, and sectional divisions. Despite Washington's warnings, the nation quickly fell into the very struggles he had sought to prevent. The emergence of two distinct political factions, the Federalists led by John Adams and Alexander Hamilton, and the Democratic Republicans led by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, intensified political rivalries. These factions often used Washington's legacy as a tool to justify their own positions, each claiming to uphold his vision for the country. His neutral stance on many issues, once seen as a strength, now became a point of contention in a nation increasingly divided by ideological differences. International affairs also tested Washington's enduring legacy. His policy of neutrality was challenged when tensions with Britain and France escalated into what became known as the Quasi-War, an undeclared naval conflict between the US and France. Many Americans look back to Washington's leadership for guidance, with Federalists advocating for stronger military defenses in his image, while Democratic Republicans pushed for diplomatic solutions in line with his reluctance to engage in foreign conflicts. Washington's Mount Vernon estate became a symbol of his lasting impact, visited by political leaders, foreign dignitaries, and citizens seeking inspiration. However, his personal legacy regarding slavery remained a point of complex discussion. While he had freed his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death, the institution of slavery continued to expand in the South, sparking debates that would grow into one of the nation's most divisive issues. Abolitionists pointed to Washington's final act as a step toward ending slavery, while Southern leaders argued that his earlier reliance on the system justified its continuation. As the United States continued to grow, Washington's image was immortalized in countless ways. His likeness appeared on currency, statues were erected in his honor, and his birthday became a national celebration. The naming of the new capital, Washington, D.C., further solidified his place in the nation's identity. Every president who followed was inevitably compared to Washington, measured against his leadership, integrity, and dedication to the country. By the early 19th century, the generation that had fought alongside Washington during the Revolution began to fade, leaving a new group of Americans who knew him only through stories, writings, and the institutions he had helped build. His vision for a strong but restrained government, his emphasis on civic duty, and his belief in the power of unity continued to shape the country's path forward. Even as political divisions deepened, Washington's name remained a unifying symbol, a reminder of the ideals upon which the United States was founded. As time passed, Washington's legacy evolved, reflecting the changing values and challenges of the nation. Yet, through every era of American history, his role as the father of the country endured, ensuring that his influence would never truly fade. His leadership in war and peace, his willingness to step away from power, and his steadfast commitment to the Republic remained a blueprint for generations to come, securing his place as one of history's most revered figures. As the years passed after George Washington's death, his legacy only grew stronger, shaping the identity of the young American nation. His influence extended beyond politics and military strategy. He became a symbol of the values and principles upon which the United States was founded. Schools, towns, and institutions were named in his honor, and his story was woven into the fabric of the country's historical narrative. Every generation looked to Washington as a model of leadership, integrity, and self-sacrifice. During the 19th century, Washington's reputation was upheld as the gold standard for American presidents. Political leaders often referenced his words and actions to justify their own decisions. His farewell address, with its warning against political factions and foreign entanglements, remained a guiding document, though the country increasingly struggled to adhere to its principles. The rise of sectionalism and debates over slavery tested the unity Washington had worked so hard to preserve. Yet, his example of putting the nation above personal interests continued to inspire those who sought compromise and national cohesion. The construction of the Washington Monument, which began in the mid-19th century, reflected the country's deep admiration for its first president. Planned as the tallest structure in the world at the time, the monument was meant to stand as a testament to Washington's greatness. However, delays and political turmoil, including the Civil War, stalled its completion for decades. The divided nation struggled to reconcile its differences, but Washington's image remained a rare unifying force, a reminder of a time when the country had come together to fight for independence. As the United States expanded westward, Washington's vision of a strong but restrained government was tested. The principles he championed, balance of power, civic duty, and national unity, were invoked in debates over the role of federal authority versus states' rights. His precedent of stepping down after 2 terms remained unchallenged until Franklin D. Roosevelt's presidency over a century later. Even as the nation transformed, Washington's example remained a benchmark for leaders navigating the complexities of governance. Beyond politics, Washington's agricultural innovations and economic foresight influenced generations of American farmers and entrepreneurs. His leadership extended beyond the battlefield and the presidency. He was a forward-thinking landowner who experimented with crop rotation, soil conservation, and sustainable farming practices at Mount Vernon. Historians later recognized his contributions to American agriculture as a reflection of his strategic mindset and long-term vision. The 20th century saw Washington's image become even more deeply ingrained in American culture. His face was immortalized on the $1 bill and the quarter, ensuring that his presence was a daily reminder of the country's foundations. The bicentennial celebrations of his birth in 1932 saw nationwide tributes, parades, and scholarly reflections on his enduring influence. His life and achievements were studied extensively, reinforcing his role as an unparalleled figure in American history. As modern America evolved, Washington's ideals continued to be referenced in discussions of leadership, democracy, and national unity. His story was taught in schools, his writings analyzed by scholars, and his leadership principles cited by politicians across ideological lines. Despite the many challenges the United States faced, Washington's example remained a touchstone, a symbol of what the nation aspired to be. Even centuries after his death, George Washington's legacy endured as a guiding light. His unwavering commitment to the American experiment, his belief in the power of unity, and his willingness to relinquish power for the greater good set him apart as one of history's most extraordinary leaders. As long as the United States exists, his name will remain synonymous with the ideals of freedom, resilience, and selfless service to a greater cause. George Washington's influence on the United States extended far beyond his presidency. As the nation grew and evolved, his leadership style and principles became the foundation for how future leaders governed. His vision of unity, civic duty, and resistance to unchecked power continued to shape the republic he had fought so hard to establish. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, Washington's name was invoked during times of national crisis, serving as a reminder of the sacrifices made to secure American independence and stability. One of Washington's most lasting contributions was his emphasis on the peaceful transition of power. His decision to voluntarily step down after 2 terms set a precedent that lasted until Franklin D. Roosevelt's unprecedented 4-term presidency. This tradition of limited executive power was later solidified in the 22nd Amendment, ensuring that no president could hold office indefinitely. Washington's foresight in relinquishing control reinforced the idea that the presidency was a temporary role, not a position for life. Washington's military strategies and leadership skills also continued to influence American warfare. His use of unconventional tactics during the Revolutionary War inspired future military leaders who studied his campaigns to understand how a smaller, less equipped force could defeat a superior enemy. His leadership at Valley Forge, where he maintained morale and discipline under extreme conditions, became a case study in perseverance and command under pressure. Military academies such as West Point incorporated his strategies into their curricula, ensuring that Washington's influence remained central to American military education. Culturally, Washington's legacy took on a near-mythical status. His birthday became a national holiday, celebrated across the country with parades, speeches, and tributes. Stories of his honesty, such as the famous but likely apocryphal tale of him admitting to chopping down a cherry tree, reinforced the image of Washington as a man of unwavering integrity. He was depicted in countless works of art, from grand oil paintings to sculptures in the nation's capital. His face on Mount Rushmore, alongside other revered presidents, further cemented his status as a defining figure in American history. Throughout the Civil War, both the Union and Confederate sides invoked Washington's name to justify their causes. Union leaders cited his belief in a strong, united nation as support for preserving the Union, while the Confederacy framed their struggle as an extension of the fight for independence from tyranny. Washington's legacy was thus used as a powerful rhetorical tool, illustrating how deeply ingrained his influence was in the American psyche. During the 20th century, as the United States emerged as a global superpower, Washington's foreign policy principles were revisited time and again. His farewell address, particularly his warning against entangling alliances, was referenced during debates over America's involvement in both world wars, the Cold War, and numerous foreign conflicts. While his advice was not always followed, it remained a guiding framework for discussions on military intervention and diplomatic strategy. Washington's personal character and leadership philosophy continued to be a benchmark for assessing presidents and public figures. His ability to navigate deep political divisions without succumbing to partisan pressures was admired across the political spectrum. As the United States faced new challenges, from economic downturns to civil rights struggles, Washington's legacy remained a unifying symbol of the ideals upon which the nation was built. Even in the modern era, Washington's name carries immense weight. Schools, institutions, and landmarks bearing his name serve as daily reminders of his contributions. His residence at Mount Vernon, carefully preserved as a historical site, attracts millions of visitors seeking to understand the man behind the legend. His writings, particularly his letters and speeches, continue to be studied by historians and political scholars, offering insights into the principles that shaped the United States. More than 2 centuries after his death, George Washington's impact on America remains unparalleled. His vision for the country, his commitment to democratic principles, and his leadership in times of crisis established a standard that leaders still aspire to meet. The nation he helped create stands as a testament to his enduring influence, ensuring that his legacy will never fade from history. As the United States progressed into the 19th century, George Washington's legacy remained a cornerstone of the nation's identity. His principles of leadership, governance, and national unity continued to guide the country through its growing pains, influencing every aspect of American life. His name was invoked in political debates, his image was honored in monuments and currency, and his writings were studied as a blueprint for maintaining the republic he had helped establish. Washington's role as the first president set enduring precedents that defined the office. His belief in a strong but limited executive branch provided a model for future presidents to follow. He demonstrated that power should be exercised with restraint, a lesson that many leaders took to heart. The balance he struck between authority and humility shaped how the presidency evolved, ensuring that it remained a position of service rather than domination. During times of national crisis, Washington's leadership was often referenced as an example of steadfastness and integrity. In the War of 1812, as the young nation faced its first major conflict since the Revolution, Americans looked back on Washington's military strategies and leadership style for inspiration. His emphasis on unity and perseverance served as a guiding principle for those who sought to defend the nation's sovereignty. Politically, Washington's warnings against factionalism and excessive partisanship became increasingly relevant as divisions deepened within the United States. The emergence of strong political parties, despite his cautionary advice in the farewell address, led to heated debates about the nature of governance. Yet, his legacy remained a reminder that national interest should always come before partisan loyalty. Leaders from both sides of the political spectrum often cited Washington's example when calling for bipartisanship and compromise. Economically, Washington's vision for a self-sustaining and independent nation influenced policies for decades. His support for infrastructure projects, a stable currency, and economic self-reliance echoed through the policies of later administrations. The financial institutions he helped establish, such as the Bank of the United States, played a crucial role in the country's economic development. His forward-thinking approach to commerce and trade laid the groundwork for America's rise as an economic powerhouse. Culturally, Washington's image was woven into the fabric of American society. Schools, towns, and entire states were named after him, ensuring that every generation would be reminded of his contributions. Artists and writers continued to immortalize his life through literature, paintings, and plays, reinforcing his role as the nation's foremost founding father. His story was taught in classrooms as an essential part of American history, and his character was celebrated as the ideal model of leadership and patriotism. As the country expanded westward, Washington's vision for a united and prosperous nation faced new challenges. The debates over slavery, territorial expansion, and states' rights tested the unity he had fought so hard to preserve. His legacy was often invoked by both sides in these conflicts, with each interpreting his ideals to support their respective positions. Despite these divisions, Washington's unwavering commitment to the nation's stability remained a touchstone for those seeking to keep the country intact. The physical preservation of Washington's legacy also became a national priority. Mount Vernon, his beloved estate, was carefully maintained as a historic landmark. Visitors from across the country and around the world traveled to see the home of the man who had shaped American history. Efforts to protect his artifacts, letters, and military relics ensured that future generations would have direct access to the tangible remnants of his life and work. Washington's influence reached beyond the borders of the United States. Internationally, he was respected as a symbol of Republican ideals and democratic governance. His leadership style and commitment to national sovereignty were studied by leaders in emerging democracies around the world. The example he set for peaceful transitions of power and principled leadership was admired by statesmen in countries seeking to build their own stable governments. By the mid-19th century, George Washington had become more than just a historical figure. He was a national institution. His legacy continued to shape the country's political, economic, and cultural landscape, reinforcing the values of perseverance, duty, and unity. As the United States faced new trials and transformations, his presence remained an enduring force, guiding the nation forward in its quest to uphold the ideals upon which it was founded. As the United States entered an era of rapid change, the influence of George Washington's legacy continued to shape the nation. His foundational principles were referenced in times of political uncertainty, economic expansion, and social transformation. The government he helped establish faced new challenges, yet his vision for a strong, united, and self-sufficient republic remained a guiding force for future generations. Washington's emphasis on national unity became increasingly relevant as the nation expanded westward. The addition of new states and territories brought with it debates over governance, representation, and the extension of rights. The Missouri Compromise and other legislative efforts to maintain the balance of power between free and slave states often referenced Washington's warnings against sectionalism. Leaders on both sides of the debate cited his farewell address, using his words to support their conflicting arguments. Economically, Washington's policies laid the groundwork for America's transition into an industrial powerhouse. His belief in infrastructure development, national banking, and a diversified economy influenced policies that supported canals, railroads, and burgeoning industries. The financial systems he helped create continued to facilitate commerce and trade, fueling the country's growth into one of the world's leading economies. In military matters, Washington's strategic insights were studied by generations of officers at West Point and beyond. His understanding of asymmetrical warfare, discipline, and leadership remained central to American military doctrine. During conflicts such as the Mexican-American War and the Civil War, his principles of command and organization were invoked by military leaders seeking to emulate his effectiveness on the battlefield. The preservation of Washington's physical legacy also became a national priority. The Mount Vernon Ladies Association, founded in the mid-19th century, took on the responsibility of maintaining his estate, ensuring that it remained a symbol of his contributions. Citizens from all walks of life donated funds to preserve Mount Vernon, demonstrating the deep and widespread reverence for Washington's memory. Culturally, Washington's influence continued to permeate American society. His name, image, and legacy were immortalized in literature, speeches, and public monuments. The Washington Monument, whose construction began in the early 19th century, stood as a towering tribute to his leadership and sacrifice. Schools, towns, and institutions bearing his name reinforced his presence in everyday American life, ensuring that each new generation recognized his role in shaping the nation. As the nation faced growing internal divisions, Washington's call for unity was increasingly invoked. Political leaders and scholars looked to his example as they navigated crises that threatened to fracture the country. Even as the United States moved further from its revolutionary origins, Washington's legacy remained a constant source of guidance and inspiration, reminding Americans of the values upon which their nation was built. As the United States progressed further into the 19th century, George Washington's influence remained a powerful force in shaping the nation's ideals and identity. His words and actions continued to be studied, debated, and revered by politicians, military leaders, and citizens alike. Every major political crisis or decision was often measured against his standards of leadership, and his farewell address remained a cornerstone of American political philosophy. The continued expansion of the country brought new challenges that tested Washington's vision of unity and national cohesion. The growing tensions between North and South over economic policies and slavery increasingly divided the country. As debates raged in Congress, many leaders invoked Washington's warnings against sectionalism. His calls for unity and avoiding entangling alliances were repeated in speeches, editorials, and legislative discussions as the country sought to find common ground amidst rising discord. Washington's influence also extended into foreign policy. The Monroe Doctrine, which shaped America's approach to foreign relations for decades, was deeply rooted in Washington's principles of neutrality and non-intervention. His belief in avoiding permanent alliances guided diplomatic strategies as the nation grew into a global power. Even as the United States engaged in conflicts such as the Mexican-American War, Washington's emphasis on national interest over foreign entanglements remained a foundational principle in policy decisions. Domestically, Washington's economic policies continued to shape the nation's growth. The infrastructure projects he had once advocated evolved into vast networks of railroads, canals, and roads that connected the expanding states. His belief in a strong financial system was reflected in the ongoing development of banking institutions, which provided the capital necessary for industrial expansion. His vision of economic self-sufficiency influenced generations of leaders who sought to balance agriculture, commerce, and industry. Culturally, Washington's image remained an enduring symbol of American identity. His likeness appeared on currency, statues, and public buildings, ensuring that his legacy was never far from the public consciousness. His birthday became a national celebration, reinforcing his role as the father of the nation. Schools and universities continued to teach his story, emphasizing his virtues of duty, sacrifice, and leadership. As the Civil War loomed on the horizon, Washington's legacy took on new significance. Both the Union and the Confederacy claimed to uphold his vision of the nation. Leaders on both sides cited his words, interpreting them in ways that supported their causes. Yet, even in the face of internal strife, Washington's call for unity and perseverance remained a guiding force, reminding Americans of the principles upon which their country was founded. His leadership during the Revolutionary War and his presidency continued to serve as an example of resilience and moral fortitude. As the nation stood on the brink of its greatest internal conflict, Washington's life and legacy remained a source of inspiration for those striving to preserve the Union and the values he had fought to establish. As the United States entered the Civil War, George Washington's legacy was invoked more than ever before. Both the Union and the Confederacy saw themselves as the rightful heirs to his vision, using his words and actions to justify their causes. His warnings about sectionalism and the importance of national unity were debated in Congress, newspapers, and battlefields alike. While Washington had fought to unite the colonies into a single nation, the country now found itself on the brink of destruction, torn apart by irreconcilable differences. Abraham Lincoln, who revered Washington's leadership, often referenced his ideals when addressing the nation. In the midst of war, Lincoln sought to uphold Washington's principles, emphasizing the importance of preserving the Union above all else. He believed that the experiment Washington had helped build could not be allowed to fail, no matter the cost. The struggle to hold the United States together was seen as a direct continuation of Washington's fight for independence, only now the battle was within rather than against a foreign power. Meanwhile, the Confederacy claimed Washington as their own, highlighting his role as a Virginian and a defender of state sovereignty. Southern leaders framed their secession as an extension of the Revolutionary War, arguing that they were fighting for the same principles of self-governance that Washington had championed. His name was used to rally troops, inspire loyalty, and lend historical legitimacy to their cause. Even as the nation split in two, Washington's legacy remained a unifying symbol for both sides. Beyond the war itself, Washington's influence was deeply felt in military strategy. His ability to lead an underdog force against a superior enemy was studied by both Union and Confederate generals. His emphasis on discipline, adaptability, and resilience became guiding principles for officers on both sides of the conflict. His crossing of the Delaware River, his winter at Valley Forge, and his strategic patience during the Revolutionary War were all used as examples of the kind of leadership required in times of crisis. As the war raged on, Washington's Mount Vernon estate remained a place of national significance. Despite being located in Virginia, Confederate forces largely refrained from occupying or damaging the property, recognizing its symbolic importance to both North and South. Mount Vernon became neutral ground, visited by soldiers from both sides who sought a connection to the man whose vision had shaped the nation they were now fighting over. The preservation of his home during such a destructive period was a testament to the enduring respect he commanded. When the war finally ended and the Union was preserved, Washington's vision of a united America was reaffirmed. The principles he had championed, perseverance, national identity, and the rule of law, became the foundation for the country's rebuilding process. As Lincoln had hoped, Washington's ideals provided a path forward, guiding the United States through its darkest hour and into an uncertain but hopeful future. His legacy once again proved to be the glue holding the nation together. After George Washington's death in 1799, his influence on the United States only grew stronger. His leadership, character, and principles became the gold standard by which future presidents and political leaders were measured. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, his legacy continued to shape American governance, military strategy, and national identity. Politically, Washington's precedent of serving only 2 terms as president set an unwritten rule that lasted until Franklin D. Roosevelt's 4-term presidency, which ultimately led to the formalization of the 2-term limit in the 22nd Amendment. His warnings against political factions in his farewell address remained relevant as the 2-party system emerged and evolved, often serving as a reminder of the dangers of extreme partisanship. His advocacy for a strong but balanced central government influenced the structure of American governance. The checks and balances he helped establish ensured that no single branch of government could dominate, preserving democratic stability through times of crisis. Presidents such as Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and even Abraham Lincoln frequently referenced Washington's leadership when navigating difficult political decisions. In military affairs, Washington's emphasis on discipline, adaptability, and strategic patience became core principles of the U.S. Armed Forces. His legacy was studied in military academies, including West Point, which was established in 1802 under Thomas Jefferson's administration. Generals such as Ulysses S. Grant and Dwight D. Eisenhower looked to Washington's leadership style for inspiration in commanding their forces. Culturally, Washington's image became an enduring national symbol. His face was placed on the $1 bill and the quarter, ensuring that his likeness was seen daily by millions. The naming of the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., reinforced his lasting impact on the country's political heart. Countless schools, streets, and monuments were dedicated to him, further cementing his place in the American consciousness. Washington's influence extended beyond the United States. Leaders of newly formed republics in the 19th and 20th centuries studied his leadership as they sought to build stable democracies. His restraint in consolidating power and his commitment to peaceful transitions of leadership became an example for nations striving to establish lasting governments. Even in the modern era, Washington's legacy remains deeply embedded in American political discourse. His words on unity, responsibility, and civic duty continue to be cited in times of national uncertainty. Every generation of leaders and citizens looks back to Washington as a guiding figure, ensuring that his influence endures far beyond his lifetime. One of the most enduring aspects of George Washington's influence was his role in shaping the American presidency. His decision to step down after 2 terms created a standard that reinforced the idea that the office should not become a lifetime appointment. This peaceful transition of power set a precedent that would distinguish the United States from other nations where leaders often clung to power indefinitely. Future presidents, from Thomas Jefferson to Theodore Roosevelt, often looked to Washington's example when determining their own approach to governance. His farewell address, which warned against entangling foreign alliances, excessive political partisanship, and regional divisions, remained a guiding document for American policymakers. Throughout the 19th century, Washington's foreign policy principles influenced decisions such as the Monroe Doctrine, which asserted that European powers should not interfere in the affairs of the Western Hemisphere. Even in the 20th century, leaders such as Woodrow Wilson and Franklin D. Roosevelt reflected on Washington's words when navigating international conflicts. Beyond politics, Washington's personal virtues of integrity, duty, and humility became deeply embedded in American culture. He was often portrayed as the ideal statesman, a man who led not out of ambition, but out of a sense of obligation to his country. His reputation for honesty, exemplified by the legendary, but likely apocryphal story of the cherry tree, was used to teach generations of school children about the importance of truthfulness and moral character. Washington's influence extended into the judicial system as well. The Supreme Court, under Chief Justice John Marshall, often referred to his leadership when interpreting the Constitution. His role in establishing executive authority while respecting the separation of powers provided a framework that continued to guide legal decisions for centuries. Marshall, in particular, sought to strengthen the federal government, citing Washington's vision of a united and effective national authority. His impact on the military was equally profound. The principles he established in the Continental Army, discipline, strategic patience, and civilian control of the military, became core tenets of American military doctrine. Generals such as Robert E. Lee, and later Dwight D. Eisenhower studied his campaigns for lessons in leadership and resilience. Washington's ability to inspire loyalty among his troops, despite hardships at Valley Forge, remained a powerful example of military command. Throughout American history, Washington's name and image have been invoked during times of crisis. During the Civil War, both the Union and Confederacy saw him as a symbol of their cause. In World War II, Franklin D. Roosevelt likened the fight against fascism to Washington's struggle for independence. Even in modern times, his legacy is referenced when leaders seek to unite the nation in the face of adversity. More than 2 centuries after his death, George Washington's influence continues to shape the identity of the United States. His vision of a nation built on unity, civic responsibility, and democratic governance remains a cornerstone of American ideals. As long as the country endures, Washington's legacy will serve as both a foundation and a guiding light for future generations. Washington's influence did not wane with time. Instead, it deepened, shaping the very essence of American identity. As the United States expanded westward in the 19th century, his vision of a strong but limited federal government guided policymakers through the challenges of governance over an increasingly vast and diverse nation. His belief in national unity remained a touchstone during moments of division, particularly during the Civil War, when leaders from both the Union and the Confederacy evoked his legacy to justify their causes. The construction of the Washington Monument, begun in 1848 and completed in 1884, demonstrated the nation's deep respect for its first president. The towering obelisk in the heart of the capital served as a permanent reminder of his towering influence, inspiring countless visitors with the ideals he championed. Similarly, the naming of Washington, D.C., ensured that every decision made in the nation's political epicenter was symbolically tied to his legacy. In the early 20th century, Washington's image was further cemented in American culture. The 1932 bicentennial of his birth saw a nationwide celebration, reinforcing his role as a guiding figure during the Great Depression. His presence on the $1 bill and the quarter made his face one of the most recognizable symbols of American stability and perseverance. Leaders such as Franklin D. Roosevelt and Dwight D. Eisenhower drew direct comparisons between Washington's leadership and their own struggles during times of national crisis. Beyond the borders of the United States, Washington's influence extended to other nations striving for self-governance. His rejection of monarchical rule and his voluntary relinquishment of power set an example for emerging republics. Revolutionary leaders in Latin America, such as Simón Bolívar, admired his restraint and vision, modeling aspects of their own leadership on his legacy. In Europe, statesmen saw his ability to balance authority with democratic principles as an ideal worth emulating. Even in the modern era, Washington's words and actions continue to shape political thought. His insistence on neutrality in foreign affairs is still debated in discussions about American interventionism. His warnings against excessive partisanship are frequently cited as the nation grapples with political polarization. His commitment to civic duty and service remains a model for public officials and citizens alike. Through every war, every economic challenge, and every period of uncertainty, the figure of George Washington looms large. His story is retold in classrooms, referenced in presidential speeches, and embedded in the symbols of the nation. More than just the first president, he became the embodiment of American ideals, honor, perseverance, and unity. As long as the United States exists, Washington's legacy will endure, a reminder of the foundation upon which the nation was built and the principles that continue to guide it forward. As the United States entered the 21st century, George Washington's legacy remained as relevant as ever. His ideals of leadership, unity, and service continued to influence political discourse, military strategy, and public policy. Every newly elected president studied his farewell address, seeking wisdom in his warnings about partisanship, foreign entanglements, and the dangers of unchecked power. His leadership during the American Revolution and his presidency set a standard that leaders still aspired to follow. Washington's influence on the U.S. military remained particularly strong. The leadership principles he established during the Revolutionary War, discipline, adaptability, and leading by example, became core values in the training of American officers. The military academies at West Point and Annapolis frequently referenced his strategic decisions, reinforcing his role as a foundational figure in American warfare. During times of crisis, from the Civil War to World War II to modern conflicts, military leaders invoked his name as a source of inspiration and guidance. Beyond government and the military, Washington's values continued to shape American society. His emphasis on civic duty encouraged public service, with generations of Americans looking to his example when taking up roles in government, education, and community leadership. The concept of term limits, inspired by his voluntary departure from the presidency, remained a defining feature of American democracy. His insistence on a peaceful transition of power provided reassurance during moments of political instability. Washington's vision of national unity was frequently invoked during periods of division. In times of social unrest or ideological conflict, leaders reminded the nation of his warnings against political factionalism and sectionalism. His belief in the strength of a united republic influenced efforts to bridge divides, emphasizing the shared principles that formed the foundation of the country. His commitment to democratic governance, personal integrity, and national service remained central to the American identity. Culturally, Washington's legacy was preserved through countless books, films, and historical reenactments. His life was studied in classrooms, his speeches were analyzed in political debates, and his image was displayed in government buildings, museums, and national parks. He remained a symbol of leadership, resilience, and the enduring spirit of the American experiment. Even in an era of rapid technological advancement and global change, George Washington's legacy continued to shape the nation he helped create. His words and actions echoed through history, a reminder of the principles that defined the United States. As long as the nation endured, so too would the influence of its first and most revered leader. Washington's influence extended beyond the borders of the United States, shaping democratic movements and political philosophies around the world. His model of leadership and governance was studied by emerging republics, and his decision to step down after 2 terms became a precedent for democratic transitions worldwide. As nations sought to balance power, ensure stability, and prevent authoritarian rule, Washington's example provided guidance and inspiration. In Europe, political thinkers and statesmen analyzed Washington's leadership during the American Revolution and his presidency. The French Revolution, inspired in part by the American struggle for independence, saw Washington's name invoked as a model of restraint and duty. While European monarchies grappled with shifting political landscapes, reformers pointed to Washington's voluntary relinquishment of power as a demonstration of true republicanism. His leadership style influenced constitutional debates and the creation of governments in nations seeking democratic foundations. Latin America also felt the impact of Washington's legacy. Revolutionary leaders such as Simón Bolívar admired his strategic acumen and dedication to self-governance. Bolívar, who sought to free South America from Spanish rule, viewed Washington as the ideal leader, one who fought for independence and then willingly returned to private life rather than seizing absolute power. Washington's principles of leadership helped shape the development of republican institutions in newly independent nations. His influence reached even further as democratic ideals spread across the globe. Leaders in Africa and Asia referenced Washington when advocating for self-rule and constitutional governance. The post-colonial era of the 20th century saw newly formed nations look to Washington's presidency as a model for balancing authority while maintaining individual freedoms. His emphasis on civilian leadership over military rule served as a cornerstone for modern democratic institutions worldwide. Washington's approach to foreign policy, particularly his emphasis on neutrality and non-intervention, remained a subject of debate in international relations. His farewell address warned against entangling alliances, a principle that influenced American foreign policy for over a century. While the United States eventually became more engaged on the world stage, Washington's vision of measured diplomacy and national sovereignty continued to shape discussions on military intervention and international commitments. His legacy also endured in the realm of global leadership and governance. As world leaders navigated crises, they often cited Washington's patience, strategic thinking, and ability to unite a divided people. His unwavering commitment to principles over personal power served as a reminder that leadership was not about self-interest, but about the greater good. His name became synonymous with the ideals of democracy, liberty, and responsible governance. Generations after his time, Washington remained not just a figure of American history, but a global symbol of leadership. His life's work resonated far beyond his own nation, influencing movements for freedom, democratic governance, and principled leadership across continents. His enduring legacy proved that true leadership transcends time and borders, continuing to inspire those who seek justice, stability, and a government by the people. Washington's impact on the world was not limited to the era in which he lived. His leadership and principles shaped the global understanding of democracy, governance, and the responsibilities of leadership. Across continents, nations aspiring to self-governance and stability found inspiration in his presidency and his commitment to public service. His legacy became a touchstone for those seeking to establish and maintain democratic institutions. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, Washington's ideas influenced the development of constitutional democracies worldwide. As countries in Europe moved away from absolute monarchies, political reformers invoked Washington's model of leadership as an alternative to authoritarian rule. His voluntary retirement after 2 terms in office became a standard for democratic transitions, reinforcing the importance of limited power and civilian authority. Leaders from newly established republics in France, Germany, and beyond studied Washington's actions, using them as guiding principles in structuring their own governments. In Latin America, revolutionary figures such as Simón Bolívar and José de San Martín viewed Washington as a model statesman. His ability to lead an armed struggle for independence while maintaining a commitment to democratic ideals resonated deeply with their own fights against colonial rule. Bolívar, in particular, saw Washington's rejection of monarchical power as a precedent for republican leadership. The influence of Washington's governance continued to shape Latin American political thought, emphasizing the importance of checks and balances in government. Africa and Asia also felt the lasting impact of Washington's ideals as former colonies fought for independence in the mid-20th century. As leaders in India, Ghana, and South Africa worked to build stable governments, Washington's vision of leadership served as a foundation for their own political structures. His emphasis on national unity, service to the people, and the peaceful transition of power provided a blueprint for leaders navigating the complexities of independence and governance. Figures like Kwame Nkrumah and Jawaharlal Nehru cited Washington's principles when designing their nation's democratic frameworks. Washington's influence even extended into modern global institutions. The emphasis he placed on diplomacy, national sovereignty, and non-entanglement in foreign affairs influenced international relations and policies of neutrality for many nations. His farewell address continued to be referenced in discussions of foreign policy, serving as a warning about overcommitment in international conflicts. Countries seeking to maintain balanced international relations often look to his policies as a model for strategic autonomy and self-determination. In education, Washington remained a central figure in the study of political leadership. Universities and academies around the world incorporated his speeches, letters, and policies into curricula designed to teach the values of ethical leadership, governance, and military strategy. His ability to unite a divided people and lay the groundwork for a functioning democracy remained an invaluable lesson for future generations. Even in the digital age, Washington's name and legacy persisted. His leadership continued to be a reference point in global politics, serving as a reminder of the ideals upon which democratic societies were built. His life's work transcended national borders, reinforcing the universal values of duty, honor, and service. Washington's influence proved that true leadership was not just about personal ambition, but about shaping a future in which freedom and democracy could thrive for all people. Washington's legacy continued to shape the modern world long after his passing, influencing political leaders, social movements, and global governance. As the world evolved, his principles remained relevant, serving as a benchmark for democratic values, national identity, and ethical leadership. The example he set in the 18th century transcended time, impacting how nations approached leadership and governance in the 21st century. His farewell address, particularly his warnings against political factionalism and foreign entanglements, remained a cornerstone of political thought. Leaders in the United States and abroad cited his words when navigating periods of political polarization and international conflict. His belief in unity over partisanship served as a reminder of the dangers of internal division, a lesson that resonated in moments of national crisis. Many governments used Washington's emphasis on stable, balanced governance as a guiding principle in structuring their own institutions. As democracy spread across the globe, Washington's model of leadership became a blueprint for newly formed republics. His commitment to civilian governance over military rule influenced the transition of power in multiple nations. Even in times of dictatorship and authoritarianism, opposition leaders looked to Washington as an example of how to lead with integrity and self-restraint. His voluntary resignation from the presidency was particularly influential, demonstrating that true leadership was rooted in service rather than personal gain. Beyond politics, Washington's name became synonymous with national identity and the preservation of historical values. Cities, institutions, and landmarks around the world bore his name, reinforcing his status as a universal figure of leadership. His influence extended into education, where political science and leadership programs analyzed his strategies, decisions, and philosophies. Military academies studied his tactics, and historians continued to debate the finer details of his contributions to global history. The impact of Washington's leadership was also evident in social movements. His dedication to personal responsibility and national service inspired leaders across the political spectrum. Advocates for civil rights, economic reform, and global diplomacy referenced Washington's principles when fighting for justice and stability. His ability to unify disparate factions and guide a young nation through uncertainty provided a timeless example of resilience and vision. Even in modern times, Washington's approach to governance remained a source of debate and reflection. His insistence on national sovereignty and cautious engagement with foreign powers influenced contemporary discussions on foreign policy. While global conflicts and alliances evolved beyond what Washington could have foreseen, his foundational principles of diplomacy, national interest, and measured decision-making continued to inform international relations. Through centuries of political change and technological advancement, Washington's name remained a touchstone for leadership. His vision of a nation built on unity, self-governance, and principled leadership continued to inspire not just Americans, but people around the world seeking to create just and stable societies. His enduring legacy proved that the true measure of leadership was not in personal power, but in the ability to shape a better future for generations to come. In his final years, George Washington sought the peace and simplicity of private life at Mount Vernon. After leaving the presidency in 1797, he was relieved to step away from public affairs, yet his sense of duty never faded. He dedicated his time to managing his estate, improving agricultural techniques, and overseeing the daily operations of his vast plantation. Though he longed for a quiet retirement, the weight of national affairs continued to follow him. As political tensions between the United States and France escalated into the quasi-war, Washington was once again called upon to serve. In 1798, President John Adams appointed him as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Army, a position he reluctantly accepted. Though he left active leadership to Alexander Hamilton, his presence alone reassured the nation. He carefully advised on military preparations, ensuring that the young republic remained ready to defend itself if necessary. His willingness to serve, even in old age, reaffirmed his lifelong commitment to the country he had helped build. Despite these obligations, Washington's true focus remained on Mount Vernon. He was deeply invested in modernizing farming methods and experimenting with crop rotation, soil conservation, and livestock breeding. His estate became a model of innovation, and he corresponded with agricultural experts to share knowledge. However, as he worked to improve his land, he also struggled with the moral contradictions of slavery. Though he had long expressed unease with the institution, he had yet to take decisive action. In his will, Washington made a landmark decision. He ordered the emancipation of his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death. This act, though limited in scope, set him apart from many of his contemporaries and underscored his evolving views on the issue. Washington's health began to decline in late 1799. On December 12, after riding through cold and wet conditions on his plantation, he developed a severe throat infection. His condition worsened rapidly, and despite the efforts of physicians, he succumbed to illness on December 14, 1799. His death sent shockwaves through the nation. Tributes poured in from all corners of the country and beyond, with leaders from Europe and the Americas recognizing his unparalleled contributions to history. Martha Washington, devastated by the loss of her husband, carried out his final wishes, including the emancipation of their enslaved workers. The nation entered a period of mourning, honoring the man who had guided them through revolution and the fragile early years of independence. His funeral at Mount Vernon was a private affair, attended by close family and friends, but the nation at large held its own memorials in his honor. Congress declared him first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen, a phrase that would forever define his legacy. Even in death, Washington's presence loomed over the United States. His leadership style became the gold standard for future presidents. His warnings against political division were revisited during times of national strife, and his dedication to democracy continued to inspire generations. His final years, though quieter than the height of his power, were marked by an unwavering commitment to service and an enduring influence on the country he helped forge. As George Washington prepared to leave the presidency, he delivered one of the most significant speeches in American history. His farewell address, published on September 19, 1796. This address was not a spoken speech, but a carefully crafted letter to the American people. In it, Washington reflected on his time in office, offered guidance for the nation's future, and issued warnings that would remain relevant for centuries to come. One of Washington's most pressing concerns was the danger of political factionalism. He feared that political parties would divide the nation, turning government into a battleground of personal rivalries and regional interests rather than a unified effort for the common good. He warned that parties would lead to corruption, manipulation by foreign influences, and the erosion of national unity. Despite his caution, political factions had already begun forming, with Federalists and Democratic Republicans vying for power, a trend that would only intensify in the years to come. Washington also emphasized the importance of national unity. He believed that sectionalism, loyalty to a particular region over the whole nation, would weaken the republic and open the door to internal strife. He urged Americans to see themselves first and foremost as citizens of a united country, rather than as members of competing states or factions. His words carried even greater weight as tensions between North and South began to grow, eventually culminating in the Civil War decades later. Another major theme of the farewell address was Washington's warning against permanent foreign alliances. He argued that while trade and temporary agreements with other nations were necessary, the United States should avoid long-term political or military entanglements. He believed that such alliances would drag the young nation into unnecessary conflicts and compromise its sovereignty. This principle of non-intervention shaped American foreign policy for over a century, influencing decisions from the early 19th century through the isolationist stance before World War I. Washington also stressed the necessity of morality and religion in maintaining a stable government. He saw virtue and ethical leadership as essential to the survival of a free republic. While he advocated for religious tolerance, he believed that moral principles rooted in faith provided the foundation for good governance. His views on civic responsibility and personal integrity became lasting pillars of American political philosophy. His final warning was about the dangers of an overgrown military establishment. While he understood the need for national defense, he feared that a powerful standing army could become a tool for tyranny if not kept in check by civilian oversight. This concern shaped early American defense policies, reinforcing the idea that military power should always remain subordinate to elected leadership. Washington's farewell address set a precedent for future leaders, offering a roadmap for the nation's development. Over the years, presidents and policymakers have revisited his words, finding wisdom in his warnings. His call for unity, caution in foreign affairs, and resistance to political division remain as relevant today as they were in 1796. His final message to the American people was not just a farewell, it was a lasting testament to the ideals upon which the nation was built. Throughout history, George Washington's legacy has been shaped by both truth and myth. Some stories about him are well-documented facts, while others have been exaggerated or entirely fabricated. As one of the most revered figures in American history, Washington became the subject of numerous legends that sought to reinforce his image as a moral and virtuous leader. Separating fact from fiction is essential to understanding the real man behind the myths. One of the most famous myths about Washington is the story of the cherry tree. According to this tale, a young Washington chopped down his father's cherry tree, and when confronted he confessed, saying, "I cannot tell a lie." This story was first published by Parson Weems, one of Washington's earliest biographers, in an effort to highlight Washington's honesty. However, there is no historical evidence to support this event. While Washington was known for his integrity, the cherry tree story is a fabrication meant to inspire moral character in young Americans. Another widespread myth is that Washington had wooden teeth. While it is true that he suffered from severe dental problems throughout his life, his dentures were not made of wood. Instead, they were constructed from a combination of materials, including human teeth, animal teeth, and ivory, often held together with metal springs. Washington's dental struggles were well documented, and he frequently complained about the pain and discomfort they caused him. His dentures also contributed to his reserved demeanor and the serious expression seen in many of his portraits. A popular misconception is that Washington was offered the title of king after the American Revolution. While some individuals did suggest a form of monarchy or lifetime leadership role, Washington firmly rejected any such idea. He was deeply committed to the principles of republican government and saw himself as a servant of the people, not a ruler. His voluntary decision to relinquish power after 2 terms as president set a crucial precedent for the peaceful transition of leadership in the United States. There is also a belief that Washington single-handedly led every battle to victory during the Revolutionary War. While he was a skilled strategist and an inspiring leader, the war was a collective effort that involved many generals, soldiers, and foreign allies. He suffered significant losses, such as the defeat in New York in 1776, but he learned from his mistakes and adapted his tactics. His leadership was instrumental in securing victory, but the war was not won by his efforts alone. One truth about Washington that is often understated is his complex relationship with slavery. While he relied on enslaved labor to maintain his Mount Vernon estate, he grew increasingly uneasy about the institution. In his later years, he took steps that few of his contemporaries did. He made provisions in his will to free his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death. This act, while limited in scope, reflected his evolving views on slavery and set him apart from many of his peers. Washington's legacy is built on real accomplishments, and while myths have embellished his story, they do not diminish his impact. He was a man of principle, resilience, and vision, who shaped the United States through his leadership and character. By distinguishing historical fact from legend, we gain a clearer understanding of the true George Washington, one whose influence extends beyond myth into the foundations of the nation he helped build. George Washington's role as the father of the nation is often compared to the contributions of other founding fathers, each of whom played a crucial part in shaping the United States. While Washington provided steadfast leadership and a unifying presence, others contributed in different but equally significant ways. Examining his legacy alongside figures like Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Alexander Hamilton, and James Madison offers a deeper understanding of his unique place in history. Thomas Jefferson, the principal author of the Declaration of Independence, is often regarded as the intellectual force behind American democracy. His vision for the nation emphasized individual liberties and agrarian values, contrasting with Washington's focus on unity and pragmatic governance. Jefferson's ideals helped shape the philosophical foundation of the Republic, but his leadership style was far more partisan and divisive than Washington's unifying approach. John Adams, Washington's successor as president, was one of the most vocal advocates for independence. He played a key role in the Continental Congress and was instrumental in securing foreign aid during the Revolution. However, Adams lacked Washington's ability to rise above political factionalism. His presidency was marked by intense partisan conflict, particularly with Jefferson's Democratic Republicans. In contrast, Washington had set the precedent of remaining above party politics, warning against their dangers in his farewell address. Alexander Hamilton, Washington's close advisor and the first Secretary of the Treasury, was a visionary in financial and economic matters. He established the foundations of the American financial system, including a national bank and policies that strengthened the federal government. Washington relied heavily on Hamilton's expertise, but while Hamilton sought a strong centralized government, Washington maintained a careful balance, ensuring that federal authority did not overshadow the democratic principles of the new nation. James Madison, often called the father of the Constitution, played a pivotal role in drafting and promoting the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights. His contributions to the structure of government were invaluable, yet he did not possess Washington's widespread popular appeal or military leadership. Madison's work was instrumental in creating the framework of American governance, but it was Washington who provided the stability and trust necessary to implement and sustain it. Compared to these figures, Washington's influence was unique in that he was not primarily a writer, philosopher, or legislator. He was a leader whose presence and decisions shaped the course of the nation. He was the unifying force that turned revolutionary ideals into a functioning government. While others debated and wrote policies, Washington set the example through action, demonstrating the virtues of duty, restraint, and selfless leadership. His willingness to step down after 2 terms in office remains one of the most significant decisions in American history. Many of his contemporaries, including Jefferson and Adams, would go on to engage in deeply partisan battles, but Washington remained above these divisions. His ability to unify a fragile nation, establish lasting traditions, and earn the trust of a new republic made his contributions distinct from those of his fellow founding fathers. While men like Jefferson, Adams, Hamilton, and Madison were brilliant in their own right, Washington was the indispensable figure who embodied the new nation's values. His leadership was not based on eloquence or policy alone, but on the strength of character, discipline, and an unwavering commitment to the greater good. His legacy, when compared to his peers, stands as a testament to the power of steadfast and principled leadership in the face of uncertainty. As we reach the final chapter of George Washington's story, it is clear that his legacy is one of unparalleled influence and significance. His leadership during the American Revolution, his role in shaping the presidency, and his commitment to national unity laid the foundation for the United States. But his impact did not end with his time in office. It continued to shape the nation long after his death. Washington's final years at Mount Vernon were marked by a desire for peace and retirement, yet he remained engaged with national affairs. His warnings against political factions, entangling alliances, and sectionalism in his farewell address proved to be prophetic as the young republic faced increasing internal and external challenges. Even in his last days, Washington continued to embody the virtues of service and duty. His passing on December 14, 1799, was met with deep mourning throughout the nation. Tributes poured in from political allies and former opponents alike, recognizing the loss of a man whose presence had been a stabilizing force for the fledgling country. His funeral was a solemn event, and the nation entered a period of collective grief, realizing that the man who had led them to independence and unity was gone. Yet Washington's legacy did not fade with his death. His image as the father of the nation only grew stronger over time. His leadership style became the model for future presidents. His name was immortalized in cities, monuments, and institutions, and his principles remained a guiding force for American democracy. His decision to voluntarily relinquish power set a precedent that defined the very nature of the presidency and democratic governance. Globally, Washington's example influenced other nations striving for self-governance. Leaders in emerging republics looked to his restraint, his commitment to democracy, and his emphasis on national unity as a blueprint for their own struggles. His legacy extended beyond the borders of the United States, inspiring generations of leaders who sought to balance power with principle. As we reflect on Washington's life, we see a man who was not perfect, but who was unwavering in his commitment to something greater than himself. He was a leader not because he sought power, but because he answered the call of duty. His story is not just one of military victories or political achievements. It is a story of resilience, character, and a vision that transcended his time. Washington's farewell was not just a departure from office, but a lasting message to future generations. His belief in the importance of unity, his warnings about division, and his hope for a strong and principled nation remain as relevant today as they were over 2 centuries ago. His story is not just history, it is a reminder of what leadership, sacrifice, and dedication to a cause greater than oneself can achieve. As we close this chapter, we honor the man who helped shape a nation, whose influence endures, and whose legacy continues to inspire the world. Our journey starts in 356 BC in the ancient city of Pella, the capital of Macedon. It was here, in the royal palace, that Alexander was born to King Philip II and Queen Olympias. From the moment of his birth, myths and omens surrounded him. According to legend, On the night of his birth, the temple of Artemis, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, burned to the ground. Many saw this as a sign that a force had entered the world, one that would change it forever. Olympias was a deeply spiritual woman, and she believed her son was no ordinary child. She told Alexander that he was the son of Zeus himself, the king of the gods, and that he was destined for greatness. Whether he truly believed this or not is unknown, but it planted in him an unshakable confidence, a belief that he was meant to rule over all men. While his mother filled his mind with divine destiny, his father Philip was shaping him into a warrior. Philip was no ordinary king. He had taken Macedon from the brink of collapse and turned it into the dominant power of Greece through cunning diplomacy and military brilliance. He revolutionized warfare, creating the Macedonian phalanx, a formation of tightly packed soldiers wielding long spears. It was this innovation that made his army nearly unstoppable. But Philip knew that the strength of a warrior was not enough. For his son to become a great ruler, he needed knowledge and wisdom. For this he turned to one of the greatest minds of the ancient world, Aristotle. Aristotle was brought to Macedon to tutor Alexander in philosophy, science, medicine, and the art of war. Under Aristotle's guidance, Alexander studied the great epics of Homer, learning about heroes like Achilles and Odysseus. He absorbed the lessons of history, politics, and strategy. But beyond the books and scrolls, he trained in the ways of combat. He learned to ride, fight, and command. From a young age, his brilliance and determination set him apart. One of the most famous stories from his youth was the taming of the horse Bucephalus, a powerful and untamed stallion that no one could ride. Alexander observed that the horse was afraid of its own shadow. With patience and understanding, he turned it toward the sun, calming the beast and riding it with ease. His father watched in awe and declared, "My boy, you must find a kingdom big enough for your ambitions. Macedon is too small for you." Those words would prove prophetic. But before he could seek his own destiny, he had to survive the dangerous world of Macedonian politics. Philip's rule was not without enemies. He had spent his life securing power and expanding his influence, but his rise created rivals and resentment. Many in his court saw Alexander as a threat, and tensions within the royal family ran high. Philip had taken other wives in his pursuit of political alliances, and this created deep divisions at the Macedonian court. Olympias and Alexander found themselves at odds with the new factions forming around Philip's other children. As Alexander grew older, he began to accompany his father on military campaigns, observing firsthand how Philip commanded his troops and strategized on the battlefield. He witnessed the brutal realities of war, the clashing of shields, the cries of the wounded, and the triumph of victory. He saw how Philip dealt with enemies using both diplomacy and force, and he learned that power was never given. It had to be taken and defended. Alexander's first experience in battle came when he was just 16. While his father was away on campaign, he was left to govern Macedon in Philip's absence. During this time, a Thracian tribe revolted, seizing the opportunity to test the young prince, but Alexander did not hesitate. He gathered an army, rode into battle, and crushed the rebellion with ruthless efficiency, proving himself as a capable leader. His reputation as a fearless warrior was growing, but so too were the tensions between him and his father. Philip's successes had made him powerful, but they had also made him arrogant. He began to look beyond Alexander, seeking other heirs and alliances. One such moment came at a grand feast celebrating Philip's latest marriage to a Macedonian noblewoman. During the gathering, one of Philip's generals openly declared that at last Macedon would have a true heir of pure blood. Enraged, Alexander stood up and shouted, "Am I a bastard then?" Before the entire court, he threw his cup at the general, and an argument erupted. Philip, drunk with wine, tried to attack his son, but he stumbled and fell. Humiliated, Alexander turned to the crowd and sneered, "Here is the man who plans to conquer Asia, and yet he cannot even rise from the floor." The room fell silent. Tensions had reached their breaking point. Alexander and Olympias fled the court, fearing for their safety. Philip would later attempt to reconcile with his son, but the damage had been done. The rift between them would never truly heal, and soon fate would take a dark turn that would change everything forever. The uneasy truce between Alexander and his father was short-lived. In 336 BC, Philip II prepared for his greatest campaign yet, an invasion of the Persian Empire. Macedon was stronger than ever, and with Greece firmly under his control, Philip sought to expand his power beyond the Aegean. But before he could embark on this ambitious conquest, disaster struck. During a grand festival in Aegae, where Philip was celebrating the marriage of his daughter Cleopatra to the king of Epirus, he was assassinated. As he entered the theatre surrounded by his elite guards, a former bodyguard named Pausanias suddenly rushed forward and drove a dagger into his heart. Philip collapsed in front of the stunned crowd, and within moments, his once mighty rule had come to a bloody end. Chaos erupted in the aftermath. The assassination left the kingdom in turmoil, and the court was filled with whispers of conspiracy. Many believed Olympias had played a role in Philip's murder, seeking to eliminate rivals and secure Alexander's path to the throne. Whether she was truly involved or not, one thing was certain: Alexander wasted no time seizing power. At just 20 years old, he proclaimed himself King of Macedon. His first move was swift and ruthless. Any who dared challenge his claim were eliminated. Rivals, nobles, and even potential threats within his own family were executed to prevent any resistance. He crushed dissent with an iron fist, ensuring that his authority was absolute. But consolidating power in Macedon was only the beginning. The Greek city-states, bound to Macedon through Philip's conquests, saw an opportunity to break free. Athens and Thebes, in particular, stirred with rebellion, believing the young king to be unproven and vulnerable. Alexander, however, was determined to prove them wrong. With lightning speed, he marched south with his army, arriving at the gates of Thebes before the city could fully prepare for war. He offered them a chance to surrender, but the Thebans defied him. They underestimated the fury of the young king. Alexander unleashed his forces, and the siege of Thebes became a brutal display of his power. The city's defenses crumbled under the relentless assault, and once his army broke through the walls, the slaughter began. In a ruthless show of strength, Alexander ordered the city to be razed to the ground. Thousands were killed, and the survivors were sold into slavery. The message was clear: rebellion would not be tolerated. The destruction of Thebes sent shockwaves through Greece. Athens and the other city-states quickly abandoned thoughts of resistance and submitted to Alexander's rule. With Greece secured under his iron grip, he could now turn his attention to the dream his father had never lived to see fulfilled: the invasion of Persia. The great war that would define his legacy was about to begin, and Alexander was ready to carve his name into history. With Greece firmly under his control, and the memory of Thebes' destruction fresh in the minds of his subjects, Alexander turned his gaze eastward. Persia, the greatest empire the world had ever known, stood before him, a vast and powerful enemy. But to Alexander, it was not an insurmountable obstacle, it was his destiny. In the spring of 334 BC, he led his army across the Hellespont, the narrow strait that separated Europe from Asia. He had arrived on Persian soil, and there would be no turning back. The force he brought with him was small compared to the mighty Persian army, but it was battle-hardened, disciplined, and led by a man whose ambition knew no limits. He commanded roughly 40,000 soldiers, including the elite Macedonian phalanx, a formation of warriors wielding long spears that had never been broken in battle. Alongside them were his trusted cavalry, the companion cavalry, considered the most formidable horsemen of their time. Though outnumbered, Alexander's strategy, speed and sheer force of will would prove more than a match for the Persians. The first true test of his campaign came swiftly. Near the banks of the Granicus River, the Persian satraps had assembled an army to halt Alexander's advance. They believed they could crush him before he could gain a foothold in Asia. The Persian commanders lined their cavalry along the riverbank, confident that the raging waters and steep embankment would break the Macedonian charge. But Alexander did not hesitate. Leading from the front, he spurred his cavalry forward, plunging into the river despite the strong currents and treacherous footing. The battle was fierce, with Alexander himself at the heart of the fighting. He cut through the Persian lines with relentless fury, his sword striking down enemy commanders one by one. At one point, he was nearly killed when a Persian noble raised his weapon to strike him down, but his loyal general Clytus the Black intervened at the last moment, saving his life. With the Persian cavalry shattered, their forces broke and fled, leaving Alexander victorious. This first triumph sent a clear message to the Persian king Darius III. Alexander was not a mere upstart. He was a force to be reckoned with. Rather than slowing his momentum, Alexander pressed forward, marching deeper into Persian territory, seizing cities and fortresses along the way. At every turn he was met with both fear and admiration. Many Greek cities under Persian control welcomed him as a liberator, opening their gates willingly. Others, unwilling to surrender, faced the full wrath of his army. But while Alexander pushed forward, Darius III was preparing for war. The young Macedonian king had proven himself in battle, but the real test was yet to come. The Persian king was amassing a massive army, one that would dwarf Alexander's forces in size. The two would soon meet on the battlefield, and the fate of an empire would hang in the balance. Alexander's victory at the Granicus River had sent shockwaves through the Persian Empire, but the true test of his campaign still lay ahead. The great king Darius III, now fully aware of the Macedonian threat, was no longer content to let his satraps handle the invader. He began assembling an army unlike any Alexander had ever faced, one that would dwarf the Macedonian forces in both numbers and resources. Yet, if there was one thing Alexander knew, it was that sheer numbers did not win battles, strategy did. Marching through Asia Minor, Alexander continued his advance with unrelenting speed. City after city fell to his forces, either by surrender or conquest. In many Greek cities that had long been under Persian rule, he was welcomed as a liberator, and they pledged their loyalty to him. Those who resisted met the full fury of his army. As his reputation grew, so did his legend. His soldiers saw him not just as a commander, but as a man touched by the gods, a living embodiment of destiny. By late 333 BC, Alexander had reached the city of Gordium, home to the famous Gordian knot, an intricate and seemingly impossible tangle of rope said to have been tied by an ancient king. According to legend, whoever could untie the knot was destined to rule all of Asia. Alexander, never one for superstition without action, approached the knot. When attempts to unravel it proved futile, he simply drew his sword and sliced through it in one clean stroke. Whether he had solved the puzzle or simply bypassed it mattered little. The message was clear: nothing would stand in his way. But as Alexander pushed further into Persia's domain, Darius was ready. The Persian king had gathered an army of nearly 100,000 men, composed of elite Persian immortals, cavalry, and levied soldiers from across his vast empire. He had chosen the battlefield carefully, narrow terrain near the town of Issus, where his numerical superiority would be less of an advantage. When Alexander learned of Darius's location, he wasted no time. He turned his army south, marching through the night to surprise the Persian forces. By dawn, both armies stood face to face. The Battle of Issus was unlike anything Alexander had fought before. The Persian forces stretched as far as the eye could see, their banners waving under the eastern sun. Darius, seated in his grand war chariot, believed victory was assured. But Alexander had no intention of letting the Persian king dictate the terms of battle. With calculated precision, he ordered his companion cavalry to charge directly at the Persian left flank, breaking through their lines with devastating force. The Macedonian phalanx followed, their sarissas driving into the enemy ranks with deadly efficiency. The battlefield was a chaotic storm of blood and steel, but amid the carnage, Alexander saw his moment. He fixed his gaze on Darius himself. With his elite cavalry at his side, Alexander cut through the Persian defenses, forcing his way toward the Persian king. Darius, seeing the relentless advance, panicked. The ruler of the largest empire on earth, the man who had believed himself untouchable, turned and fled the battlefield. His retreat sent shockwaves through his army, and what had been a grueling battle turned into a full-scale rout. The Persian lines collapsed, and the once mighty host was sent scattering in all directions. Alexander had achieved the impossible. He had broken the Persian king. The victory at Issus was more than just a military triumph. Among the captured were Darius's own family, including his wife, mother, and children. But rather than treating them as spoils of war, Alexander showed them great respect, ensuring they were given the finest care. His actions were not just those of a conqueror, but of a ruler who sought legitimacy over the empire he intended to claim. Yet, despite his victory, Alexander knew that Darius was not yet defeated. The Persian king had escaped, and as long as he lived, the war was far from over. Alexander now had his sights set on the beating heart of Persia's empire, the cities of Tyre, Egypt, and ultimately, Babylon. But before he could claim the title of King of Asia, he would face one of the most grueling and legendary sieges in history. After his stunning victory at Issus, Alexander had proven to the world that he was more than just a young conqueror. He was a force of nature. But his journey was far from over. The Persian king Darius III had escaped, and as long as he remained free, the Persian Empire was still a threat. Alexander now set his sights on the strategic coastal cities that supplied Persia's vast empire, knowing that if he controlled the sea, he could cripple his enemy's ability to strike back. His next challenge was the great city of Tyre, an island fortress that had stood for centuries as an impenetrable stronghold. It was the jewel of the Phoenician coast, a city whose walls rose high above the sea, surrounded on all sides by deep waters. No army had ever taken Tyre by force, and its rulers believed that Alexander would not be able to do what so many had failed to achieve. But they underestimated the will of the Macedonian king. When Alexander sent envoys demanding the city's surrender, the Tyrians refused. They mocked his request and killed his messengers, throwing their bodies from the walls into the sea. It was a grave mistake. Alexander was not one to be denied. If he could not reach the city by land, he would create land. He ordered his engineers to build a massive causeway, a stone bridge stretching from the mainland to the island fortress. Day by day, his men worked under constant attack from Tyrian archers and naval forces. The defenders sent fire ships to burn his siege works and rained down projectiles from their towering walls, but Alexander's resolve did not break. He brought in siege towers, massive structures armed with catapults, and continued his assault with relentless determination. The siege dragged on for months, but Alexander's patience was infinite. He called upon his allies in the Greek world to send ships, blockading the city from the sea. His engineers reinforced the causeway, bringing it ever closer to the walls. Then, in a final decisive push, his army stormed the city. The walls of Tyre, once thought to be unbreakable, crumbled before him. His soldiers poured through the breaches, unleashing their fury on those who had defied him. The city that had once laughed at Alexander now lay in ruins, its streets filled with the echoes of conquest. With Tyre fallen, the path to Egypt was open. Unlike the defiant Tyrians, the Egyptians did not resist him. To them he was not a conqueror, but a liberator. For centuries they had been ruled by the Persians, and now a new ruler had come, one who honored their gods, respected their traditions, and brought with him the promise of a new era. In the ancient city of Memphis, Alexander was crowned as Pharaoh, the living god-king of Egypt. It was here that he would make one of the most fateful decisions of his life. Deep in the western desert lay the oracle of Ammon at Siwa, a sacred site believed to hold the wisdom of the gods. Alexander, ever drawn to the idea of divine destiny, made the arduous journey through the desert to seek the oracle's guidance. When he arrived, the priests greeted him not as a mortal man, but as the son of Zeus Ammon. Though history does not record the exact words spoken to him, Alexander left Siwa with an unshakable belief: he was no mere king. He was chosen by the gods to rule the world. With Egypt under his control and his divine mandate confirmed, Alexander turned his gaze east once more. Darius was still out there, rallying his forces, gathering the full strength of the Persian Empire for one final confrontation. But Alexander was not the same man who had crossed into Asia years before. He was now a living legend, a ruler of nations, a man who had defied the impossible. And soon he would face his greatest challenge yet, the decisive battle that would determine the fate of the world. Alexander had reshaped the world with his victories, but his journey was far from over. The Persian Empire still stood, and its ruler Darius III was preparing for a final stand. Alexander knew that to truly claim the empire, he would have to confront Darius in open battle. News reached him that Darius had gathered a massive army at Gaugamela, a vast plain where he intended to crush the Macedonian invader once and for all. Unlike Issus, where the terrain had limited the Persian numbers, Gaugamela offered open ground, perfect for Darius's cavalry and war chariots. But Alexander was undeterred. He would not retreat. He would not slow down. He would face the might of Persia head-on. As he approached the battlefield, he saw the sheer scale of the enemy before him. Darius had assembled what was perhaps the largest army the ancient world had ever seen. Tens of thousands of soldiers, war elephants, scythed chariots, and the finest Persian cavalry stood ready to obliterate Alexander's forces. Some of his commanders urged caution, even retreat. But Alexander would not be swayed. He gathered his men the night before the battle and spoke to them with fire in his voice. He reminded them of their victories, of their glory, of the destiny they were forging together. They were not just fighting for conquest, they were fighting to carve their names into eternity. As dawn broke, Alexander rode to the front of his army. The Macedonian phalanx stood in perfect formation, their long spears gleaming in the morning light. His cavalry, disciplined and fearless, waited for his command. On the opposite side of the field, Darius watched from his golden chariot, surrounded by his elite guard. Then, with a single motion, the battle began. Darius unleashed his war chariots, their bladed wheels designed to cut through infantry like a scythe through wheat. But Alexander had anticipated this. He ordered his men to open gaps in the line, allowing the chariots to pass harmlessly through before cutting down their drivers. The Persian cavalry then surged forward, seeking to envelop the Macedonian forces, but Alexander countered with precision, sending his own cavalry to meet them in a clash of steel and fury. The field became a storm of dust and blood, warriors locked in deadly combat, the air filled with the sounds of battle. Then Alexander saw his moment. He had spent the battle luring Darius into a false sense of control, drawing his forces apart. Now, with perfect timing, he led his elite companion cavalry straight toward the Persian king. He charged like an unstoppable force, cutting through the enemy ranks with ruthless efficiency. As he neared Darius, panic spread through the Persian lines. For the second time, the great king of Persia lost his nerve. He turned his chariot and fled, abandoning his army to be slaughtered. With their king gone, the Persian soldiers broke. Some fought to the death, others threw down their weapons and ran. By the day's end, Alexander stood victorious. Gaugamela had not just been a battle, it had been the death blow to the Persian Empire. He was now the master of Asia, but victory came at a cost. His men had fought and bled for years, and though they followed him without question, they had begun to wonder how far they would go. Alexander, however, was not finished. His eyes turned further east, toward the last remnants of Persian resistance and beyond, to lands unknown, to an empire without end. With the Persian Empire shattered, Alexander was no longer just a conqueror. He was the ruler of the largest empire the world had ever seen. Babylon, Susa, and Persepolis had fallen before him, their wealth pouring into his hands. But despite his triumph, he did not stop. He could not stop. There was still one task left unfinished. Darius III, the defeated king of Persia, had fled eastward into the vast and treacherous lands beyond the empire's heartland. As long as he lived, there would always be a shadow over Alexander's rule. And so, with relentless determination, he set out to hunt down his fallen adversary. Through mountains and deserts, Alexander pursued Darius. The journey was grueling, the terrain unforgiving. The deeper he marched into the unknown, the more his men began to question their purpose. They had fought for years, conquered the unconquerable, and now they were chasing a ghost across an endless expanse. But Alexander did not waver. He pushed forward, driven by a force that few could understand. To him, this was not just about vengeance or power, it was about destiny. Finally, after months of pursuit, word reached Alexander that Darius had been betrayed. One of his own governors, Bessus, had seized him, declaring himself the new king of kings. When Alexander found Darius, the once mighty ruler of Persia was dying in the dust, abandoned by those who had once sworn loyalty to him. The sight was pitiful. Here lay the man who had ruled the greatest empire in the world, now nothing more than a broken fugitive. As he took his last breaths, Alexander is said to have offered him comfort, assuring him that his death would be avenged. Darius died with the knowledge that his empire was gone, his legacy erased. But Alexander was not finished. Bessus, the traitor who had dared to defy him, would not escape justice. Alexander pressed further east, into lands unknown to the Greeks, where fierce warriors and vast wildernesses awaited him. His campaign was no longer about conquest alone, it was about forging something greater than an empire. He adopted Persian customs, dressed in their robes, and demanded that his men bow before him, as the Persians did their kings. This, however, did not sit well with his Macedonian soldiers. They had followed him to the ends of the earth, but now they saw their king changing before their eyes. Whispers of rebellion spread through the ranks, but Alexander did not yield. He saw himself as more than just a Macedonian king. He was the ruler of a new world, a fusion of East and West, a vision no one else could see. Bessus did not last long. When Alexander finally caught him, he made an example of the traitor. stripped of his false title. Bessus was executed in the brutal fashion of the Persians, a message to all who would stand in Alexander's way. With Darius dead and the last remnants of Persian resistance crushed, the empire was truly his. But even then, it was not enough. He turned his gaze toward the distant lands of India, where new challenges and new legends awaited him. His men, weary and longing for home, did not yet realize that their greatest trials were still to come. Alexander's ambition knew no bounds. With Persia conquered and its last ruler dead, he turned his gaze further east, toward the fabled lands of India. The great rivers, the towering mountains, and the unknown civilizations beyond called to him. To Alexander, this was more than just another conquest. It was the final frontier, the last step in achieving his vision of a unified world. But what lay ahead would test him in ways he had never imagined. The march into India was grueling. The heat was relentless, the jungles thick and unforgiving. Monsoons drenched the land, turning roads into rivers of mud. Yet Alexander pushed forward, his army following him with a mixture of awe and exhaustion. The further they ventured, the more they realized they were not just fighting enemies, but the land itself. Disease spread among the ranks, supply lines stretched thin, yet Alexander never wavered. His mind was set on the riches and glory that awaited beyond. As they moved deeper into India, they encountered rulers who would not bow so easily. One of them was King Porus, a warrior of immense strength and pride. He commanded an army unlike anything Alexander had ever seen, thousands of men, cavalry, and the most fearsome of all, war elephants. These massive beasts, armored and trained for battle, towered over the battlefield, their presence alone enough to shake even the most seasoned soldier. But Alexander did not fear them. He had faced the might of Persia and emerged victorious. He would do the same here. The battle against Porus took place near the Hydaspes River, a swollen and raging force that Alexander used to his advantage. Under the cover of darkness, he led a portion of his army across the river, surprising Porus at dawn. The Macedonian phalanx clashed against Indian warriors, swords and spears flashing under the heavy rain. The elephants charged, crushing men underfoot, sweeping away soldiers with their trunks. The battle was brutal, chaotic, and unlike anything Alexander had fought before. But he was relentless. His cavalry maneuvered with precision, his men striking at the elephants' legs, forcing the massive beasts into a frenzy. The tide turned, and soon Porus found himself wounded, his army shattered. When he was finally captured and brought before Alexander, he stood tall despite his injuries. When asked how he wished to be treated, he simply replied, "Like a king." Impressed by his bravery, Alexander not only spared him, but made him an ally, granting him his kingdom back under Macedonian rule. Though victorious, the cost of the battle was high. Alexander's men, battle-hardened and loyal, had followed him to the ends of the earth. But now they began to question. They had conquered Persia, crushed every enemy in their path, but India was vast, endless, and filled with unknown dangers. They longed for home, for rest, for an end to the endless march. For the first time, Alexander faced resistance not from an enemy, but from his own men. He pleaded, he threatened, but they would go no further. The dream of conquering all of India faded, and at last Alexander relented. With a heavy heart, he turned back, beginning the long journey home. But fate had other plans, and the road back to Babylon would prove just as deadly as any battlefield he had ever faced. The retreat from India was not the triumphant march home that Alexander had envisioned. His army, weary and battered, began the long journey back through treacherous terrain. Rather than retracing their steps, Alexander made the fateful decision to take a new route, through the unforgiving Gedrosian desert. He He saw it as another challenge, another test of endurance that would forge his men into legends. But what awaited them was far worse than any enemy they had faced. The desert was merciless. Blistering heat scorched the land by day, while freezing winds tore through their camp at night. Water was scarce, food even scarcer. The once mighty army that had crushed empires was reduced to a desperate mass of survivors, their bodies weakened by hunger and thirst. Horses collapsed, unable to bear the conditions. Soldiers fell where they stood, their armor offering no protection against the relentless sun. Yet Alexander pressed on, leading from the front, sharing in their suffering, refusing to turn back. Despite the horrors of the desert, his ambition never faded. He dreamed of new conquests, of expanding his empire beyond what anyone had thought possible. But his men, those who had followed him for years through countless battles, had reached their limit. They no longer saw a vision of glory, only death and suffering. And though they still revered their king, their devotion began to wane. When they finally emerged from the desert, what remained of Alexander's army was a shadow of its former self. Thousands had perished, not in battle, but against an enemy they could not fight. The realization weighed heavily on Alexander. He had conquered the known world, but at what cost? And yet there was still work to be done. He returned to Babylon, the heart of his empire, where he planned his next great campaign. Arabia, Carthage, perhaps even the lands beyond the Atlantic. His mind was already envisioning the next conquest. But fate had other plans. In Babylon, amid the grand halls and the wealth of a world-spanning empire, Alexander fell ill. Fever gripped him, his strength drained. His generals, his friends, those who had marched with him from Macedon, gathered around as his condition worsened. Whispers of poisoning spread, but no proof was ever found. Some believed it was exhaustion, the toll of a life spent chasing an impossible dream. Others thought it was the gods themselves, punishing him for daring to challenge the order of the world. As death loomed, his men, desperate for guidance, asked him who would inherit his empire. His answer was as cryptic as it was prophetic. To the strongest, with those final words, Alexander the Great, the man who had conquered the world, breathed his last. His death sent shockwaves through his empire. Without an heir, his generals turned on each other, dividing his vast lands in a brutal struggle for power. The dream of a unified world under one ruler died with him, but his legacy endured. Cities bore his name, his tactics shaped warfare for centuries, and his legend lived on. Alexander had carved his name into history, not just through conquest, but through the sheer force of his will. And though his empire crumbled, his story would never be forgotten. Alexander's death marked the end of an era, but the battle for his empire was only beginning. With no clear successor, his most trusted generals, known as the Diadochi, turned on one another in a brutal struggle for power. The unity Alexander had fought so hard to create dissolved into chaos, as the vast empire fractured under the weight of ambition and betrayal. In Babylon, Perdiccas, Alexander's trusted commander, initially took control, attempting to hold the empire together. He had Alexander's signet ring, a symbol of authority, but power was fleeting. Other generals, each with their own ambitions, refused to accept his rule. Ptolemy seized Egypt, declaring it his own. Antigonus claimed Asia Minor. Lysimachus took Thrace. Cassander, the son of a former regent, sought control of Macedon itself. Each man saw himself as the rightful heir, and none were willing to submit to another's rule. The empire descended into the wars of the Diadochi, a series of brutal conflicts that reshaped the world Alexander had left behind. Betrayals were constant. Alliances formed and shattered in an instant. Perdiccas, once poised to rule in Alexander's name, was assassinated by his own officers. In Macedon, Alexander's mother Olympias fought to preserve his bloodline, but she too was killed in the ruthless struggle for dominance. The young Alexander I, Alexander's son, was ultimately murdered, ending any hope of a direct heir reclaiming the throne. As the years passed, the dream of a unified empire faded completely. The territories that Alexander had conquered were carved up by his former generals, each ruling as kings in their own right. Ptolemy established the Ptolemaic dynasty in Egypt, a line that would last for centuries, culminating in the reign of Cleopatra. Seleucus claimed Persia, founding the Seleucid Empire. Antigonus fought desperately to reunite the empire, but he too fell in battle, his dreams crushed by the very men who once followed Alexander. Despite the bloodshed, Alexander's influence endured. Greek culture, language and ideas spread across the lands he had conquered, shaping civilizations for centuries to come. His cities, from Alexandria in Egypt to those in Central Asia, became centers of learning and trade. His military strategies were studied by future generals, from Rome to Napoleon. Even in death, Alexander's vision had changed the course of history. Though his empire did not survive, his legend did. His name remains synonymous with greatness, a symbol of ambition, conquest, and the relentless pursuit of glory. The world he left behind was forever altered, shaped by the echoes of his impossible dream. As the dust of war settled and the Diadochi carved up Alexander's empire, a new era emerged, one of kings rather than conquerors. The generals who had once stood united under Alexander's banner now ruled as monarchs, each forging their own destiny from the ruins of his vision. The wars had left scars across the land, but they had also laid the foundation for the Hellenistic world, a civilization that blended Greek culture with the traditions of the East. Ptolemy had secured Egypt, a land of ancient wonders and untold wealth. Unlike many of his rivals, he chose stability over endless conquest. He declared himself pharaoh, adopting the customs of the people he ruled while maintaining the Greek ideals that had shaped his life. Under his reign, Alexandria flourished, becoming a beacon of knowledge and power. The Great Library of Alexandria, a monument to learning, was founded, attracting scholars from across the known world. Ptolemy had not only taken a kingdom, he had built a legacy that would last for generations. In the east, Seleucus claimed vast territories stretching from Persia to India. His rule was one of constant struggle, balancing the ambitions of his Greek officers with the traditions of the peoples he governed. The Seleucid Empire was a land of contrasts, Greek cities rising among ancient Persian capitals, Macedonian military rule merging with Eastern philosophies. But like all great kingdoms, it was vulnerable. Rivals within and enemies beyond its borders ensured that his reign would never know peace. Meanwhile, in Macedon and Greece, Cassander fought to solidify his control. He was not a warrior like Alexander, but a strategist, a man who understood that power was maintained through fear and calculation. He ordered the execution of Alexander's mother Olympias, and later his wife Roxana, and their son Alexander I. With the bloodline extinguished, there was no one left to challenge his rule in the name of the fallen king. Yet despite his cunning, his reign was short-lived, and Macedon would continue to be a land of turmoil for years to come. Antigonus, perhaps the most ambitious of them all, dreamed of restoring Alexander's empire under his rule. He declared himself the rightful heir, challenging the other Diadochi in a final bid for supremacy. The Battle of Ipsus in 301 BC was the turning point. Facing the combined might of his rivals, Antigonus fought with the same relentless spirit that had once driven Alexander. But unlike his former king, he did not emerge victorious. He fell on the battlefield, his dreams shattered, his empire divided among the victors. Though the wars had ended, the world Alexander had left behind continued to evolve. The Hellenistic kingdoms, each a fragment of his once unified domain, would shape history for centuries. Greek culture, philosophy, and science flourished in the lands he had conquered, influencing civilizations from Rome to India. The age of conquest had ended, but the legacy of Alexander the Great endured, echoing through time in the empires that followed. As the Hellenistic world continued to take shape, the influence of Alexander the Great remained a force that transcended his short but extraordinary life. Though the wars of the Diadochi had divided his empire, they had also ensured the survival of his vision, an interconnected world where Greek culture blended with the traditions of the East. The cities he founded continued to thrive, serving as bridges between civilizations, while his name became a legend whispered across continents. In Egypt, Ptolemy and his successors ruled with a delicate balance of Greek administration and native traditions. Alexandria, the jewel of the Mediterranean, became the intellectual and commercial heart of the ancient world. The city's famous library housed the greatest collection of knowledge ever assembled, attracting scholars from all lands. The Ptolemies patronized the arts, science, and literature, ensuring that the cultural legacy of Alexander lived on through learning and discovery. The Seleucid Empire, sprawling across the lands of Persia, Mesopotamia, and beyond, was a realm of constant adaptation. Seleucus and his descendants struggled to maintain control over a vast and diverse population, navigating between Greek military rule and the deep-rooted customs of the East. The blending of cultures was evident in the cities where Greek architecture stood alongside Persian palaces, and local gods were worshipped alongside Olympian deities. Despite endless conflicts, the Seleucid dynasty carried forward Alexander's dream of a world united through shared knowledge and trade. In Macedon and Greece, the echoes of Alexander's reign were both a blessing and a curse. The land that had once given rise to a conqueror now saw constant strife as ambitious rulers vied for dominance. The Antigonid dynasty, descendants of Antigonus, managed to hold power in Macedon for generations, yet they faced relentless challenges from rival states and foreign invaders. The dream of unity had faded, replaced by the harsh reality of fractured rule. Meanwhile, in the distant East, legends of Alexander took on mythical proportions. In lands he had never set foot in, his name became synonymous with divine kingship and ultimate power. Stories of his exploits were told and retold, shaping the perceptions of kings and warriors for centuries. Even as Rome rose to prominence, their generals studied his tactics, seeking to emulate his genius on the battlefield. His influence stretched beyond the borders of his former empire, shaping the future of warfare, governance, and culture. Though his empire had crumbled, the ideals he championed lived on. The fusion of East and West continued to define the ancient world, and the cities he founded became lasting symbols of his ambition. His generals had fought over his legacy, but in the end it was the ideas he spread, knowledge, exploration, and cultural exchange, that endured the test of time. The legend of Alexander the Great was far from over. It had only just begun. Even as the Hellenistic world matured, the shadow of Alexander the Great loomed over every ruler who sought to claim his mantle. His empire had fractured, yet his name remained a symbol of ultimate conquest and ambition. The rulers of the Hellenistic kingdoms, Ptolemies in Egypt, Seleucids in the East, and Antigonids in Macedon, continued to shape their realms with Greek influence, but none could match the sheer brilliance of the man who had created it all. In Egypt, the Ptolemies had firmly entrenched themselves as pharaohs, blending Greek and Egyptian traditions to maintain control over their diverse subjects. Alexandria had become the beating heart of the Mediterranean world, a hub of trade, learning and innovation. The great library and the museum attracted scholars from every corner of the known world, advancing science, medicine and philosophy in ways Alexander himself might have dreamed. Yet for all their prosperity, the Ptolemies remained ever wary of their rivals, knowing that war was never far away. The Seleucid Empire, stretching from Anatolia to the borders of India, remained the most volatile of Alexander's successor states. Seleucus and his heirs struggled to maintain cohesion over a vast and culturally diverse population. Greek rulers governed Persian subjects, Indian war elephants marched alongside Macedonian phalanxes, and cities bore the marks of both East and West. This empire, more than any other, embodied Alexander's vision of a blended world, yet internal strife and constant external threats kept its rulers in a perpetual state of conflict. In Macedon, the Antigonids fought to uphold their power in the land where Alexander had once walked as a prince. Greece, always restless, saw frequent uprisings as city-states yearned for independence. The once mighty Macedonian army, which had crushed the Persian Empire, was now forced to defend itself against former allies and new emerging threats. The legacy of Alexander was a double-edged sword. His conquests had set the stage for greatness, but his absence had left a void none could truly fill. Beyond the borders of his former empire, Alexander's legend only grew. In India, tales of his invincibility were woven into local myths, transforming him into a near-divine figure. In the lands of Persia and beyond, rulers invoked his name to legitimize their own ambitions. Even in Rome, a rising power on the horizon, generals studied his campaigns, eager to learn from the man who had conquered the known world before his death at 32. Though his empire had long since crumbled, his influence remained stronger than ever. The world had changed because of Alexander, and no king, no general, no empire could ignore the indelible mark he had left. His dream of unity had faded into history, but his name, Alexander the Great, would endure for eternity. As the years passed and the Hellenistic kingdoms continued their struggles, the name of Alexander the Great remained a force that shaped the ambitions of rulers and the dreams of conquerors. Though his empire had splintered, his legend had grown even larger, spreading far beyond the lands he had marched through in his lifetime. Stories of his victories and conquests were told in palaces and marketplaces alike, his name whispered with reverence and awe. In Egypt, the Ptolemies maintained their rule by blending Greek and Egyptian traditions, presenting themselves as pharaohs while maintaining the intellectual and cultural superiority of the Hellenic world. Alexandria flourished as a beacon of knowledge, home to the great library and scholars who pushed the boundaries of science, medicine, and philosophy. The Ptolemaic rulers, though powerful, never ceased to look over their shoulders, knowing that the struggle for dominance among the successor states was far from over. The Seleucid Empire remained a vast but unstable realm, constantly at war with itself and its neighbors. Greek rule stretched over Persian lands, but the fusion of cultures that Alexander had envisioned remained a fragile experiment. The Seleucid kings sought to preserve his dream, founding cities and spreading Hellenistic ideals, yet their rule was plagued by rebellions and external threats. From the rising power of Rome to the shifting alliances of their own satraps, they fought tirelessly to hold together what remained of their dominion. In Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty clung to power in a homeland that had grown weary of endless conflict. The once mighty Macedonian phalanx, which had crushed the Persian Empire, now stood as a defensive force against both internal revolts and the encroaching influence of Rome. Greece, ever resistant to foreign rule, remained a hotbed of dissent, and though the Antigonids claimed to uphold the legacy of Alexander, their grip on power was always tenuous. Beyond the lands of his former empire, Alexander's legend had transformed into something almost mythical. In India, he was remembered not as a conqueror, but as a godlike figure whose campaigns had left an indelible mark on their history. In Persia, his name was both revered and reviled, a symbol of both destruction and the merging of civilizations. And in Rome, a new generation of leaders studied his strategies, seeing in him the model of the ideal warrior king. Though the Hellenistic world he had created was constantly shifting, one thing remained unchanged: Alexander's impact on history. His empire had faded, his generals had fought and died, but his influence endured in the hearts and minds of those who came after. The dream of a world united under one rule had proven impossible, yet the mark he left on civilization was eternal. No ruler could escape his shadow, and no conqueror could surpass his legacy. His story was far from over, for as long as men sought greatness, they would look to Alexander as the measure of all things. As time marched forward, the successors of Alexander the Great struggled to maintain their tenuous grip on the vast empire he had left behind. The once mighty dominion had fractured into rival kingdoms, each vying for supremacy while invoking the name of the conqueror who had made it all possible. Though the borders had shifted and alliances had crumbled, one truth remained: the legacy of Alexander continued to shape the world in ways few could have foreseen. In Egypt, the Ptolemies ruled with an iron grip, balancing the traditions of the pharaohs with the intellectual might of the Greek world. Alexandria stood as a symbol of this fusion, its great library a beacon of knowledge, where scholars from across the known world gathered to advance human understanding. Underneath the surface, however, tensions simmered. Native Egyptians resented Greek rule, and the ruling class struggled to maintain their hold over a diverse and often unruly population. The Seleucid Empire, stretching from the Aegean to the edges of India, remained the most fragile of the Hellenistic kingdoms. Beset by both internal strife and external enemies, its rulers fought ceaselessly to hold together a realm that seemed perpetually on the brink of collapse. Revolts in the eastern provinces drained their strength, and ambitious satraps sought to carve out their own fiefdoms. The dream of a unified East and West, a cornerstone of Alexander's vision, grew more distant with each passing year. In Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty clung to power as Rome's influence loomed ever larger. The restless Greek city-states, always eager to assert their independence, kept the ruling elite in a constant state of war and diplomacy. The once dominant Macedonian phalanx, the instrument of Alexander's great victories, now found itself pitted against new and evolving military tactics. Rome watched and waited, its own ambitions stretching beyond the Italian peninsula, eager to claim the mantle of empire that had once belonged to Alexander. Beyond the successor states, Alexander's legacy had taken on a life of its own. In India, he was remembered not as a mere conqueror, but as a divine warrior, his deeds immortalized in legend. In Persia, his image was both revered and despised, a reminder of a foreign king who had reshaped their world. And in the rising power of Rome, generals studied his campaigns, learning the lessons of strategy and leadership that had made him the greatest military mind of his time. Though his empire had faded, the ideals and ambitions he had set into motion continued to ripple through history. His dream of unity may have crumbled, but his influence had not. His name was still spoken with awe, his conquests still studied, his brilliance still unmatched. He had changed the course of civilization forever, and no ruler who came after him could ignore the shadow he cast. The world had moved on, but Alexander the Great had become more than a man. He had become legend. The legacy of Alexander the Great did not end with the collapse of his empire. His influence stretched far beyond the lands he had conquered, shaping the course of civilizations for centuries to come. Even as the Hellenistic kingdoms waged war against one another, his name remained a symbol of ultimate power, ambition, and the boundless potential of human will. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty had solidified its rule, blending Greek and Egyptian traditions in an effort to maintain control over a land rich in culture and resources. The rulers took on the title of pharaoh, portraying themselves as divine rulers in the style of the ancient kings of the Nile. Alexandria flourished, its great library attracting scholars from across the known world. The city became a melting pot of ideas, where Greek philosophy, Egyptian religion, and Persian science intertwined, creating an intellectual powerhouse that would leave a lasting mark on history. Yet beneath the grandeur, the fractures remained. Native Egyptians resented foreign rule, and tensions simmered as the Ptolemies struggled to balance their dual identity. To the east, the Seleucid Empire stretched across vast territories, its rulers desperate to maintain their hold on the lands Alexander had once marched through. The dream of a unified realm, where Greek and Persian cultures could coexist, proved increasingly difficult to sustain. The empire faced threats on multiple fronts. Rebellious satraps sought independence, local rulers challenged Hellenistic authority, and external enemies waited for the right moment to strike. The Seleucid kings, despite their ambitions, found themselves in a constant struggle for survival, their grip on power slipping as new forces emerged. Meanwhile, in Macedon, the Antigonid rulers sought to maintain their homeland's dominance, but the rise of Rome threatened their very existence. The once great phalanx, the foundation of Alexander's military success, was being tested by the adaptability and discipline of Roman legions. The Greeks, always restless under foreign rule, continued to resist, seeing the Macedonian kings as both protectors and oppressors. The world was changing, and the lessons of Alexander's conquests were being studied by those who sought to build their own empires. Beyond the political struggles of the Hellenistic world, Alexander's legend continued to grow. In India, he was remembered as a warrior king whose bravery and skill had left an indelible mark on their history. In Persia, his name evoked both admiration and resentment, a reminder of a conqueror who had reshaped the course of their civilization. And in Rome, rising generals and statesmen looked to his campaigns as the ultimate blueprint for military and political greatness. His strategies, his leadership, and his vision of a vast unified empire became the standard by which all future conquerors would measure themselves. Though Alexander himself had long since perished, his presence loomed over history like an unshakable force. His empire may have fractured, but his ideas endured. The spread of Greek culture, the fusion of East and West, and the relentless pursuit of greatness that had defined his life, continued to inspire those who followed. The world he had left behind was a different one, but in many ways it was still shaped by his hand. Alexander had not just conquered lands, he had conquered time itself, ensuring that his story would never be forgotten. The shadow of Alexander the Great stretched across the centuries, influencing empires that rose and fell long after his death. His name became legend, his tactics the foundation of military doctrine, his ambition the benchmark for those who sought to rule the world. But even as his successors fought over his empire, the spirit of Hellenism endured, shaping cultures far beyond the lands he had once conquered. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty continued to rule, maintaining the delicate balance between Greek and native traditions. The great city of Alexandria stood as a monument to Alexander's dream, a hub of trade, learning and innovation. The great library, a beacon of knowledge, preserved texts from all corners of the known world, ensuring that the wisdom of past civilizations would not be lost. Scholars and philosophers debated the nature of the universe, blending Greek, Egyptian and Persian thought in a way that had never been done before. Yet, Despite its grandeur, the Ptolemaic kingdom was not immune to strife. Political intrigue, familial rivalries, and external threats continued to erode its strength, foreshadowing the eventual rise of a new power in the West. The Seleucid Empire, vast and fragmented, struggled to maintain cohesion. The dream of a unified realm, where East and West could coexist, proved increasingly elusive. Wars with rival Hellenistic kingdoms, the resurgence of Persian influence, and the emergence of new threats from India and Central Asia all weakened Seleucid control. Local rulers, once loyal to the empire, sought independence, further fracturing the once mighty domain. The Seleucid kings, heirs to Alexander's vision, found themselves in an unending cycle of war and diplomacy, fighting to preserve their claim to his legacy. In Macedon and Greece, the Antigonid dynasty faced a different challenge: the rise of Rome. The disciplined Roman legions, having learned from the strategies of Alexander and his successors, proved to be a formidable force. The Greek city-states, ever rebellious, sought to assert their independence, undermining Macedonian stability. The once feared Macedonian phalanx, which had crushed enemies across Asia, now faced a new style of warfare, one that would ultimately reshape the future of military conflict. Rome's influence grew stronger, and the echoes of Alexander's empire could be heard in the strategies of its greatest generals. Yet, beyond the successor states, Alexander's legacy transcended borders. In Persia, he was remembered as both a conqueror and a liberator, a figure of awe and resentment. In India, his brief but impactful campaign left behind stories of his unmatched bravery and military genius. In lands he had never set foot in, his legend grew, his name whispered as the epitome of a ruler who had defied the limits of human ambition. And in Rome, where the next great empire was rising, Alexander was the ultimate model of conquest and governance. Generals studied his battles, seeking to replicate his tactics. Leaders looked to his empire as both a warning and an inspiration. The ideals he had fought for, unity, cultural fusion, and the relentless pursuit of greatness, continued to shape the course of history. Though centuries had passed, Alexander had become more than a man. He was an idea, a force that refused to fade. His dream of a world without borders may have shattered, but his influence remained, woven into the very fabric of civilization. And as new empires emerged, his shadow loomed over them all, a silent reminder that true greatness was not measured in land or gold, but in the impact one left behind. The world that Alexander had left behind was one of chaos and ambition. His generals, once united under his command, had turned against each other in a brutal struggle for power. The wars of the Diadochi, as they came to be known, had reshaped the map of Alexander's empire, dividing it into fractured kingdoms each ruled by one of his former lieutenants. But while these rulers fought for supremacy, Alexander's legacy continued to evolve, shaping the ambitions of those who sought to follow in his footsteps. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty had embraced both Greek and native Egyptian traditions, presenting themselves as pharaohs in an effort to legitimize their rule. The great city of Alexandria flourished, becoming a beacon of learning and trade. The great library expanded, attracting scholars from across the known world. Here, the fusion of cultures that Alexander had envisioned continued, as Greek philosophy intertwined with Egyptian mysticism and Persian science. The city was a living testament to the idea that knowledge and culture could transcend the borders of empires. Yet, for all its grandeur, Egypt was not without its problems. The native population chafed under foreign rule, and as generations passed, the Ptolemies found themselves increasingly isolated from the people they governed. In the vast Seleucid Empire, stretching from Anatolia to the edges of India, the struggle to maintain Alexander's vision proved even more difficult. The empire was too large, too diverse, and too fragile. Persian influences reasserted themselves, and local rulers sought autonomy. The Seleucid kings, despite their attempts to hold on to their power, faced constant rebellions and external threats. The dream of a unified realm, where Greek and Eastern cultures coexisted as equals, was slipping away. The empire's borders shrank, and the once great domain of Alexander fractured into smaller, independent states. Meanwhile, in Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty struggled to maintain control over Greece. The Greek city-states, ever independent, resisted Macedonian rule, and the growing power of Rome loomed on the horizon. The Roman Republic had studied the strategies of Alexander and his successors, refining their own military tactics. They adapted, learning from the mistakes of the Hellenistic armies, and their legions grew into a force that would soon challenge the very foundations of the Hellenistic world. But Alexander's legacy was not just political. His conquests had spread Greek culture across vast distances, leaving a lasting imprint on the lands he had once ruled. Cities bearing his name still thrived, from Alexandria in Egypt to far-off Bactria, where Greek influence persisted for centuries. The blending of Greek and Eastern traditions had given rise to new art, architecture, and philosophies. The very idea of empire had changed. No longer was it simply about domination, but about cultural synthesis, the merging of ideas and traditions to create something greater than the sum of its parts. Even in Rome, where the next great empire was rising, Alexander remained the ultimate symbol of conquest and ambition. Generals and statesmen looked to his campaigns as the pinnacle of military genius. His name was spoken with reverence, a reminder of what a single man could achieve with vision and determination. Though his empire had fractured, though his generals had turned against each other, and though new powers were rising, Alexander's influence endured. He had not just conquered lands, he had reshaped the world itself, setting in motion a chain of events that would echo through history for millennia. His shadow stretched across continents, a force that refused to fade, a reminder that the ambition of one man could alter the course of civilization forever. As the years passed, the world Alexander had conquered continued to change, shaped by the ripple effects of his ambitions. His generals and their descendants had carved out their own kingdoms, yet none could fully recreate the empire he had forged. The Hellenistic world was now a collection of warring states, each claiming to carry forward his legacy, yet each drifting further from the unity he had envisioned. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty still reigned, but their grip on power was weakening. The fusion of Greek and Egyptian traditions had produced a unique culture, but it had also created tensions. Native Egyptians viewed their Greek rulers as foreign occupiers, and despite their attempts to embrace the role of pharaohs, the Ptolemies remained outsiders. Alexandria, however, continued to shine as a beacon of knowledge, its library attracting the greatest minds of the age. Here, Greek philosophy met Eastern mysticism, and scholars debated the nature of the universe, unknowingly laying the groundwork for discoveries that would shape future civilizations. Further east, the Seleucid Empire teetered on the brink of collapse. Its vast lands, stretching from Anatolia to the borders of India, had proven impossible to govern as a single entity. The influence of Greek culture remained strong in the cities, but in the countryside, local traditions reasserted themselves. Revolts weakened the empire from within, while foreign enemies chipped away at its borders. The once mighty realm of Alexander's successors was disintegrating, a victim of its own vastness. In Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty faced a challenge unlike any before Rome. The Romans, having studied the tactics of Alexander and his successors, had developed their own brand of warfare. No longer were the Macedonian phalanxes invincible. The disciplined Roman legions adapted and overcame them. One by one, the Hellenistic kingdoms found themselves facing the unstoppable march of Rome. Macedon fell, and with it, Greek dominance in the Mediterranean began to wane. But even as Rome absorbed the remnants of Alexander's empire, his influence remained. The Roman generals revered him, seeking to emulate his strategies. His name was spoken in admiration, his achievements studied as the pinnacle of military and political genius. Roman leaders saw themselves as the inheritors of his vision, and his dream of a united world lived on, albeit under a different banner. Beyond the Mediterranean, Alexander's legacy endured in unexpected ways. In India, the memory of his campaign lingered, inspiring future rulers. In Persia, he was remembered as both a conqueror and a liberator, a figure of awe and complexity. And in the far reaches of Central Asia, where Greek culture had mingled with Eastern traditions, the seeds of his empire continued to bear fruit for centuries. Though his empire had long since crumbled, Alexander's mark on history was indelible. He had not merely conquered lands, he had transformed them. The world after him was forever altered, infused with the cultural and intellectual exchanges he had set in motion. He had bridged East and West, creating a fusion of ideas that would shape civilizations for millennia. As new empires rose and fell, his shadow remained. He was more than a king, more than a conqueror. He was an idea, a force of ambition, vision, and relentless pursuit of greatness. And though centuries passed, the world would never forget the name of Alexander the Great. The story of Alexander the Great does not end with his death, nor with the wars of his successors. His legend lived on, evolving with time, transforming from history into myth. To some, he was the ultimate warrior, a man who achieved the impossible and carved his name into eternity. To others, he was a tragic figure, a man consumed by his own ambition, unable to find peace even in victory. But regardless of how history judged him, his impact on the world was undeniable. Centuries passed, and each new empire that rose sought to claim a piece of his legacy. The Romans revered him, Napoleon studied him, and countless leaders after them measured their ambitions against his conquests. His tactics were analyzed in military academies, his political maneuvers debated by scholars, his vision of a connected world echoed in the ambitions of nations yet to be born. The cities he founded continued to thrive, their names a reminder of the man who built them. The knowledge he spread, the cultures he merged, the legends he inspired, they all endured. His tomb, if it ever truly existed, was lost to time. Many have searched for it, hoping to find the resting place of the greatest conqueror the world has ever known, but none have succeeded. Perhaps that is fitting, for a man who never stopped moving, who sought to push the boundaries of the known world ever further. There could be no final resting place. His spirit was never meant to be confined to a tomb. It lived on in the minds of those who dared to dream as he did, to strive for more, to break the limits imposed upon them by the world. And so, as history marched forward, Alexander remained, not as a mere memory, but as a force, an eternal symbol of ambition, of brilliance, of what a single man could achieve against all odds. He had once stood at the edge of the world and gazed beyond it, believing there was always more to conquer, more to discover. His empire faded, but his influence never did, and perhaps in that, Alexander the Great achieved something far greater than conquest. He achieved immortality. The story of the British Empire's expansion begins in the late 15th century during the reign of Henry VII. At this time, England was a modest kingdom with limited influence beyond its borders. However, The successes of Spanish and Portuguese navigators, such as Christopher Columbus and Vasco da Gama, ignited an ambition within England to seek new routes to wealth and power across the seas. In 1497, Henry VII sponsored the Venetian navigator John Cabot, who sailed westward across the Atlantic. Cabot landed on the coast of what is believed today to be Newfoundland. Although Cabot's discoveries did not immediately lead to colonization, his voyages marked the beginning of England's overseas aspirations. They demonstrated that England too could find opportunities beyond Europe, setting a precedent for future maritime exploration. Despite these early efforts, England's progress in building an overseas empire was slow during the 16th century. Domestic political struggles and the formidable competition from Spain and Portugal limited English ambitions. However, the seeds had been planted, and by the reign of Elizabeth I, the spirit of exploration and expansion was reignited with greater intensity. Elizabeth I understood the potential of overseas ventures not only for wealth, but also for national prestige. Under her rule, privateers and explorers such as Sir Francis Drake, Sir Walter Raleigh, and Martin Frobisher embarked on daring voyages. These adventurers sought new lands, engaged in trade, and often plundered Spanish ships and settlements. Their activities blurred the lines between piracy and exploration, but significantly expanded England's maritime experience and ambitions. One of the key developments of this period was the establishment of early trading companies. The Muscovy Company, founded in 1555, aimed to develop trade routes to Russia and the East. Later, the Levant Company and the East India Company were formed, reflecting a growing English interest in tapping into the wealth of Asia. Although these companies initially focused on trade rather than colonization, they set the stage for England's later imperial expansion. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 was a turning point. It established England as a formidable naval power capable of challenging Spanish dominance on the seas. The victory boosted national confidence and cleared the way for increased exploration and colonial ventures. Throughout the late 16th century, English settlers made several attempts to establish colonies in the New World. Sir Walter Raleigh's efforts to found a colony on Roanoke Island, known as the Lost Colony, ended in failure. Nonetheless, these early attempts provided valuable lessons that would inform more successful colonization efforts in the following century. The late 15th and 16th centuries thus laid the foundations for England's future empire. Through a combination of daring exploration, privateering, trading ventures, and naval conflict, England began to position itself as a player on the global stage. While immediate successes were limited and often fraught with setbacks, the ambition to look beyond its own shores would soon propel England into an era of profound expansion and transformation. This early period of exploration under Henry VII and Elizabeth I was crucial. It fostered a maritime culture, cultivated navigational skills, and developed a spirit of enterprise that would drive the establishment of the British Empire in the centuries to come. What began with John Cabot's tentative voyage across the Atlantic would eventually lead to Britain commanding the largest empire the world had ever seen. As the 16th century drew to a close, England under Queen Elizabeth I faced a monumental challenge that would ultimately redefine its place in the world and set it on a path to unparalleled global influence. The Spanish Empire, the most formidable maritime force of the age, sought to crush England's rising power and restore Catholicism to what had become a firmly Protestant nation. The confrontation that followed would not only preserve England's sovereignty, but would signal the birth of a new naval power destined to reshape the world's oceans and international relations. Tensions between England and Spain had been simmering for decades. English privateers, often operating under semi-official royal commissions known as letters of marque, targeted Spanish treasure fleets returning from the riches of the New World. Figures like Sir Francis Drake became national heroes for their daring raids, which both enriched England and infuriated Spain. Religious divisions only intensified the hostility, with Protestant England and Catholic Spain locked in an ideological struggle as much as a political one. When Queen Elizabeth openly supported the Protestant Dutch rebels in their fight against Spanish rule in the Netherlands, King Philip II of Spain could no longer tolerate English interference and plotted a full-scale invasion. In 1588, the mighty Spanish Armada set sail, comprising around 130 ships, including some of the largest war galleons of the time, and carrying thousands of soldiers and sailors. It was one of the most ambitious military endeavors ever launched. The Spanish plan was straightforward yet grand. Sail to the Netherlands, link up with the Spanish army under the Duke of Parma, and transport this formidable force across the English Channel to invade England. However, the English, under the seasoned leadership of commanders like Sir Francis Drake, Lord Charles Howard, and Sir John Hawkins, were well prepared. The English fleet employed tactics that showcased both ingenuity and adaptability. Unlike the lumbering Spanish galleons, English ships were smaller, faster, and more agile, able to strike from a distance with superior long-range cannons. The English chose to fight a battle of attrition, using their mobility to constantly harass the Armada, avoid close-quarters combat, where the Spanish excelled, and pick off ships at the edges of the formation. At a critical moment, the English launched fire ships, setting old vessels alight and sending them adrift into the heart of the Spanish fleet. In the ensuing panic, the Spanish ships broke formation, becoming easy targets. Nature itself seemed to side with the English. After suffering heavy damage and disruption, the Spanish Armada was forced to retreat northward around Scotland and Ireland, a route fraught with danger. Powerful Atlantic storms battered the already weakened fleet, sinking many ships and wrecking others on the rocky coasts. Of the original 130 ships, less than half limped back to Spain, many of them in poor condition. The defeat of the Spanish Armada was a watershed moment in European history. For England, it was a stunning, almost miraculous victory that resonated far beyond the battlefield. It secured the Protestant Reformation within England, safeguarded national independence, and marked the rise of English naval dominance. This triumph was not merely military, it represented a profound psychological shift. It imbued the English people with a renewed sense of destiny, ambition, and confidence that would carry them across the globe. The ramifications of this victory were profound and far-reaching. With Spanish dominance weakened, the oceans were now open for English adventurers, traders, and colonizers. English merchants began to push into new markets, establishing early trading outposts and laying the foundation for a commercial empire. The defeat encouraged the founding of colonies in North America and the Caribbean, setting the stage for future territorial expansion. The Elizabethan government and private investors alike realized that the seas were not barriers but highways to opportunity, wealth, and influence. The defeat of the Armada also triggered a gradual but significant decline in Spanish hegemony. Other European nations, inspired by England's success, felt emboldened to challenge Spanish power on land and sea. England, seizing its moment, invested heavily in naval infrastructure, shipbuilding, and the training of sailors. Maritime knowledge and technology flourished, further enhancing English capabilities and ambitions. The Elizabethan era, particularly in the aftermath of the Armada's defeat, marked the dawning of a new English identity as a maritime nation. Exploration missions expanded to distant corners of the globe, from the Arctic in search of the Northwest Passage to the establishment of trading relations with distant lands. English culture itself began to reflect this outward-looking spirit, with literature, art, and popular imagination all celebrating the sea and the promise it held. Though it would take another century for the British Empire to reach its zenith, the critical foundations were laid during Elizabeth I's reign. The defeat of the Spanish Armada was not just a military triumph, but the catalyst that transformed England from an isolated kingdom into a rising global power. It was the spark that lit the fires of ambition, exploration, and conquest that would burn brightly for centuries, propelling Britain toward its destiny as a world-dominating empire. As the 17th century began, England's ambitions turned increasingly toward commerce and expansion beyond Europe. The spirit of exploration that had blossomed under Elizabeth I evolved into a more structured and profit-driven pursuit of overseas wealth. Central to this new phase was the founding of the East India Company in 1600, a development that would have profound and lasting consequences for Britain's role in world trade and empire building. The East India Company was established by royal charter from Queen Elizabeth I, granting a group of London merchants a monopoly on English trade with all countries east of the Cape of Good Hope. These merchants, known collectively as the Governor and Company of Merchants of London trading into the East Indies, envisioned a future in which England could compete with the powerful Portuguese and Dutch trading empires that had dominated Asian commerce. The company's founding marked a pivotal moment when private enterprise backed by the Crown became a driving force behind England's overseas expansion. The early years of the East India Company were fraught with challenges. The Portuguese and Dutch, with their well-established trading networks and fortified posts throughout the Indian Ocean, presented formidable obstacles. English ships made their first voyages to the East Indies in the early 1600s, seeking to establish footholds in a region already rich with competition. They traded primarily in spices such as pepper, cloves, and nutmeg, commodities highly prized in Europe for their value and rarity. Persistence paid off. Over time, the East India Company managed to secure strategic trading posts through a combination of negotiation, diplomacy, and military force. One of the first major successes came in 1612 when the English defeated the Portuguese at the Battle of Swali, near Surat on the west coast of India. This victory convinced the Mughal Emperor Jahangir to grant the company permission to establish a factory or trading post in Surat. It was the beginning of a long and complex relationship between the British and the Indian subcontinent. The company expanded its presence across the Indian Ocean and into Southeast Asia. It established trading posts in places like Bantam in Java and later in Madras, Bombay, and Calcutta in India. These outposts served not only as centers of commerce but also as fortified enclaves that could defend English interests against rival European powers and hostile local forces. The age of mercantilism, the dominant economic philosophy of the time, strongly influenced the company's activities. Mercantilism held that national power depended on the accumulation of wealth, particularly precious metals, and that the state should closely regulate economic activity to achieve this goal. For England, overseas trade was a means to amass wealth, strengthen the nation, and reduce dependence on foreign powers. The East India Company operated under this mercantilist framework, seeking to maximize profits for its shareholders while simultaneously advancing England's strategic interests. The company's growth was not limited to commerce alone. It became a political and military entity in its own right, capable of negotiating treaties, waging war, and administering territories. It maintained its own armies and navies, and its officers often acted with the authority of sovereign rulers in the regions where they operated. Over time, The company's influence expanded from mere trade to political control, setting the stage for the eventual British domination of India. Britain's entry into Asian commerce through the East India Company was transformative. It introduced England to the vast wealth of the East, including textiles, tea, and porcelain, which would become staples of British consumption and culture. It also created enduring links between Britain and Asia, links that would grow stronger and more complex over the centuries. The success of the East India Company inspired other ventures and demonstrated the immense potential of overseas trade and colonial enterprise. By the end of the 17th century, the East India Company had firmly established itself as a major player in Asian commerce. It had survived fierce competition, built a network of trading posts, and laid the groundwork for future territorial acquisitions. More importantly, it had transformed England's approach to empire, shifting it from sporadic exploration to systematic commercial and territorial expansion. The story of the British Empire cannot be told without acknowledging the central role of the East India Company, whose early endeavors in Asia marked the beginning of a new and powerful global presence for Britain. As the 17th century progressed, England's ambitions for overseas expansion took root in the fertile lands of North America and the lucrative plantations of the Caribbean. What had begun as voyages of exploration and tentative trade evolved into full-scale colonization, with profound consequences for the future British Empire and the peoples across 3 continents who would be drawn into its orbit. The first permanent English settlement in North America was established in 1607 with the founding of Jamestown, Virginia. Sponsored by the Virginia Company of London, a joint stock company chartered by King James I, Jamestown was a precarious endeavor from the start. The settlers faced severe hardships, including disease, famine, and conflict with the indigenous Powhatan Confederacy. Despite these difficulties, Jamestown survived, largely due to the leadership of figures like Captain John Smith and the eventual cultivation of tobacco as a cash crop. Tobacco would become the economic lifeblood of Virginia and a cornerstone of English wealth in the New World. Following Jamestown, English settlement spread along the Atlantic coast. In 1620, a group of religious separatists known as the Pilgrims set sail aboard the Mayflower and landed in present-day Massachusetts. Seeking religious freedom, they established Plymouth Colony, which, though small, became a symbol of the broader Puritan migration that would shape New England. The Puritans founded the Massachusetts Bay Colony in 1630, creating tightly knit communities governed by religious principles and fostering a distinctive American culture rooted in English traditions. Meanwhile, English ambitions turned southward to the Caribbean, where the climate and soil proved ideal for sugar cultivation. Colonies such as Barbados, established in the 1620s, quickly became some of the most profitable in the English Empire. Sugar was in high demand in Europe, and the plantations generated immense wealth. However, the labor-intensive nature of sugar production led to the rapid expansion of the transatlantic slave trade. Initially, European indentured servants worked the plantations, but over time, enslaved Africans became the dominant labor force, forever altering the demographic and social fabric of the Caribbean. The English involvement in the transatlantic slave trade began in earnest during this period. English ships transported enslaved Africans across the Atlantic to work on plantations in the Caribbean and North America. This brutal system, known as the triangular trade, connected Europe, Africa, and the Americas in a network of goods, human lives, and profits. Manufactured goods from Europe were traded for slaves in Africa, who were then sold in the Americas, with the proceeds purchasing commodities like sugar, tobacco and cotton for return to Europe. The establishment of colonies in North America and the Caribbean marked a critical turning point. England was no longer merely a European power, but was becoming a global colonial empire. Settlements in Virginia, New England, and the Caribbean formed the nucleus of what would become a vast overseas dominion. Each region developed distinct characteristics. Virginia and the southern colonies relied on plantation agriculture and slave labor. New England fostered a society rooted in religious values, small farms, and emerging commerce. The Caribbean colonies focused almost exclusively on cash crops, with plantation economies heavily dependent on enslaved African labor. This era also witnessed the development of colonial governments and legal systems modeled on English institutions. Representative assemblies like the Virginia House of Burgesses, established in 1619, gave settlers a voice in local governance and planted the seeds of democratic practices that would later flourish in the American colonies. By the end of the 17th century, England had firmly entrenched itself in the Americas and the Caribbean. Colonies were expanding, trade networks were growing, and the flow of wealth into England was accelerating. These early colonial ventures laid the foundation for the British Empire's expansion in the following centuries. However, the prosperity of these colonies came at an immense human cost, particularly for the millions of Africans forcibly taken from their homelands to labor in foreign lands. The colonization of North America and the Caribbean was a complex, often brutal process driven by economic ambition, religious fervor, and geopolitical competition. It set in motion patterns of migration, commerce, and cultural exchange that would shape the Atlantic world for centuries to come. As England's empire grew, so too did the interwoven histories of Europe, Africa, and the Americas, forever linked by conquest, trade, and human endeavor. The 18th century marked the zenith of Britain's power on the world stage. Having established a foothold in the Americas, the Caribbean, and India during the 17th century, Britain entered the 1700s as a rising global power, poised to challenge other European empires for dominance. Key military victories, especially in the 7 Years' War, and strategic engagements in India solidified Britain's standing as the world's preeminent imperial force. The 7 Years' War 1756-1763 was a pivotal conflict that would have far-reaching consequences for both Britain and its rivals. The war was fought across multiple continents, and its outcome reshaped the global balance of power. At its core, the 7 Years' War was a struggle between Britain and France for supremacy in North America and India, though it would soon involve other European powers and impact territories across Europe, the Americas, Africa, and Asia. In North America, the conflict was known as the French and Indian War, where British colonists, alongside their Native American allies, fought against French forces and their own indigenous allies. The British sought to expand their territories, particularly into the Ohio River Valley, while the French sought to protect their valuable fur trading routes and Canadian colonies. The war was characterized by a series of bloody battles, but the turning point came in 1759 with the British victory at the Battle of Quebec. This decisive engagement forced the French to cede most of their North American holdings, including Canada, to Britain under the Treaty of Paris, 1763. The acquisition of Canada was a significant victory for Britain. It not only removed the French as a colonial rival in North America, but also gave Britain control over one of the richest and most strategically important regions in the Americas. In addition to the vast expanse of land, Britain inherited a significant number of French-speaking inhabitants in Canada, known as Canadians. Despite initial concerns about integrating the French population into British colonial rule, Britain opted for a policy of tolerance, allowing French Canadians to maintain their language, religion and customs. This decision would help preserve the stability of Canada under British rule and later shape the development of modern Canadian society. While the British were expanding their empire in North America, the war also played a critical role in establishing British dominance in India. The Battle of Plassey in 1757 was a turning point in British fortunes in India, solidifying the East India Company's control over the Bengal region and opening the door for further territorial expansion. The battle itself was a remarkable victory, as a small British force, led by Robert Clive, defeated the much larger army of the Nawab of Bengal, Siraj-ud-Dowlah, despite being heavily outnumbered. The victory at Plassey was the result of a combination of factors, including strategic alliances, bribery, and the superior tactics of the British. Robert Clive's ability to divide and conquer, along with his manipulation of local politics, allowed him to win the support of key Indian leaders who were discontented with the Nawab's rule. The Battle of Plassey is often seen as the moment when Britain began to transition from a commercial trading power to a territorial empire in India. Following the victory at Plassey, the East India Company gained unprecedented control over Bengal, one of the richest and most populous regions in India. The company now had the power to collect taxes, administer justice, and even maintain its own army. This marked the beginning of British political and military domination over India, which would last for nearly 2 centuries. The success of the East India Company also triggered a broader expansion of British influence in India, as the company began to extend its reach into other regions through both diplomacy and military conquest. By the end of the 7 Years' War, Britain had gained substantial territorial possessions around the globe. In addition to Canada and Bengal, Britain also secured numerous Caribbean islands, Florida from Spain, and key outposts in Africa and Asia. These acquisitions greatly enhanced Britain's wealth and influence, but they also strained its resources. The costs of maintaining and defending such a vast empire began to take their toll, and Britain's finances became increasingly reliant on the taxes and trade revenue generated by its colonies. In the wake of its imperial triumphs, Britain's focus turned to consolidating its empire and maintaining control over its new territories. This period saw the rise of British colonial governance systems, which were designed to centralize power in London while allowing for local autonomy in the colonies. At the same time, Britain began to develop a more systematic approach to managing its colonial economy, with a focus on extracting wealth from both land and labor. The imposition of taxes on American colonists, such as the Stamp Act 1765 and the Townshend Act 1767, set the stage for rising tensions between Britain and its colonies, ultimately leading to the American Revolution. The 18th century was a period of tremendous expansion and consolidation for the British Empire. Victories in the 7 Years' War and the Battle of Plassey were crucial milestones that propelled Britain to the forefront of global imperial power. The empire was now spread across continents, encompassing vast territories in North America, the Caribbean, Africa, and Asia. Britain's economic strength, fueled by colonial trade and resources, was matched by its military dominance on land and at sea. However, as the empire expanded, so too did the challenges of governing such a far-flung and diverse set of colonies. The legacy of Britain's victories in the 18th century would continue to shape the world for centuries to come, laying the foundation for the British Empire's height in the 19th century and the global order that would emerge in its wake. The Industrial Revolution, a period spanning from 1760 to 1840, represents a pivotal transformation in British history. This era marked the shift from an agrarian economy to an industrialized powerhouse, fueling Britain's dominance in the global arena. Industrialization provided Britain with unprecedented military, economic, and technological advantages, allowing it to not only expand its empire, but also to control vital global trade routes and reshape the global order. The roots of the Industrial Revolution in Britain can be traced to a unique confluence of factors. A stable political environment, the availability of natural resources such as coal and iron, and a growing population all contributed to an atmosphere conducive to technological innovation. In addition, Britain's extensive colonial empire, which provided both raw materials and markets for British goods, acted as a powerful catalyst for industrialization. With an expanding empire across continents, Britain found itself increasingly dependent on technological advances to maintain and expand its reach. At the core of the Industrial Revolution was the mechanization of production. One of the most significant inventions of the era was James Watt's steam engine. Watt's improvements to the steam engine in the late 18th century revolutionized industries by providing a reliable and powerful source of energy for factories, mills, and transportation. Steam engines powered cotton mills, textile factories, and ironworks, massively increasing production rates and efficiency. This innovation was a game-changer for industries, particularly textiles, which was one of the first to undergo mass industrialization. The textile industry was key to the success of industrialization in Britain. With the invention of new machines such as the spinning jenny, the power loom, and the cotton gin, the production of cloth skyrocketed. These machines allowed factories to produce goods at unprecedented speeds, meeting growing domestic and international demand. Britain's control over textile manufacturing, coupled with its ability to produce raw materials like cotton, solidified its position as the world's leading industrial power. Industrialization also significantly impacted Britain's transportation infrastructure. The advent of steam-powered locomotives and steamships revolutionized trade and military strategy alike. The development of the railway system, particularly the construction of the Stockton and Darlington Railway in 1825 and the Liverpool and Manchester Railway in 1830, connected regions across Britain and facilitated the efficient movement of raw materials and finished goods. Railroads enabled goods such as coal, cotton, and iron to be transported more efficiently, fueling industrial growth and expanding trade networks within Britain and its colonies. In addition to railways, steam-powered ships began to dominate global trade routes. These vessels could travel faster, carry more cargo, and navigate more reliably than sailing ships. Britain's merchant fleet, already the largest in the world, was further bolstered by the rise of steam-powered ships. This new technology allowed Britain to expand its trade networks across the globe, making it the undisputed leader in international commerce. The creation of steamships enabled Britain to maintain its control over vital sea routes, ensuring the smooth flow of goods between colonies, ports, and markets across every continent. The industrialization of the military also played a crucial role in maintaining British imperial power. The mass production of weapons, ships, and war materials allowed Britain to project its military power across the globe. Steam-powered warships, which were faster and more maneuverable than their sail-powered predecessors, gave Britain a strategic advantage in naval warfare. The ability to produce ironclad ships, capable of withstanding heavy artillery fire, further solidified Britain's naval supremacy and allowed it to protect its empire and trade routes effectively. The British Empire's expansion during this period was not just about territorial conquest, it was also about controlling the global flow of goods. With its newfound industrial power, Britain was able to dictate terms in international trade. The empire's factories produced finished goods, which were then exported to colonies and foreign markets. In return, Britain's colonies supplied raw materials like cotton, sugar, and tobacco, fueling the industrial machine back home. This system of trade, often referred to as mercantilism, allowed Britain to amass incredible wealth and expand its economic and military power. One of the key regions that benefited from industrialization was India. The British established an extensive railway network in India, which helped to consolidate British control over the subcontinent. The railroads allowed for the efficient transportation of raw materials like cotton, tea, and opium, which were then shipped back to Britain's factories. This system allowed Britain to exploit India's resources and integrate its economy into the larger imperial framework. The construction of railroads and the expansion of British industry in India also had a lasting impact on the Indian economy and society, laying the foundations for modern infrastructure in the country. Industrialization in Britain also led to the rise of a new class of industrial capitalists and financiers. Wealth generated from the empire and from industrial enterprises helped to fund further imperial expansion and economic growth. British banks, including the Bank of England, played a key role in financing the construction of railroads, the expansion of colonies, and the growth of industries that supported imperialism. The financial sector was central to Britain's ability to maintain its global power, facilitating the flow of capital and investments necessary to sustain its empire. While industrialization undoubtedly strengthened Britain's position as a global superpower, it also brought significant social changes. The rise of factory work led to the growth of cities and the development of an urban working class. Factory workers, including women and children, often worked long hours in poor conditions for low wages. The wealth generated by industrialization was not evenly distributed, with the working class suffering while industrialists and landowners amassed fortunes. This led to significant social unrest and the rise of labor movements that sought to improve working conditions and wages. Despite these challenges, industrialization undeniably transformed Britain into the dominant global power of the 19th century. The innovations of the Industrial Revolution gave Britain unparalleled military strength, economic power, and control over global trade routes. By the mid-19th century, Britain's empire spanned the globe, and its industrial and imperial power seemed invincible. The combination of technological innovation, economic dominance, and military might allowed Britain to maintain its status as the leading superpower, a position it would hold for much of the 19th and early 20th centuries. In conclusion, the Industrial Revolution was the engine that powered Britain's imperial ambitions. By transforming Britain into the world's leading industrial and military power, it allowed the nation to dominate global trade, expand its empire, and project its influence across the globe. The innovations of this period were not just technological, but were deeply entwined with the growth of the British Empire, making the Industrial Revolution a defining moment in world history and securing Britain's position as the preeminent global power of the 19th century. The story of British rule in India, known as the Raj, is one of the most transformative and complex chapters in the history of the British Empire. The period from 1858 to 1947 saw Britain exerting direct control over India, shaping its economy, society, and infrastructure in ways that would have lasting consequences for both India and the empire itself. This chapter explores the historical trajectory of British involvement in India, the impact of the Indian Rebellion of 1857, and how the British Crown consolidated its power in the subcontinent, fundamentally altering India's future. Before the British Raj was officially established in 1858, India had been under the control of the British East India Company, a powerful corporation granted authority by the British government to trade and govern in the subcontinent. The East India Company's rule had expanded gradually, with British forces gaining control of large portions of India through military conquest, diplomacy, and alliances with local rulers. However, the company's grip on India was not without significant resistance, particularly from various Indian rulers and communities, who sought to maintain their independence. The tensions between the British and the Indian population came to a head in 1857, when what is often referred to as the Indian Mutiny or the Sepoy Rebellion erupted. The immediate cause of the rebellion was the dissatisfaction of Indian soldiers, or sepoys, in the British East India Company's army, due to the introduction of new rifle cartridges, rumored to be greased with animal fat, which offended both Hindu and Muslim religious sensibilities. However, underlying this specific grievance was a broader sense of frustration with British rule, as Indians were increasingly subjected to economic exploitation, political disenfranchisement, and social upheaval. The rebellion began in the town of Meerut and spread quickly to other parts of northern and central India, with Indian soldiers, civilians, and even some rulers joining the fight against British authority. The British response to the rebellion was brutal and decisive, with the army crushing the uprising after months of fighting. Thousands of Indians were killed, and entire villages were destroyed. In the aftermath of the rebellion, the British government decided that the East India Company had failed to govern effectively and assumed direct control over India, marking the beginning of the British Raj. The British Raj was characterized by a significant shift in how India was governed. The British Crown took full responsibility for the administration of India, and the British Parliament created a new system of governance, appointing a viceroy to oversee the colony on behalf of the Crown. This transition from corporate to state control meant that India was no longer ruled by a private company, but by the British government itself, with direct representation in the form of the viceroy and the establishment of a new colonial bureaucracy. Under the British Raj, India's economy was restructured to serve the needs of the British Empire. British policies favoured the extraction of India's resources, particularly raw materials like cotton, tea and opium, which were sent to Britain for processing and manufacturing. In return, Britain provided India with finished goods, including textiles, machinery and weapons. This system of trade ensured that India became a supplier of raw materials and a market for British goods, creating a colonial economic model that benefited Britain while stifling India's own industrial development. British infrastructure projects such as railways, roads and canals were implemented to facilitate the movement of goods and troops, further integrating India into the imperial economic system. While these projects did provide some benefits, such as increased mobility and communication, they were primarily designed to serve British interests. The railways, for example, allowed the British to extract resources from the interior of India and transport them to ports for export, while also enabling the rapid deployment of British troops in case of unrest. Socially, British rule had a profound impact on Indian society. British colonial administrators sought to impose Western-style education and institutions on the Indian population, creating a new elite class of educated Indians who were often loyal to the British government. This new class played a crucial role in administering British policies and maintaining order within the colony. At the same time, traditional Indian customs, religious practices, and social structures were often undermined or disregarded by the British, leading to significant cultural tensions. One of the most enduring legacies of British rule in India was the creation of a unified, centralized state. Prior to British rule, India had been a collection of diverse kingdoms, empires and regions, each with its own language, culture and political structure. The British, however, sought to bring these disparate regions under a single administration, laying the foundations for the modern Indian state. The British also introduced systems of law and governance that in many ways would shape the political structure of independent India in the 20th century. However, British rule also sowed the seeds of resistance. As India's educated class grew, so too did the demand for greater political representation and autonomy. The Indian National Congress (ENC), founded in 1885, began to call for reforms and eventually self-rule. By the early 20th century, the ENC, led by figures like Mohandas Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, and Subhas Chandra Bose, was at the forefront of the movement for Indian independence. The British, unable to ignore the growing calls for independence, eventually found themselves negotiating with Indian leaders for a peaceful transition to self-rule. The struggle for Indian independence reached its peak in the first half of the 20th century, culminating in 1947 with the partition of India and the creation of the independent nations of India and Pakistan. The partition was accompanied by widespread violence, mass migrations, and deep-seated communal tensions that would shape the region for decades to come. India's independence marked the end of British rule, but the legacy of the Raj continued to influence the political, economic, and social landscape of South Asia. In conclusion, the British Raj was a period of profound transformation for India. While it brought about significant changes to the country's economy, infrastructure, and political systems, it also led to social unrest, resistance, and ultimately, the quest for independence. The legacy of British rule in India is a complex one, with both positive and negative aspects that continue to shape the relationship between India and Britain today. Despite the challenges and exploitation of the colonial period, India emerged as an independent nation with a rich cultural heritage and a rapidly developing economy, ultimately reshaping the balance of power in the post-colonial world. The Victorian era, spanning from 1837 to 1901, was the period in which the British Empire reached the peak of its power, wealth, and global influence. Under Queen Victoria's rule, Britain not only solidified its status as the world's foremost imperial power, but also oversaw the expansion of its territories, the establishment of new colonies, and the spread of its cultural, economic, and political systems across the globe. It was an era marked by technological advancement, economic dominance, and the belief in the superiority of British civilization, encapsulated in the ideology of the civilizing mission. During this time, the British Empire came to be known as the empire on which the sun never sets, a testament to its vast expanse across the globe. The phrase reflected the global nature of Britain's possessions, stretching from the Americas to Africa, Asia, the Pacific Islands, and Australasia. By the end of the 19th century, the British Empire covered about a quarter of the world's land surface and ruled over a quarter of the global population. One of the most significant areas of British expansion during the Victorian era was Africa, which saw the height of the scramble for Africa. European powers, including Britain, competed fiercely to carve up the African continent, with Britain securing vast territories, particularly in the east and southern regions. British control of Egypt, the Sudan, and the Cape Colony, along with protectorates in regions like Uganda, Kenya, and Zimbabwe, marked the height of Britain's African imperial ambitions. The annexation of these territories was not only driven by a desire for land and resources, but also by Britain's strategic and commercial interests. Control of the Suez Canal, for example, ensured Britain's dominance over key shipping routes and secured access to India, the jewel in the crown of the British Empire. In India, the Victorian era continued the consolidation of British power following the Indian Rebellion of 1857, which had been a significant turning point in British rule. After the rebellion, the British Crown assumed direct control of India, ending the East India Company's rule and establishing the British Raj. The British government aimed to reshape India's economy, infrastructure, and society in ways that benefited the empire. The construction of railways, roads, and telecommunication networks facilitated the extraction of raw materials such as cotton, tea, and opium, and their transportation to British ports for export. The Raj also saw the imposition of British legal and political systems, along with a growing British presence in Indian cities and towns. Despite occasional unrest, Britain's control over India remained largely unchallenged throughout the 19th century. Technological innovation during the Victorian era played a pivotal role in supporting Britain's imperial expansion and strengthening its global power. The Industrial Revolution, which had already transformed Britain's economy, continued to drive technological advancements that enhanced Britain's military capabilities and infrastructure. The development of steamships, railways, and the telegraph revolutionized the way Britain could project power and communicate across its vast empire. Steam-powered warships and ironclad vessels allowed the Royal Navy to maintain dominance over the world's seas, while the construction of railways across colonies enabled the rapid movement of troops, goods, and resources. The Victorian era was also a period of intense cultural and ideological expansion. The British believed in the concept of the civilizing mission, a justification for imperialism based on the belief that British rule would bring enlightenment, order, and progress to backward societies. This ideology was often used to legitimize the expansion of the British Empire into regions that were seen as underdeveloped. British colonial officials and missionaries portrayed British civilization as superior and worked to impose British values and institutions upon colonized peoples. The civilizing mission was evident in the spread of education, Christianity, and Western legal systems across the empire, as well as in the establishment of colonial governments and infrastructure. However, beneath the surface of imperial grandeur, there were significant contradictions and tensions. The British Empire relied heavily on the exploitation of resources and labor from its colonies, often with little regard for the welfare of the local populations. In India, for example, the British imposition of taxes, land reforms, and policies that favored British industry led to widespread poverty, famine, and social unrest. The Victorian-era imperialists were confronted with the realities of empire, including resistance from colonized peoples and the challenges of governing vast, diverse territories. The late Victorian era also saw the rise of new movements that questioned the morality and sustainability of empire. The increasing influence of the British working class and the rise of socialist and anti-imperialist ideologies challenged the foundations of imperialism. However, at the time, these voices were often sidelined, as the British ruling class remained committed to the idea of empire as a force for good and civilization. Despite these challenges, the Victorian era cemented Britain's position as the dominant imperial power of the 19th century. The British Empire continued to expand throughout the era, reaching its zenith in terms of territorial control, economic wealth, and global influence. The legacy of Victorian imperialism, both in terms of its technological achievements and its ideological justifications, would continue to shape British policy and imperial ambitions throughout the 20th century. The British Empire, in the Victorian era, not only defined the character of the nation, but also left an indelible mark on the history of the modern world. The period between 1914 and 1945 was a time of immense change for the British Empire, marked by the devastating effects of the two world wars and the rise of nationalist movements that sought independence from colonial rule. The global conflicts and the ideological shifts of the 20th century significantly weakened Britain's control over its empire, while simultaneously fostering an environment in which the long-simmering desire for self-determination among colonized peoples reached a boiling point. The impact of these events would reshape the geopolitical landscape and set the stage for the eventual decolonization of much of the British Empire. World War I, 1914-1918, was a cataclysmic event that took a tremendous toll on the British Empire, both in terms of human lives and financial resources. The war was fought on multiple fronts, and Britain found itself entrenched in a brutal, protracted conflict that drained its military and economic strength. The loss of soldiers, the destruction of infrastructure, and the severe economic burden placed on Britain during the war exposed cracks in the imperial system. At the same time, the war required the resources of the empire, and colonies like India, Australia, and Canada contributed vast numbers of soldiers, funds, and supplies to the British war effort. Despite the sacrifices made by colonial subjects, the aftermath of World War I saw growing discontent with British rule in many parts of the empire. The war had highlighted the contradictions between Britain's values of democracy and liberty and the reality of colonial subjugation. In India, for example, the disillusionment with British promises of greater self-governance following the war was palpable. The British government had made some promises of reforms, but these were viewed as insufficient and patronizing. In 1919, the British response to growing unrest in India, particularly in the city of Amritsar, led to the infamous massacre at Jallianwala Bagh, where British forces killed hundreds of unarmed Indian civilians. This event ignited widespread anger and calls for independence. World War II, 1939-1945, was even more devastating for Britain and its empire. The war further drained Britain's resources and inflicted heavy damage on the country's infrastructure. The economic strain caused by the war made it increasingly difficult for Britain to maintain its global imperial commitments. The British Empire's military forces, which had once seemed invincible, were stretched thin as the empire found itself fighting on multiple fronts across Europe, Africa, and Asia. After the war, Britain emerged exhausted and deeply in debt, while the global power dynamics were shifting rapidly. The rise of the United States and the Soviet Union as superpowers and the formation of international bodies like the United Nations marked the end of Britain's unquestioned global dominance. Meanwhile, nationalist movements in India, Africa, and Ireland gained momentum, driven by the belief that colonized peoples should govern themselves. India in particular became the focal point of Britain's imperial troubles in the interwar years. Leaders like Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru spearheaded the Indian independence movement, using both peaceful protests and political maneuvering to demand self-rule. Gandhi's non-violent resistance, symbolized by the Salt March of 1930 and the Quit India movement of 1942, garnered widespread support among the Indian population and put immense pressure on the British to grant independence. In Africa, the two world wars had a similar effect on the colonial order. Soldiers from British colonies had fought in both wars, and their experiences in combat, as well as their exposure to the ideas of self-determination and equality, sowed the seeds for post-war independence movements. After colonial subjects across Africa began to demand greater political rights and autonomy, and many African leaders started to call for an end to colonial rule. While Britain had long justified its colonial presence with the ideology of the civilizing mission, it became increasingly clear that colonial rule was unsustainable in a changing world. The growing influence of nationalist movements, particularly in India, made it difficult for Britain to maintain its imperial control. Ireland, too, experienced significant unrest during this period. The Irish War of Independence 1919-1921 culminated in the signing of the Anglo-Irish Treaty, which created the Irish Free State and marked the beginning of the end of British rule in Ireland. The partition of Ireland, however, left Northern Ireland as part of the United Kingdom, setting the stage for decades of conflict between Irish nationalists and the British government. As Britain faced mounting pressure from nationalist movements and the economic strain caused by the wars, it became increasingly clear that maintaining the vast British Empire was no longer feasible. The empire's political and economic control had been severely weakened, and independence movements across the world were gaining traction. The decline of British power was further cemented by the post-war wave of decolonization that swept through Africa, Asia, and the Caribbean in the 1950s and 1960s. The period of the World Wars and the rise of nationalist movements marked the beginning of the end for the British Empire. The toll of 2 world wars, coupled with the rise of self-determination and anti-colonial sentiment, led to a seismic shift in global power. Britain's imperial hold began to unravel, and within just a few decades, many of its colonies achieved independence. The collapse of the British Empire was not simply a result of military defeat, but also of changing political, economic, and social forces that made colonial rule untenable in the modern world. The challenges faced by Britain during this period highlighted the contradictions of empire and revealed that the world was no longer willing to accept colonial domination. The legacy of the World Wars and the rise of nationalist movements in the 20th century would forever alter the political landscape, signaling the decline of imperialism and the emergence of a new, more multipolar world order. The period from 1947 to 1997 marks the end of the British Empire, a dramatic and irreversible transformation of the global political landscape. The events that unfolded during these decades, particularly the independence of India, the Suez Crisis, and the decolonization of Africa, signified the decline of Britain's imperial power and the emergence of new nations asserting their independence. The symbolic handover of Hong Kong in 1997 brought the final chapter of empire to a close. Britain's once vast and powerful empire, which had stretched across continents and dominated the global stage for centuries, was gradually dismantled as colonial subjects demanded self-determination and independence. India's independence in 1947 was the most significant event in the decolonization process. The British had ruled India for almost 2 centuries, and its independence was the culmination of decades of struggle by Indian nationalists. Leaders like Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, and Subhas Chandra Bose spearheaded the movement for self-rule, using both non-violent resistance and political negotiation to push for independence. The British decision to grant India's independence was influenced by several factors, including the growing resistance movements within the country, the financial strain of World War II, and the changing global atmosphere after the war. The process of decolonization in India was far from smooth. The partition of India in 1947 created 2 independent nations, India and Pakistan, which led to widespread violence, displacement, and a deepening of religious tensions. The partition left millions of people on the move, as Hindus and Sikhs migrated to India while Muslims fled to Pakistan. This mass displacement and the subsequent violence claimed the lives of hundreds of thousands and left lasting scars on both nations. The Suez Crisis of 1956 marked another pivotal moment in the decline of British imperial power. The crisis was triggered when Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser nationalized the Suez Canal, a vital waterway that had been under British and French control. In response, Britain, France, and Israel launched a military intervention aimed at regaining control of the canal. However, the military action was met with widespread international condemnation, particularly from the United States and the Soviet Union, who saw the British and French intervention as an example of outdated colonialism. The failure of the Suez Crisis demonstrated that Britain no longer had the political and military power to act unilaterally in global affairs. It was a humiliating defeat for Britain, and it marked a clear signal that its imperial influence was waning. In the following decades, the process of decolonization accelerated, particularly in Africa. British colonies across the continent began to demand independence, and by the 1960s, many African nations had achieved self-rule. Countries such as Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, and Uganda gained independence from Britain, often through a combination of negotiations and armed struggle. The decolonization of Africa was not without its challenges, as newly independent nations grappled with issues of governance, ethnic tensions, and economic development. However, the wave of independence movements across Africa was undeniable, and it was a clear indication that Britain's imperial power in the region was rapidly eroding. The British government's approach to decolonization varied across regions. In some cases, Britain was able to negotiate peaceful transfers of power, while in others, the process was marked by violent resistance and conflict. The British withdrawal from Africa was particularly complicated, as the empire had been deeply entrenched in the region for over a century. The Mau uprising in Kenya and the violent suppression of independence movements in places like Cyprus and Malaya highlighted the growing tensions between the British government and its colonial subjects. The final symbolic moment of British imperial decline came in 1997 with the handover of Hong Kong to China. Hong Kong had been a British colony since the Opium Wars in the 19th century, and its return to Chinese sovereignty marked the end of British colonial rule in Asia. The handover was a carefully negotiated process, and the agreement ensured that Hong Kong would maintain a high degree of autonomy under the principle of one country, two systems. The event marked the formal end of the British Empire, a momentous occasion that symbolized the transition from imperial domination to a new era of international relations. The process of decolonization was complex and multifaceted, influenced by global political dynamics, economic factors, and the aspirations of colonized peoples. As former colonies gained independence, they were faced with the challenges of nation building, economic development, and establishing stable political systems. The British Empire's legacy was a mixture of triumphs and tragedies, with lasting impacts on the political, social, and economic landscapes of the former colonies. In conclusion, the period between 1947 and 1997 marked the final phase of British imperial rule. The independence of India, the Suez Crisis, the decolonization of Africa, and the handover of Hong Kong were key events in the dismantling of the British Empire. While Britain's imperial power had once spanned the globe, the winds of change blew across the empire, heralding the end of an era. The legacy of British colonialism remains a complex and contentious issue, but the end of empire also opened the door for new possibilities for former colonies to chart their own courses in the world. Napoleon Bonaparte was born on August 15, 1769, on the rugged island of Corsica, just months after the island was transferred from Genoese to French rule. His family belonged to the lower ranks of Italian nobility, but their status did little to protect them from the harsh economic realities of life under new rulers. Napoleon's father, Carlo Bonaparte, was an ambitious man who managed to align himself with the new French administration, gaining a modest political role and securing a scholarship for his son. From an early age, Napoleon was different. He was fiercely intelligent, fiercely proud, and fiercely Corsican. He spoke with a thick Corsican accent, and his French was broken, which made him a target of mockery when he was sent to mainland France for school. Yet the boy, who barely spoke the language of his new country, absorbed everything. History, mathematics, strategy, and the lives of great leaders filled his imagination. He was determined not just to learn, but to rise. In 1779, at just 9 years old, he left Corsica to attend military school in Brienne-le-Château. It was here that the seeds of ambition truly began to grow. Napoleon was isolated, often mocked by his classmates for his accent and modest background. But instead of retreating, he immersed himself in books, particularly those about military history and philosophy. He studied Julius Caesar, Alexander the Great, and Hannibal. While other boys played games, Napoleon envisioned empires. At 16 he graduated and was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the French artillery. It was an achievement that few from his background could have expected. When the French Revolution erupted in 1789, Napoleon was still a young officer. But the chaos and collapse of the old order created opportunities. The revolution overturned the social hierarchy. Nobles fled, and the military command structure was shattered. For men like Napoleon, it was the opening of a door that had long been shut. He returned briefly to Corsica, but found himself at odds with the island's revolutionary leader Pasquale Paoli. Their conflict turned violent and forced Napoleon and his family to flee to mainland France as refugees. It was a humiliating moment, but also a turning point. Now stripped of his home and his former identity, Napoleon embraced France fully. His rise would be built not on aristocratic birthright, but on talent, ambition, and an unshakable belief in destiny. In 1793, during the siege of Toulon, he got his first chance to prove himself. As a young artillery officer, he suggested a bold strategy that turned the tide of the battle. His plan worked and British forces were driven from the port. Napoleon was promoted to brigadier general at just 24. It was the beginning of a meteoric ascent, from a boy mocked for his Corsican accent to a commander who had reshaped a battlefield. Napoleon had begun his journey from obscurity to legend. In 1793, Napoleon Bonaparte had already proven himself to be an intelligent and determined officer, but it was during the siege of Toulon that his brilliance truly began to shine. At just 24 years old, Napoleon found himself thrust into a crucial military engagement that would set the course for his future and elevate him to the highest ranks of the French army. Toulon, a strategic port on the southern coast of France, had fallen into the hands of British and Royalist forces. The French Revolution was in full swing, and Toulon's defection to the enemy was a major blow to the revolutionary cause. The city was heavily fortified, and its defenders were well equipped. The French government, in desperate need of a decisive victory, turned to the young artillery officer Napoleon Bonaparte to help reclaim the port. The situation seemed dire. Toulon was a fortress surrounded by high ground, giving the British forces a clear advantage. The city was also home to a powerful fleet of ships that could threaten France's naval supremacy. But Napoleon, with his keen understanding of military strategy, saw an opportunity where others saw only a challenge. His first insight was that Toulon's defenders relied too heavily on their naval superiority and the natural fortifications of the surrounding hills. Napoleon proposed a bold plan to position French artillery on the high ground surrounding the city, targeting the British fleet and cutting off their ability to resupply. The idea was audacious. It went against the traditional strategies of siege warfare, which focused on direct assaults and attrition. But Napoleon believed it was the key to breaking the stalemate. His strategy was built on speed, surprise, and precision. He oversaw the construction of artillery positions on the heights surrounding Toulon, directing his men with incredible energy and focus. Despite facing difficulties, poor weather, logistical issues, and constant pressure from the enemy, Napoleon's plans began to take shape. The artillery batteries were established, and soon they began raining fire down on the British ships and the Royalist defenders within the city. The British fleet, unable to escape the bombardment, was forced to retreat, and the French forces gained control of the heights. With the strategic advantage now in their hands, the French army launched a decisive assault on Toulon. The city fell, and the Royalists and British forces were defeated. Napoleon's strategy had worked to perfection. His role in the victory did not go unnoticed. His innovative tactics, bold decision-making, and tireless work ethic earned him the respect of his superiors and the loyalty of his men. Napoleon was promoted to brigadier general at just 24 years old, a remarkable achievement that recognized his military genius. This victory at Toulon was not only a testament to Napoleon's brilliance, but also a defining moment in his career. It marked the beginning of his rise to power, and it set him on a path that would lead to the heights of military and political greatness. The siege of Toulon revealed to the world what Napoleon was capable of, a young officer with the strategic mind of a seasoned general, a man who would go on to reshape the face of Europe. The year was 1798, and Napoleon Bonaparte, now a rising star in the French military, embarked on one of his most ambitious and ultimately disastrous ventures, the Egyptian campaign. This was a bold move that would shape his reputation, but also mark the beginning of his downfall. The purpose of the campaign was clear: to disrupt British trade with India, weaken British influence in the region, and establish French dominance over the eastern Mediterranean. But behind the military strategy was a grand vision. Napoleon dreamed of creating a French empire stretching across the Middle East, a vision that would secure his place in history as a conqueror. The Egyptian campaign was a gamble, one that Napoleon hoped would pay off. At the time, Britain's economic power was largely tied to its control over trade routes to India, the crown jewel of its global empire. France, under the leadership of Napoleon, wanted to disrupt this trade by occupying Egypt and threatening Britain's access to the subcontinent. Napoleon's ambition was fueled by the belief that defeating Britain would not only elevate his stature, but also reshape the global order. The campaign began with the landing of Napoleon's army in Egypt in July of 1798. Napoleon's forces faced a hostile environment, far from the familiar European battlefield. But Napoleon, ever the visionary, did not simply focus on military conquest. He also brought along a team of scholars, scientists and engineers, members of the Institute of Egypt, whose task was to document and study Egypt's rich history, culture, and natural resources. This side of the campaign was just as important to Napoleon as the military victory. He saw Egypt as a place where French culture, knowledge, and influence could be spread across the Middle East. But the realities of the campaign soon began to diverge from Napoleon's grand vision. After a relatively easy landing, the French forces quickly marched toward Cairo, where they encountered their first serious opposition. The Battle of the Pyramids, fought on July 21, 1798, would become one of Napoleon's most famous victories. Against a much larger army of Mamluks, the elite soldiers who had ruled Egypt for centuries, Napoleon employed his now signature tactic, the use of artillery to break the enemy's formations. With devastating precision, Napoleon's artillery devastated the Mamluks, while his infantry followed up with rapid assaults, breaking the enemy lines. The battle was a triumph, and Napoleon emerged as a hero. The Mamluks were crushed, and Egypt was effectively in French hands. Napoleon's victory at the Pyramids cemented his reputation as a military genius, but the true challenges were only beginning. The real test came when Napoleon's forces, after securing Cairo, began to face the realities of operating in a foreign land, cut off from supplies and reinforcements. The logistical challenges were overwhelming. The French forces, though skilled in battle, were unprepared for the harsh desert environment. They faced constant shortages of food, water, and medical supplies. The army was not trained for the desert's brutal conditions, and disease began to spread rapidly through the ranks. Malaria, dysentery, and other tropical diseases decimated the troops. The very terrain that had allowed Napoleon to achieve victory at the pyramids now became a death sentence for his army. Meanwhile, in Europe, the situation was shifting. While Napoleon was focused on Egypt, the British under Admiral Horatio Nelson were preparing a counterattack. In August of 1798, Nelson's fleet destroyed the French navy at the Battle of the Nile, trapping Napoleon's forces in Egypt. The loss of the French fleet was a crushing blow as it cut off any hope of resupply and escape. Napoleon's brilliant military mind had failed him in this regard. The British Navy's dominance at sea meant that any plans for a quick retreat or reinforcement were now impossible. Napoleon's campaign was turning into a logistical disaster. The situation in Egypt was deteriorating rapidly. The French forces began to suffer not only from disease and shortages, but also from the growing hostility of the local population. While Napoleon had initially been welcomed as a liberator by some, his presence soon turned into a burden. The French occupation sparked resistance, and Egyptian insurgents began to rise up against the foreign invaders. The French found themselves embroiled in guerrilla warfare, which drained their resources and morale. The campaign had begun with such grand promises, but had now become a long and costly struggle in a foreign land. Napoleon's ambition began to falter. The situation in Egypt became untenable. After nearly a year of fighting, Napoleon made the difficult decision to return to France, leaving behind his forces in Egypt. The retreat was marked by confusion and failure. Although the scientific missions continued to explore Egypt's wonders, Napoleon had failed to establish a lasting French presence in the region. The Egyptian campaign was a failure in the long term, but it still had significant effects on Napoleon's career. He returned to France in the fall of 1799 to find the political landscape in turmoil. The French Revolution had entered a new phase, and the political chaos that had characterized the previous decade had opened the door for Napoleon to seize power. In November of 1799, just a few months after his return, Napoleon staged a coup d'état, overthrowing the French Directory and establishing himself as first consul of France. Despite the failure of his Egyptian ambitions, Napoleon had succeeded in his ultimate goal to increase his power and influence. The Egyptian campaign had been a gamble, one that had failed in many ways, but it had also proven Napoleon's ability to rise from setbacks, inspire loyalty, and secure his place at the center of French politics. The military brilliance he had displayed in Egypt, even amid chaos, would become the foundation for his future successes, even if the desert's harsh conditions had ultimately turned his dream into a tragic and costly affair. The year was 1799, and the winds of change were sweeping through France. The revolution, which had begun a decade earlier with cries of liberté, égalité, fraternité, had left the country in turmoil. After years of war, political instability, and economic crisis, the revolutionary ideals that once promised to reshape France were now a distant memory. The Directory, a five-man executive body that had been running the country, was crumbling under the weight of corruption, inefficiency, and public disillusionment. France was on the brink of collapse, and the people were desperate for stability. It was in this moment of chaos that Napoleon Bonaparte, the brilliant and ambitious military leader, made his return to France. Having just completed his ill-fated Egyptian campaign, Napoleon found himself facing a country in disarray. Yet, he saw an opportunity to seize power, to capitalize on the disillusionment with the current government, and to restore order to the chaos. But Napoleon's return was not merely about restoring France to greatness, it was about his own personal rise to power. He had already proven himself to be a master of strategy on the battlefield, and now he would turn his keen political mind to the task at hand. In October of 1799, Napoleon returned to France in the midst of a political crisis. The Directory was struggling, and the French government was deeply divided. Revolutionary fervor had given way to cynicism and fear. Napoleon, with his military fame and reputation, was seen as a figure who could bring stability to the country. He was welcomed by some, but feared by others. The time was ripe for change, and Napoleon was determined to take advantage of the situation. He quickly allied himself with key figures in the political establishment, including the directors of the Directory and leading members of the opposition. But his true ambition was clear. He was not interested in simply being a figurehead. Napoleon was positioning himself to seize ultimate power. The coup that would change the course of French history came on the 18th of Brumaire, year the 8th of the revolutionary calendar, November 9, 1799. The plan was simple but daring. Napoleon would use his popularity, military influence, and the disarray of the French government to overthrow the Directory and install himself as the new leader of France. The coup was meticulously planned and executed with precision. Napoleon's forces, loyal soldiers who had fought for him in Egypt, marched into Paris, securing key government buildings. The political leaders who had once feared Napoleon now found themselves scrambling to respond. Napoleon's move was calculated. He knew that the people of France, tired of the instability, would rally to his cause. In the early hours of the 18th Brumaire, Napoleon convened a meeting of the French legislature. In a dramatic moment, he declared that the Directory was no longer capable of governing and that he was stepping in to restore order. The legislature, though initially resistant, was soon overwhelmed by Napoleon's charm, determination, and military presence. Within hours, the Directory was dissolved, and Napoleon had secured control of the government. It was a bloodless coup, executed with military precision, but it was also a coup that marked the end of the French Republic and the beginning of a new era in French history. Napoleon's political acumen had been demonstrated in the most dramatic way possible. He was now in control. The coup of 18 Brumaire was the culmination of years of political maneuvering, military victories, and the exploitation of France's desperate need for stability. The people, tired of the chaos, rallied behind him. Napoleon, the military hero who had once been an outsider, was now the ruler of France. But the transition to power was not without its challenges. The overthrow of the Directory did not immediately guarantee Napoleon's supremacy. He faced opposition from rival political factions, from royalists who wanted to restore the monarchy to revolutionaries who still clung to the ideals of the French Revolution. Napoleon, however, was a master of consolidating power. He quickly established himself as first consul, the head of the new government, and took steps to neutralize any remaining threats to his authority. He used a mix of charm, intimidation, and political savvy to secure the loyalty of key figures in the French government. He also moved quickly to solidify his position by reforming the legal system and centralizing power in his own hands. With the coup complete and his position secure, Napoleon set his sights on reshaping France. He introduced sweeping reforms, including the establishment of the Napoleonic Code, which would go on to influence legal systems around the world. He also worked to stabilize the economy, restore relations with the Catholic Church, and solidify his control over the military. In the months following the coup, Napoleon's power only grew. He transformed the political landscape of France, consolidating his control and making himself the undisputed leader of the nation. But while Napoleon's rise to power was swift and impressive, it also marked the beginning of the end for the democratic ideals of the revolution. The French Republic, which had been born out of a desire for equality and liberty, was now replaced by a strongman's rule. Democracy was fading, and the age of Napoleon had begun. The coup of 18 Brumaire, though bloodless, had set in motion the rise of one of the most powerful and controversial figures in history. Napoleon, once an outsider with a burning desire to prove himself, was now at the helm of the French government, his eyes set on greater ambitions. In the years to come, his rule would reshape the world for better or for worse, and the legacy of the coup would echo throughout the history of France and Europe. In the year 1804, the French Revolution, which had upended centuries of tradition, was now a distant memory. The once defiant cries for liberty, equality, and fraternity, which had reverberated through the streets of Paris, were now overshadowed by the imperial ambitions of a man who had risen from the ashes of revolution itself. Napoleon Bonaparte, the former general, had ascended to the pinnacle of power, not as the leader of a republic, but as the emperor of the French. It was a transformation that shocked the world, a bold and theatrical statement of absolute authority. On December 2nd, 1804, in the magnificent Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, Napoleon Bonaparte did what no ruler before him had dared to do. In the wake of the French Revolution, he crowned himself emperor. It was a symbolic moment, an act that defied the very principles of the revolution that had brought him to power. The self-coronation was both a statement of defiance and a declaration of sovereignty. It was Napoleon's way of rewriting the rule-book of monarchy, making it clear that he was not beholden to anyone, not even the Pope, who had been invited to the ceremony. As the Pope, Pius VII, stood by in awe, Napoleon took the crown from the altar and, in a breathtaking display of theatrical symbolism, placed it upon his own head. It was an act that sent shockwaves throughout Europe and beyond. It was not just the coronation of a monarch, but the crowning of a man who had bent the very fabric of history to his will. Napoleon's rise to power had been a journey of ambition, but this act, his coronation, was the culmination of his transformation from revolutionary hero to emperor. As he stood before the grand altar, surrounded by the glittering nobility of France and the representatives of the revolution, Napoleon knew that he was not just ruling over a country. He was now the embodiment of France itself, its future, and its destiny. The self-coronation was not only a personal triumph for Napoleon, but also a moment of profound significance for France and the world. It marked the end of the revolutionary ideals that had once driven the French people to overthrow their monarchy and the rise of a new imperial order. It was a reversal of the very principles that had once inspired the revolution: liberty, equality, and fraternity, replaced now by power, authority, and dominance. The French people, who had once risen up against a king, now found themselves in the presence of a new monarch, one who wore the crown of empire with an iron will and a burning desire to restore France's place at the center of Europe. The coronation ceremony itself was a grand spectacle, a theatrical performance that underscored Napoleon's desire to project power and control. The lavish decorations, the pomp and circumstance, the grandeur of Notre Dame Cathedral, all of it was designed to highlight the shift in power that had taken place. The streets of Paris were filled with spectators, their eyes fixed on the towering spires of the cathedral as they awaited the coronation of their new emperor. And when Napoleon placed the crown upon his head, it was not just a symbol of his new status, it was a message to the world. Napoleon was no longer a general, no longer a product of the revolution. He was the emperor, the supreme ruler of France, and his reign would define the future of Europe. In the weeks and months that followed, Napoleon began to consolidate his power further. He reshaped the government, reformed the legal system, and created a new aristocracy that would pledge loyalty to him. He built a new imperial court, with himself at the center, surrounded by a group of loyal followers who would carry out his will. Napoleon's self-coronation was not just an isolated event, it was the beginning of a new era for France. It was a statement of power, a declaration that the revolution was over and that the future would be shaped by the will of one man. The ideals of the revolution were slowly eroded as Napoleon, the Emperor of the French, began to reshape the political and social order in his own image. The French Empire, now under his control, would be a force to be reckoned with. But with this new power came great responsibility and even greater risks. As Napoleon's imperial ambitions grew, so too did the challenges he faced. The Europe he sought to dominate was filled with rival powers: Britain, Russia, Austria, and Prussia, each eager to resist his influence and protect their own interests. Yet for all the risks that lay ahead, Napoleon's self-coronation in 1804 was the moment when he truly became the embodiment of French greatness. His vision for an empire was now set in stone, and the stage was set for a series of wars that would shape the future of Europe for decades to come. The coronation, grand and theatrical as it was, symbolized not only his power, but his desire to rewrite the course of history itself. He had crossed the Rubicon, casting aside the ideals of the revolution and embracing the mantle of empire. The world would soon learn that Napoleon, now Emperor of the French, was a force unlike any other, a man whose ambitions knew no bounds, and whose quest for dominance would leave a legacy that would echo through the ages. The year was 1805, and Napoleon Bonaparte stood at the pinnacle of his power. Europe was at his feet, and his vision of a French-dominated continent was closer than ever to becoming reality. The Battle of Austerlitz, fought on December 2nd of that year, would be remembered as his most brilliant victory, a masterpiece of military strategy that cemented Napoleon's place in history as one of the greatest tacticians of all time. After years of conquest and diplomacy, Napoleon had assembled the greatest military force Europe had ever seen, and he faced the combined armies of Russia and Austria in a confrontation that would determine the fate of Europe. The Russian and Austrian forces, led by Tsar Alexander I and Holy Roman Emperor Francis II, were determined to crush Napoleon's growing empire. They believed that a decisive defeat of Napoleon's army would force France to abandon its conquests and restore the old balance of power. Napoleon, however, had other plans. He understood that the key to victory was not simply defeating the enemy's forces, but outthinking them. As the two armies faced off near the town of Austerlitz, Napoleon feigned weakness. He deliberately left his right flank vulnerable, inviting the Allied forces to attack. The Allies, eager for a decisive victory, took the bait. They launched a full-scale assault on what they believed was a weak point in Napoleon's line. But Napoleon's brilliance lay in his ability to create the perfect trap. As the Allies advanced, Napoleon's forces, positioned strategically behind the lines, sprang into action. His artillery, placed with devastating precision, rained down on the advancing troops, while his cavalry and infantry swept around to cut off their retreat. The result was a stunning defeat for the Allies. The Russian and Austrian forces were crushed, suffering heavy casualties, and were forced to retreat in disarray. The Battle of Austerlitz was not just a victory, it was a declaration of Napoleon's military genius. It was a battle fought with speed, deception, and an unmatched understanding of terrain and timing. The victory sent shockwaves through Europe, and it marked the high point of Napoleon's dominance. With Austerlitz, Napoleon had defeated two of the greatest military powers in Europe, and the outcome was nothing short of a masterpiece. The success at Austerlitz reshaped Europe's political landscape. Napoleon's enemies were scattered, and his control over much of Europe was solidified. The Treaty of Pressburg, signed shortly after the battle, forced Austria to surrender large portions of its territory to France, effectively knocking the Holy Roman Empire out of the war. The Austrians were now forced to recognize Napoleon as a dominant force in Europe. But the victory came at a price. Napoleon's ambition for total control of Europe had ignited the fury of Britain, which had been watching from the sidelines, and the Russian Empire, which had already pledged to continue the fight. The Battle of Austerlitz may have been his most brilliant victory, but it was also the beginning of a new chapter in Napoleon's reign. With Austerlitz, Napoleon demonstrated his ability to reshape the map of Europe at will, but the seeds of his downfall had already been sown. While the battle was a triumph, the war was far from over. Napoleon's victory brought him closer to realizing his dream of a united Europe under French rule, but it also set the stage for future conflicts that would ultimately undo his empire. The victory at Austerlitz, however, remains one of the most iconic moments of Napoleon's reign. The image of Napoleon, standing tall in front of his army after the battle, surrounded by his generals, is etched into the annals of history. It was the moment when he was at his most powerful, a force to be reckoned with, and the undisputed master of Europe. The Battle of Austerlitz, with its dramatic reversals, brilliant tactics, and devastating consequences, marked the height of Napoleon's reign. But as with all peaks, it was only a matter of time before the fall would begin. Austerlitz may have been Napoleon's greatest victory, but it would also be the high point of his empire's power, a moment frozen in time before the storm that would eventually bring it all crashing down. The years 1808 to 1812 marked the beginning of the end for Napoleon Bonaparte. His once unshakable empire, which stretched across much of Europe, would soon begin to unravel. The Peninsular War and the ill-fated Russian campaign would be the two major battles that ultimately led to Napoleon's downfall. What had once seemed like a guaranteed path to dominance now revealed cracks, fault lines, and bitter losses. The Peninsular War began in 1808, a conflict that would become a grim and bloody chapter in Napoleon's reign. Spain, once an ally of France, was thrown into chaos after Napoleon deposed the Spanish king and placed his own brother Joseph Bonaparte on the throne. This move alienated the Spanish population and ignited a fierce resistance. Guerrilla warfare erupted across the Iberian Peninsula as Spanish and Portuguese fighters, aided by the British, waged a brutal campaign against the French. The French military, accustomed to large-scale battles, was unprepared for the relentlessness of the guerrilla tactics. The Spanish, motivated by a deep sense of patriotism, fought with ferocity and desperation. Napoleon's army, stretched thin and demoralized by the constant skirmishes, found itself bogged down in a war that refused to end. What was supposed to be a swift and decisive campaign turned into a prolonged quagmire. For every French victory, there were countless ambushes, raids and attacks on supply lines. The cost in men and resources was immense. By the time Napoleon realized that the Peninsular War was bleeding his empire dry, it was too late. The Spanish resistance, supported by British forces under Sir Arthur Wellesley, had become a force that could no longer be ignored. Napoleon's once invincible army was mired in a war of attrition that it could not win. The horrors of the Peninsular War were compounded by the disastrous Russian campaign that began in 1812. Napoleon's decision to invade Russia would be his greatest miscalculation, a catastrophic blunder that would lead to the destruction of the Grande Armée. The campaign began with grand ambitions. Napoleon believed that defeating Tsar Alexander I would solidify his control over Europe. The Russian army, however, was elusive, employing a scorched earth policy that denied Napoleon's forces the supplies they desperately needed. As the French marched deeper into Russia, the severity of the Russian winter set in. Temperatures plunged, and snowstorms ravaged the already weakened Grande Armée. The French soldiers, unprepared for the brutal conditions, began to fall ill and die from frostbite, hunger, and exhaustion. The vast Russian wilderness, which had once seemed like an open road to victory, had become a death trap. The Russian forces in retreat harassed Napoleon's army, picking off stragglers and ambushing French forces. The infamous Battle of Borodino, fought in September 1812, was one of the bloodiest encounters of the campaign. Despite heavy casualties on both sides, the Russians refused to give up. Napoleon's army, already stretched to its breaking point, continued to march toward Moscow. When they finally arrived, they found the city abandoned and set alight by the retreating Russian forces. Moscow, once a symbol of Russian power, was now nothing but ashes. Napoleon's army was trapped, exhausted, and starving. The Russian winter had decimated their strength, and they had little hope of survival. Napoleon, once unstoppable, now found himself facing the harshest of enemies, the elements, attrition, and the relentless Russian resolve. The retreat from Moscow marked the beginning of the end for Napoleon. As the Grande Armée limped back through the Russian wilderness, it was a broken shell of its former self. Men died by the thousands from starvation, disease, and the relentless cold. The once great army was reduced to a disorganized, panicked retreat, with the remnants of the French forces being pursued by Russian troops. By the time the French army crossed the Berezina River in November 1812, the campaign had turned into a full-blown disaster. The retreat from Russia would become one of the most humiliating defeats in military history. Napoleon's dreams of European domination had been dashed, and the once mighty Grande Armée had been all but destroyed. The failures of the Peninsular War and the Russian campaign shattered Napoleon's reputation. He had overextended himself and underestimated the resilience of his enemies. What had once seemed like an unstoppable march toward European supremacy had become a nightmare of constant retreat and death. The loss of men, resources, and morale would haunt Napoleon for the rest of his reign. His empire, once expansive and powerful, was beginning to crack under the pressure of these catastrophic defeats. The once unshakable figure of Napoleon Bonaparte was now facing the reality of failure. As winter closed in, the grim reality of his losses became undeniable. The soldiers who had marched with him through the triumphs of Austerlitz and Jena were now broken, and Napoleon's dreams of glory seemed increasingly out of reach. The Peninsular War and the Russian campaign had changed the course of history, and they marked the beginning of the end for the man who had once been master of Europe. The snow and the bloodshed of these campaigns would follow Napoleon throughout his life, a reminder that even the greatest of empires can crumble beneath the weight of ambition. The year 1813 marked the beginning of the tragic unraveling of Napoleon Bonaparte's empire. A titan who had once shaped Europe with his brilliance on the battlefield now found himself facing an unstoppable tide of opposition. The Battle of Nations, fought near Leipzig in October, would prove to be the turning point. It was here that Napoleon's dominance over Europe finally shattered. The scale of the conflict was immense. An alliance of Austria, Russia, Prussia, and Sweden, collectively known as the Sixth Coalition, assembled an army of over 300,000 men against Napoleon's forces, which numbered only around 200,000. What began as a battle of necessity soon became the final reckoning for Napoleon. The battle itself was a fierce, chaotic affair, as the coalition forces sought to break Napoleon's stranglehold on Central Europe. Napoleon, ever the master tactician, threw everything into the fight, but even his military genius couldn't overcome the numerical superiority and unity of his enemies. The French were pushed back, and after 4 days of brutal combat, The Battle of Nations ended in a decisive defeat for Napoleon. The losses were staggering, around 100,000 soldiers on both sides. The battlefield, littered with the bodies of men from all corners of Europe, became a grim symbol of Napoleon's crumbling empire. The loss at Leipzig was not just a military defeat, it marked the beginning of the end of the Napoleonic era. As the coalition forces pushed westward, Napoleon's enemies closed in from all directions. With the Battle of Nations lost, the French Empire found itself besieged. The Allies invaded France in 1814, and Napoleon, once invincible, was now struggling to hold on to his throne. The cities that had once hailed him as their liberator now turned against him, and the French people, weary of war, grew disillusioned. In the streets of Paris, whispers of defeat and surrender filled the air. Despite his best efforts to rally his forces, Napoleon could not reverse the tide. His soldiers, battered and demoralized, were no match for the relentless advance of the Allies. Paris, the heart of his empire, fell on March 31st, 1814. The once great city was occupied by foreign troops, and Napoleon's reign came to an end. Facing certain defeat, Napoleon was forced to abdicate on April 6, 1814. The act of abdication was in many ways a reflection of the man himself, decisive yet deeply tragic. Napoleon, who had once ruled with unyielding authority, was now a man defeated by the very forces he had sought to conquer. His abdication was not just the end of his reign, it was the shattering of a dream. In the final moments of his rule, Napoleon requested to retain his title as emperor and to be allowed to rule over a small part of France. But the Allies, determined to ensure that he would never return to power, refused his request. The former emperor was exiled to the small Mediterranean island of Elba, just off the coast of Italy. For Napoleon, the exile to Elba was both a punishment and an opportunity. Stripped of his empire, he was left to reflect on the rise and fall of his reign. The once mighty conqueror, who had reshaped Europe, was now relegated to a tiny island, a shadow of his former self. Yet, even in exile, Napoleon's mind remained sharp, and the ambitions that had once driven him to greatness still burned within him. But for now he was a prisoner of his own destiny, trapped on an island that was to be his prison for the next several years. Napoleon's abdication and exile to Elba marked the tragic downfall of a titan. The man who had once been the ruler of an empire stretching from Spain to Russia was now a prisoner of his own past. The loss of his empire was a bitter pill to swallow, and for the first time in his life, Napoleon was forced to confront the limits of his power. The drama of his downfall had all the hallmarks of a Shakespearean tragedy: ambition, greatness, and inevitable ruin. He had been the master of Europe, the embodiment of a new order, but now he was an emperor in exile, haunted by the ghosts of his former glory. His fall was not the result of a single battle, but of a series of miscalculations, overreach, and the unrelenting pressure of a Europe that had grown tired of his rule. Napoleon's abdication marked the end of an era, but it was not the end of his story. His time in exile on Elba was merely a pause in a saga that would continue, one final act that would see him return to France in a dramatic bid for power. But for now the once mighty emperor was a broken man, the world that he had once dominated slipping through his fingers like sand. The fall of Napoleon was a tragedy, but it was also a reminder of the dangers of unchecked ambition. He had risen from obscurity to rule an empire, but in the end it was the very forces that he had used to create his empire, war, conquest, and ambition, that led to his downfall. The Battle of Nations, the invasion of France, and his eventual abdication were the final chapters in the story of Napoleon Bonaparte, a man who reached the heights of power, only to fall from grace in the most dramatic and tragic of fashions. In early 1815, Europe believed it had seen the last of Napoleon Bonaparte. After his abdication in April 1814, he was exiled to the small Mediterranean island of Elba, just off the coast of Italy. His empire had crumbled, his army was broken, and the monarchs of Europe had restored the Bourbon king, Louis XV's seat, to the French throne. Napoleon had been given sovereignty over Elba and allowed to retain a small personal guard. It was, in theory, a quiet retirement for the man who once ruled most of Europe. But Napoleon had no intention of fading into history. News from France began to reach him. The restored Bourbon monarchy was growing increasingly unpopular. The people were disillusioned, the military was neglected, and veterans of Napoleon's campaigns found themselves sidelined or ignored. The promise of stability under Louis XV was fading. Napoleon saw an opportunity. He believed that France still remembered him, still needed him. In February 1815, he made his move. Under the cover of night on February 26th, Napoleon escaped from Elba aboard the brig Inconstant with around 1,000 loyal soldiers. They sailed past patrolling ships of the Royal Navy and landed on the French coast near Cannes on March 1st. There Napoleon began his march north, not with an army of conquest, but with a message he had returned to save France. As he moved from village to village, support began to swell. Soldiers sent to arrest him instead joined his cause. Famously, when confronted by royal troops near Grenoble, Napoleon stepped forward and declared, "If there is one among you who would kill his emperor, here I am." No one fired. The troops cheered, and the ranks of his supporters grew. By the time Napoleon reached Paris on March 20th, Louis XV had fled. In a stunning turn of events, Napoleon had regained power without a single shot being fired in anger. Thus began the 100 Days, a brief and intense period in which Napoleon would attempt to re-establish his empire and outmaneuver the Allied powers once more. But the monarchs of Europe were not about to let him reclaim his former glory. Austria, Prussia, Russia, and the United Kingdom swiftly formed the Seventh Coalition and began mobilizing their armies. They would strike before Napoleon could consolidate power. Napoleon knew he had to act quickly. He could not wait for the coalition armies to assemble on French soil. He had to divide them and defeat them separately. His target was Belgium, where British and Prussian forces under the Duke of Wellington and General Blücher were gathering. In June 1815, he led his newly raised army north in a daring campaign designed to isolate and crush the Allied forces before they could unite. On June 16th, Napoleon won a victory against the Prussians at Ligny, pushing them back but failing to destroy them. At the same time, his subordinate Marshal Ney engaged Wellington's forces at Quedir-Braze but was unable to deliver a decisive blow. The twin battles left the Allies bloodied but not broken. Worse, the Prussians managed to retreat in good order and began regrouping to the east. Napoleon had gambled on swift separate victories, but now the Allied armies were slipping from his grasp. 2 days later, on June 18, 1815, Napoleon faced Wellington's army at a ridge near the village of Waterloo in modern-day Belgium. The field was muddy and the terrain difficult. The French army, though brave and battle-hardened, was not the same veteran force that had once triumphed across Europe. Still, Napoleon believed in victory. He had beaten greater odds before. The battle began late in the morning, due to the wet ground which delayed artillery movement. French forces launched repeated attacks on the Allied lines, including a massive cavalry charge led by Marshal Ney. Despite intense fighting and initial gains, Wellington's lines held. The Anglo-Allied troops, bolstered by their defensive position and superior coordination, absorbed wave after wave of French assaults. The turning point came in the late afternoon, when the Prussian army, under Blücher, arrived on the battlefield. Despite being battered from Ligny, The Prussians pressed into Napoleon's right flank. It was the blow Napoleon could not afford. His army, caught between two forces, began to falter. French morale collapsed. The Imperial Guard, Napoleon's most elite unit, made a final charge, but even they were repelled. As the Guard retreated, a cry went up among the French ranks: "La Garde recule." The Guard retreats. Panic spread. The battlefield descended into chaos. Napoleon's once mighty army dissolved in the face of Allied counterattacks. Thousands were killed, wounded, or captured. Napoleon fled the field, his dream of reclaiming Europe shattered in the mud and blood of Waterloo. The 100 Days were over. Napoleon returned to Paris, but the political tide had turned against him. With coalition forces marching on the capital and support evaporating, he abdicated once more on June 22, 1815. He hoped to flee to the United States, but the British Navy blockaded the coast. With no escape, Napoleon surrendered to the British and was exiled once again, this time to the remote island of St. Helena in the South Atlantic. There would be no return. He spent the final years of his life in isolation, writing his memoirs and reflecting on a career that had taken him from obscurity to the heights of power and back down again. He died on May 5, 1821. The legend of Napoleon would live on, but his last campaign ended not in triumph, but in irrevocable defeat. After the crushing defeat at Waterloo and his second abdication, Napoleon Bonaparte found himself once again at the mercy of the victors. But this time, they would not make the same mistake. There would be no Elba, no chance of return. The British, determined to ensure that Napoleon could never again threaten Europe, chose a remote and desolate place of exile, the island of St. Helena, in the South Atlantic Ocean, over 1,000 miles from the nearest continent. On October 15, 1815, after surrendering to the British aboard the HMS Bellerophon, Napoleon arrived at his final prison. St. Helena was a lonely and unforgiving place. The island was harsh, windswept, and isolated. It had no fertile fields or bustling cities, only rugged terrain and damp grey skies. The British stationed a garrison there and kept constant watch. Napoleon was allowed a small retinue of loyal followers, including his physician, valet, and a handful of officers. His new home was Longwood House, a damp and poorly maintained structure perched on a plateau. It was a far cry from the splendor of the Tuileries Palace or the grand halls of Versailles. The conditions at Longwood House were far from comfortable. The climate was often cold and rainy, and the house itself was plagued by mold and poor ventilation. Napoleon's health, already beginning to decline, worsened in the damp environment. He complained of stomach pains, fatigue, and bouts of depression. Though he kept to a routine, including walks in the garden and reading or dictating memoirs, the isolation took a toll. The once great emperor, who had commanded vast armies and shaped the fate of Europe, was now reduced to a prisoner surrounded by the endless sea. Despite the bleakness, Napoleon never completely gave up his sense of dignity. He insisted on being treated as a sovereign and maintained a disciplined daily schedule. He continued to write, dictating his version of history and his justifications for the wars and decisions he had made. These writings would later become the foundation of the Napoleonic legend, presenting him not as a tyrant, but as a misunderstood leader who had sought to bring order and reform to a chaotic world. The British governor of the island, Sir Hudson Lowe, was strict and often at odds with Napoleon. The two men disliked each other deeply. Lowe enforced numerous restrictions on communication and travel, fearful of any attempt at escape. Tensions were constant. Napoleon resented the surveillance and regarded Lowe as a petty tyrant. These clashes, combined with the harsh living conditions and his growing health issues, deepened Napoleon's sense of bitterness. As the years passed, Napoleon's physical condition steadily deteriorated. He suffered from chronic pain and weakness. His stomach ailments worsened, and by 1820, his weight had dropped significantly. Observers noted how thin and pale he had become. His days were spent mostly indoors, and even writing became difficult. Yet he remained mentally sharp, often engaging in discussions of history, philosophy, and war with the few companions he had left. In these final conversations, he spoke often of his past, his victories, and his failures. The question of Napoleon's death has long been shrouded in mystery. Officially, he died on May 5, 1821, at the age of 51. The cause was listed as stomach cancer, the same disease that had afflicted his father. An autopsy performed by British doctors supported this diagnosis. However, later analyses and theories have suggested alternative causes, including arsenic poisoning, either intentional or accidental. Traces of arsenic were found in samples of his hair, leading to decades of speculation. Whether foul play was involved remains uncertain, but what is clear is that Napoleon suffered greatly in his final months. His last words were reportedly, "France, the army, the head of the army, Josephine." With those fading thoughts, he slipped away. Napoleon was buried on the island in a secluded valley, known as the Valley of the Willows. For 2 decades, his body remained there, until 1840, when King Louis-Philippe of France obtained permission from the British to return Napoleon's remains to France. His body was transported with great ceremony to Paris, where it was laid to rest in a grand tomb beneath the dome of Les Invalides. There he remains to this day. The exile and death of Napoleon Bonaparte marked the end of one of the most extraordinary lives in modern history. Once feared and revered, he spent his final years in obscurity and discomfort, yet even in defeat, he crafted a narrative that would survive him. His legacy, complicated and contested, continues to provoke debate and fascination. On a remote island in the middle of the sea, far from the battlefields and palaces he once knew, Napoleon passed into legend.